008. Welcome. I am always amazed by the people that actually are paid members. I thank you to everybody a paid member. Welcome to my channel. My name is Nomadic Kitty. If you would like to be a paid member, you get some perks. You get to see exclusive videos. You get to see me up close and personal sometimes. You get privy to gossip. For $1.99 a month, you can join and you will get priorities. Hello, Lisa Parker. So I thank you to all my members because I do be dropping the tea though. So, you know, to my members. So I have a bunch of members only videos and stuff like that. So welcome to my channel. My name is Nomadic Kitty, where I discuss the K-pop industry and K-pop fandom. Come on in. It takes like 2 or 3 minutes before everybody gets in here. I have a full docket today. I have things to talk about today. Now, normally in the past couple of weeks, I've been very loosey-goosey with our live stream. Hello, Gemini. Hello, Jasmine, Shelly P. I've been a little loosey-goosey lately, but this a lot of stuff happened this week, y'all. So I have a list. Of course, I'm going to give you the rundown. We're going to start off with BTS updates. We're going to start off with that first. We're going to talk about what happened with BTS this week. That's how we always start out. Was there a leaked song for Blackpink? What? Oh, for BTS? Was there a leaked song for BTS? I don't know. Yeah, is that what y'all talking about? Hello, Marie Miller. So we're going to talk about BTS updates. I heard something vaguely about a leaked song, but y'all tell me. BTS, was there a leaked song? I got to go look it up on the internet when I get off this live stream. Again, I'm not on social media, y'all, so y'all tell me. Okay, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear about it. But okay, we'll see. So we're going to talk about BTS updates. We're going to talk about the Twice concert that I went to last weekend and my thoughts. I have a video that I did where it's a Twice concert vlog. So if you guys have not seen that, see it. We're going to talk about CBX. I'm going to do a whole deep dive this coming week on CBX. If you don't know who CBX was, CBX are the 3 members of EXO that left EXO and sued SM Entertainment, and then they lost their lawsuit in October. They signed with a new agency. If y'all are familiar with Taemin, y'all are familiar with SHINee. Taemin from SHINee, he's with them. Oh, you found it on X? Okay, we're talking about the leak. Okay, well, there's Taemin, the boys, and CBX signed with a new agency, and there have been some shiesty things going on, and I'm gonna touch on it a little bit, but I'm gonna do a whole deep dive because this is a story that's kind of been overlooked. I know I put it on my post that they canceled their concert recently. They were supposed to have this big concert and it got canceled due to money. Due to money. Marie Miller, did you hear about the leaked BTS song? I don't know what to believe on X. And then if I get to it, I know I'm gonna get to it. We're gonna talk about Min Hee-jin and her plagiarism claims about her website. So I did a Min Hee-jin video. If y'all have not taken a look at that, I did a Min Hee-jin video a couple of days ago talking about her opening up OOAK and her website. There have been all kinds of comparisons and things people are saying that it's plagiarism on her website. She ain't even done a group yet. And people are saying Min Hee-jin is copying different elements and things from K-pop groups. And then if I have time, we're going to talk about Blackpink. But I plan to do a whole video about Blackpink. Because Blackpink dropped a track list and I went off. But no, I have not heard anything about BTS song leaking on X. Again, yeah, people were saying her jacket. Baby, Min Hee-jin, they said Min Hee-jin stole from BTS. But we're going to talk about it. I was like, damn. And I went online and I was like, okay. Yeah, Katina, yes. Katina, have you heard about there's a BTS song leak? I'm going to ask Katina because Katina be in the know, baby. So, yeah, that's no surprise. Min Hee-jin, they have a whole bunch of things that on her website that people was like, that looks like this, that looks like that. I was like, damn. I was like, it do. Oh, wait. No. Katina said, no, you have not heard that. Jasmine is saying on X that she heard that there was a supposed leaked song from BTS. I haven't heard that. I'm sorry, Min Hee-jin didn't steal. Shelly P is correct. Min Hee-jin didn't steal. She borrowed. She artistically it's an artistic homage. Child. Anyway, but yes, I'm gonna talk about that. So let's start with the BTS updates. Let's start with the small things and then we get to the bigger things. First of all, V has been on a rampage. V has been posting pictures and videos on social media, apparently. Shout out to all the people like what is it? BTS, Butterpop. There's a YouTube channel. There's several YouTube channels that I subscribe to that they repost BTS social media stuff. And V has been all over social media. V has been, you gotta check your BTS Black Woman group to see is there any leaks. Y'all go check it, honey, and come back and tell me, is this a real leak song? Because sometimes there rumors come out that they're leaks and there's not. I saw the practice room pic, and they were laying on the ground, their legs was up against the wall, and then J-Hope legs was like a ballerina, like his legs was bloop. I was like, J-Hope real flexible. So yes, V has been posting pictures, he's been posting videos, he played the violin. He was with fans. There's a picture of him and a fan that people thought it was AI, but it was a real picture. So yeah, it's everywhere. So yes, yeah. Derek, you don't even know what a K-pop fan group. You don't even know what that even is. There's groups for Koreans. There's all kinds of groups for all kinds of fans. That's just a normal thing in K-pop. They're all over. There's groups for just Americans. There's groups just for Chinese. There's groups for only English speakers. There's groups for old people, young people. There's all kinds of K-pop groups. Whatever group you feel like joining. This has been this way for K-pop ever since its inception. It started with the Chinese groups. That's where it starts. So there's a whole there's groups just for Koreans. So I don't know obviously you don't know shit about K-pop. But anyway, V has looked like he been living his best life out here. And he has posted all kinds of cutesy videos. And so if you're not seeing V is V is loving it. I don't know where, y'all tell me, where was V? I don't know where he was at. I don't know if he was in South Korea. I don't know if he was Lisbon. So the BTS members were at the airport. I posted a video of them at the airport. They all were at the airport. Sugar. Here's my impersonation of BTS at the airport. Yeah, they went to Lisbon, Portugal, which is beautiful from what I heard. I actually know somebody that lives there. So they all on the airport. Here comes Sugar. Head down, headphones on. Here's Sugar. Sugar had no F's to give. Nobody. Sugar had none. Yoongi had not one F to give. None of them K reporters. He had his headphones on. He looked down. He was just walking. Sugar be power walking through the airport. He took off. They like, Yoongi CC, Yoongi CC, Yoongi CC. Yoongi got his headphones on. I said, that's right, Yoongi. Do not give K Media not one damn thing. He wouldn't even look up at them. Yoongi wouldn't even look up at their asses at all. He did. He said, bye, Felicia. He didn't even look up at them. He wasn't going to give them no picture. He wasn't going to give them no face. He had a face mask on, a hat pulled down, and some headphones on, and walked with his head down. Like, I'm not finna give y'all asses now one photo of me. Yes, I was like, standing ovation, honey. It's a standing O. Don't get them after the way they did him. Baby, y'all gave them nothing. Nothing. Took off. Like, he shouldn't have gave them nothing. After the way the Korean media has done him, they don't even deserve to be dignified with a look or a high or nothing. So he just kept going. RM was in a big coat, and RM just kept going. Jin was wearing white, and J-Hope was incognito too. Then here come the special kids. Okay, we got to give it up for the Maknae line. Okay, so here come the special kids. Here come Jungkook, and V. Jungkook took the camera, was like, V was all in the camera. He took the girl's camera. I said, oh, no. Yeah, I seen him at the airport. Yes, that's what I was talking about. I said, Tay took the camera and was like, hey. I was like, yes, Tay was talking to fans. Jungkook went to the airport, was signing autographs. I'm like, Jungkook and V is living their best life right now. They seem like they are ecstatic. They are like, yes, baby, we back. I ain't got to sit at home no more. We get to travel. We get to see people. Jungkook and V look like they are so excited to just get out the house. They act like they've been locked in the house. And they just like, we here, we taking pictures, we doing video. Like they just have let loose. They are really, really enjoying their time. A lot. So you can tell that they really enjoy being famous. They really enjoy interacting with fans. Jungkook and V, they've been going to restaurants. They've been going to places. I've been hearing about them taking pictures with fans and photo with fans and all of that. I was like, they were just living their best life. They are like, we are so glad to be back. They are so glad to be back, you know. They just bring a whole vibe that's just, you can tell in their face, they just happy. Like they're happy to be in the limelight. They're happy to be all together. They're happy to probably, out of them, they are the most ones that are the most comfortable with being famous and being seen. JK and V, they didn't care about that. Baby, they was out in Portugal. Baby, they was at cafe. They was everywhere. They said they was everywhere. They said people was on the internet talking about they seen them here, seen them there. Baby, they was out shopping. They wasn't trying to hide. They wasn't trying to cover up their face. Baby, V was running around like, V was running around like, which one of y'all want a picture? V was running around like, who want a picture today? Like, come on, get in for a hug, girl. Come on. Like, V was just running around, just snapping pictures, doing weird shit, playing the violin on the balcony. I would have been like, oh, okay, is he okay? They are thrilled. Like, they are really, truly thrilled. Okay, Katina says she Googled about the leaked song. Something came up on Facebook, but I can't say it's from BTS. Okay. When I hear leaks, I kind of take it with a grain of salt because AI is so prevalent. It's to the point where now, like in AI, y'all know that they can clone voices and they can have people sing groups and artists sing songs that are not verifiable. So I have to hear it because sometimes you can tell if it's AI and sometimes you cannot. But V is living his best life. So apparently that BTS went to Dubai. Yeah, I saw the violin. Like somebody posted a video. He was playing the violin. I was like, what's wrong with you? I don't know. They seemed like they were having fun. So the other big BTS update, they said security was losing their mind with JK and V. That security was like kind of scolding them like, okay, y'all can't be out here doing all this. You can't, where y'all going? You know, that they would just walk down the street. They just want to walk down the street, you know? They like, where are you going? At night. We walking down the street at night. Fuck it. We want to pet a cat. I want to pet a cat. You see that cat over there? That's right. Good. Let's go pick something to eat. Let's go to a noodle shop. Like they said security was like, can somebody please tell them to get back here? I was like, what y'all doing? Like you putting yourself, they didn't care. I don't think yes, the security was going, I heard was going nuts. That they were like, somebody come tell them. And who gonna tell BTS anything? Like, what you gonna tell BTS? I know they told them that, like, well, you guys can't do this and can't do that. BTS was just like, mm-hmm. Anyway, Jungkook, get your shoes on. Let's go. You know how your parents be be telling you not to do something, and you be like, mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Taeyeon, get your shoes on. Let's go. Now look, y'all can't be out here like that. They be like, we're gonna be careful. We swear. Yes, they took a picture, and Kim Taeyeon took a picture of a black woman at a restaurant. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. And people said it's AI, but no, it was real. And like, I think Big Hit confirmed it, or somebody confirmed it that yes, it was a real picture. She looked so happy. I guess yeah, she worked there. She recognized him, but she didn't want to say nothing until he was leaving. And he was sweet of him to take a photo with her. I tell you, they didn't care. Girl, they didn't. Yeah, they like some people's kids. Like you tell your kids, where y'all going? Well, don't y'all be out in those streets now. Y'all better come home before a certain time. Look, y'all better be. They like, yes, yes, okay, we will. Come on, let's go. And then the moment they get out, they like, phew, where we going first? Yes, Namjoon was at a museum. I said that was very on brand for Namjoon. He went to a museum. I said that's very on brand for him. He's like, I'm going to this museum. But yes, they were running. JK and Kim Taeyeon were running amok, honey. They was out here acting bad. Security probably was having a damn heart attack. They like, what y'all doing? Y'all can't be taking pictures with people. Y'all gonna get mobbed out here in these streets. They was like, sure, we got it. I find that hilarious that they are so excited to be amongst people and fans, and they just didn't care. I thought that was hilarious. But the big news with BTS is that BTS, from March all the way to I think April 22nd, that they have this thing where they're taking over Seoul. So they're gonna have like musical events. The city lights. There are gonna be monuments and things decorated in purple. There's going to be BTS pop-ups all over. There's going to be lounges. There's going to be music. I mean, I'm happy for Seoul, but then I'm salty. Can I be salty? Can I be salty like a cracker? Because I'm salty. I'm salty like a saltine. Because I was like, well, I want to be in Seoul, and I want to go to BTS lounge music events. I want to. Sugar wasn't playing. Yes, I saw his handbag, honey. Sugar was walking. He was power walking, baby. I want to go to Korea, and I want to see the BTS music and the fan events. I'm so mad. I was like, yeah, it sounds like so much fun. Marie Miller, you going to South Korea for the first time? Ooh, Marie Miller. South Korea is fun. But I was so mad. I was like, that just sounds amazing. Like the whole city for a whole month is going to have like purple lights and lounges and places where you can listen to BTS music. Then they're going to give a free concert. And yes, it's going to be on Netflix. So make sure y'all get y'all Netflix get y'all Netflix membership up. Okay. And they're going to have a documentary, apparently, that's going to be filmed. And which I figured that the documentary is going to show some behind the scenes leading up to the concert, to the free concert. I've been hearing about that there's a film crew. If y'all didn't. Anyway, let me just say, hypothetically speaking, allegedly, what I heard was that there has been, let's just say objectively, a film crew with them as well on the cool. Objectively speaking, allegedly, there is a film crew at certain places with them, allegedly. Y'all like Mark. Allegedly. Y'all didn't hear from me. But that's what I heard. That there's a film crew. I looked up Zip Air the other day. Angels Milky Way. No, today I was looking up Zip Air. I was looking at them flights. I was like, I could go from Houston. I don't live in Houston, or I live in Dallas. So I was like, how can I get to Houston and then go to Tokyo and then take a flight from Tokyo to South Korea? Like, I was really trying, in my mind, I was trying to talk about this is an objective. We know. I had to try to protect myself, allegedly. But yes, there's supposed to be a documentary and everything going on. They're supposed to be filming them as behind the scenes of what they're doing to lead up to their tour and this concert that's going to be free. There's going to be a series of free concerts. There's going to be pop-ups. There's going to be events. Restaurants are going to get paid because every restaurant, every cafe in Seoul right now are setting up some type of BTS welcome back, come back, BTS tea, BTS boba, BTS cafe coffee, BTS cakes, that BTS bread, that bangtan tart, you know, whatever. Like whatever they can tie into BTS, these restaurants are going to be eating good in the neighborhood. They are going to get paid. They're going to get paid. Yes, it's like an early festa. And these restaurants and these shops and these stores are all prepared for it, and they are going to hit a lick on all these. The tourists are trying to get there, but even the people in South Korea, beyond the tourism, beyond the international people, beyond the foreigners, they are about to hit a lick on everybody because they are literally making restaurant items and making boutique items in preparation for this. For this is yeah. So yeah, yes, BTS everything all day, every day. Okay. So yes. So again, what I talked about in my video about 6-7 months ago, I talked about the halo effect of BTS and how anytime wherever BTS is going to tour at, that's going to bring money, infuse money to the city. It's going to bring money to businesses, hotels, of course, because y'all know them hotels been doing people dirty in America. They've been doing people dirty. Baby, there's a Motel 6. It's like $69, $70 a motherfucking day. And when BTS come, the rates is like $3.99. I said, you what? How y'all go from $70 to $3.98 a night during the BTS? I said, y'all ain't living right. Yeah. These hotels here, like in South Korea, they tried to curve that. You know, they started to do things to stop price gouging for hotels. But in America, we don't have that. So yes, you will go to a Motel 6, normally be like $75 a day. Then now it's like $400 a day when BTS is coming in Arlington. I can imagine how packed Jimin and Jin's and Sugar's places are going to be. Yeah, very packed. So all of this money is just a boom to the business. Yes, from $70 Motel 6. And not even a good Motel 6. I mean, when I say Motel 6, we'll keep the light on for you. I mean Motel 6 will keep the light on for you. Like Motel 6 not in a not so good part of Arlington, Texas. It's a little rough around the edges, like a 2-star Motel 6, okay? Like, you know, you may have some visitors on your wall at night, Motel 6. Like people may be knocking on your door at 3 o'clock in the morning, Motel 6. Like people next door may be fighting because it may be her pimp, Motel 6. That's the kind of Motel 6 I'm talking about. They going from $68, $75 a night to $3.98 a night. Yes. You gonna have your army bomb just swatting at roaches and flee. Like you gotta check your bed, like bed bug. Like the Motel 6 that I looked up, I was like, $400 a night. I said I'd rather sleep in my damn car. I'd rather park somewhere safe and I'd rather sleep in my car. Like there is no way I would give these hotels $400 a night for a Motel 6. there's just I know. Well, you know the bathroom ain't you what you can sleep in some bed bugs. I sleep in my car. Yep, and bathe at the gym, right? I'll bring me some wet wipes. I'm a girl, I'm rustic. I'm ready to go. I am not bougie. I am probably one of the least bougiest people you will ever meet at all. I am not pretentious. I am not materialistic. I don't do designer labels or designer brands, even though I can afford it. Like I can afford all of these things. Neither do my children. Like we are very stripped down. We're like, you know, We are not like into brands and flash. I'm not into none. People know me. I'm the least pretentious person that they have ever met. I am because I none of that matters to me. What matters to me is having money. What matters to me is having money. Like if I wanted to go to Korea right now, I could. I could be like, come on, kids. But my kids are in school. But if I wanted to go, I could go. Like I could easily be like, okay, I got the money, let's go. I don't spend a lot of money on, you know, what shoes I wear, what that's just wastefulness to me. I'm very frugal. I'm very cheap, frugal. Girl, talking about renting U-Haul and throwing the air mattress. Girl, that would be me. I'll sleep in my car. I can afford it, but I'm not. To me, it's just the principal part of it. It's like I can't afford it. It's like I'm not gonna do. I worked in hotels for 5 years, right? So I know how the game is played. So I'm not gonna give you. I'm not gonna give you this money. No, $400 for no. Oh my, you know, lost your mind. That's craziness. But that's what these hotels are doing here in America. They're doing it all over. You know. And it don't even have to be in Arlington. Like we were looking for the hotels around where I live. I'm literally like an hour, over an hour from Arlington. So it takes us about an hour to get to where the arena is at, right? Even the hotels in by me, they all in with all the hotels. So they don't care if you stay in Arlington or Dallas or whatever. Even the ones in Dallas is high. They went up on their prices too. Even though Arlington, the stadium's an hour away from here. It is highway robbery. It's price gouging, you know, and then all the restaurants around that time are going to increase their prices as well. All the shops, all the restaurants, all the gas stations, they are all equally going to start increasing their prices. You know, I thought about opening up an Airbnb. Like I thought about offering, you know, my I have a spare room. That's an office. I told Jennifer, I said, I wonder what it would be like for me to rent out to somebody, and I'm not gonna rent it $400 or $500 a night. Maybe 100. Like you know, I said I wish I knew somebody that was coming to the concert that was. I would let them stay in my house for cheap. Like you stay the night. I'm like, come on, I cook for you. I'm very hospitable. My kids will stay out your way, and there's a nice. It's just an empty room. You know, just you got to bring your own like blankets and stuff. Like I don't have no mattress, but it's an empty room. I live in a great community. I live in a nice community. They're only going to be there one night, 1 or 2 nights, maybe. It's safe. It's safe for a person to park their car here. They don't have to worry about me. But it is a drive to Arlington. From my house to Arlington, and then traffic is probably going to be hell that night. So, like me and Jennifer plan to leave really early because we probably want to go get something to eat maybe. But I predict that traffic is going to be real bad. But it's like an hour and 15-minute drive. And I don't know how it's gonna be that night. You'd have to leave early to get. But like I said, I thought about doing it, but I do live very far from the arena. But if somebody was there, am I staying overnight? No, there's no reason. We drive and then we come back. We'll drive the hour and 15, 20, 30 minutes and come back. Well, Jennifer will be driving. I hate driving. She likes to drive. And so we'll drive there and then drive back. And so we've always driven back. This is at this arena. This is the first time we've actually been to that arena. We've been to the other one in Arlington, but not this bigger one for BTS. So it'll be the first time. Tell my girl, I stay at your place. I'm like, come on, move it, come on, girl. I was like, I don't have no accommodations, you know. It's just a room with a cabinet. It's a room with a cabinet and then like a bookshelf, and that's it. That's all I got in there. I don't like driving. She's just better at it. Look, here comes Jennifer. Jennifer says she don't like driving. She's just better at it. That is very true. But I still think Jennifer likes driving better than I do. I detest driving, but that's Amethyst Sky is Jennifer. So Jennifer didn't show up. She said that she better at it. She is better at it. I just say Jennifer is a good driver. She's an aggressive driver. You know, like Jennifer, one of them drivers. You cut her off, she be in the car. She be cussing your ass out. I think it's funny, but I I can say Jennifer is an aggressive driver, but I can say Jennifer is a good driver, and I've never felt unsafe in the car with her. You finally get to see the infamous shower curtain. The shower curtain is staring at me. Hi, RM. Wait a minute. Let's see the shower curtain, y'all. Let's see who's staring at me. Wait a minute. Hi, RM. 안녕. 안녕하세요. Look, he's staring at me. Look. RM, no. Just go away. Shower curtain. Every night I'm watching TV. I'm like, it's just, it's best you just wave at him. It's best. He's so good looking. The hotels in your area is nuts. You're just gonna drive there and back, right? Where did I get the shower? I got the shower curtain from Amazon. I did. I got my shower curtain. It's creepy. And then when you get inside the shower, like the image is on both sides. So when you get inside the shower, they stare at you when you're showering. And then when you go use the bathroom, my kids will go in my bathroom and they're like, and they'll push my daughter. She pushed the shower because she thinks it's creepy. Because, you'll be using the bathroom and you're like, just wave to them. Hi. And it don't matter how the shower curtain is positioned. They always look like they're staring at you. It's something I've gotten used to. Hello. Oh, single inferno. Oh no. Okay. All right. OG so light. Okay, girl. Yes, I shower with 7 men every day. I mean, I'm just like la la la. Like when I first got the shower curtain, it was really, really creepy. Now I'm just used to it. I was like, all right, fellas. But yes, it doesn't matter which way which one is. They all look like they're staring at you. Like you could just like you move like this, and I'm like, I think their eyes are just. If it came from a voice recording, I would have been out of here. If it Jennifer seen my shower curtain, she'd be like, it don't matter which way you go. It's just their eyes are like, and I'm like, and the kids used to say they're like the shower curtain is haunted. They thought the shower curtain is haunted. They're like, it's haunted. My kids said the shower curtain is cursed. They said you and your cursed shower curtain. They said it, yes, my kids think my shower curtain is cursed. Because they're like, no matter where you stand, they always staring at you. They're like, how do you relax at night? I'm so used to it by now. Like sometimes I watch TV and I'll be like, right. Like I'll look over, right, RM, right. I'm like, I know you got my back, RM. Or sometimes, if it's all the way open, it'll be Jungkook. It looks like, it doesn't, all of them look like it's just like the moment you open the shower curtain, it's like all of them look like they're like, okay, we're staring. You sit on the toilet and you're like, I'm just sitting there like, okay, just. Yes, my kids are like, the shower curtain's cursed. They're like, you and your cursed shower curtain. They think it's cursed. They think like it has supernatural powers. And probably not in a good way. I don't know if Jennifer thinks it's cursed. I don't know. But it is weird. It is, like I said, it is a bit disconcerting to get in the shower and they all look like they're staring at you. To like be in the mirror and brushing my teeth and I'm like, and in the mirror, like I'm like, la la la, and I'm in the mirror like brushing my teeth and I'm like, okay. Then I sit down and do videos, and the whole entire time I'm doing videos or live stream, this is, and I don't mind because it's BTS. So I was like, y'all can stare all day, guys. It is. Jennifer says it's just weird. Jennifer's like, it's just weird. And I thought about getting Yoongi rugs made. Like they have this company where you can put any image on a rug. So I thought about getting Yoongi rugs made. That's my next purchase. But yes. But anyway, like I was saying, there was a BTS updates. Would you get a big pillow with that picture? No, I do have a pillow. I do have a BTS pillow. But yes, I do have a BTS pillow. And then on the other side, This is the only picture you got to worry about. So I do have a pillow. So this is my pillow. Oh, you want the pillow? Yeah, I got this pillow. I got this on Amazon too. The pillowcase. The pillowcase came, and I want to get a blanket. That's my name. No shower curtain. You don't think your husband wants you showering with 7 Men Marie Miller? Tell your husband he has no fun. No fun, husband. Come on now. Where's your sense of adventure? Oh yes, also we're gonna talk about I have a whole video coming out Monday about the army bomb. So y'all stay tuned. I was very annoyed. First of all, y'all gotta understand, I've had a long week at work. Okay. I have had a very long week at work. I have been very annoyed. I have a whole list of shit I was supposed to do in my personal life and YouTube, and I couldn't get to it because work was just screaming at me. Okay, work was like really wearing me down. I spent many nights up late working my real job, my government job. Okay, so I didn't get a lot of things done. I had to run a bunch of errands today because normally I try to like space my. I still got stuff to do tomorrow. Yeah, it's okay, Jasmine. Girl, it was a lot. But I did do a video about the army bomb, and I kind of went on a rant because I was like fed up. You'll be up at 5 to pre-order yours. You're getting the new army bomb. I'm not an army bomb person. I have an army bomb. Thanks to Jennifer. She got it to me for Christmas, by the way. Thanks, Jennifer. Jennifer gives the best Christmas gifts. Like, and my kids, you know. I'll tell you, I'm married to BTS, like, courtesy of my daughter. My daughter bought this for me. If you guys can see it, it's the BTS army symbol. And it's like, yeah. And it says BTS here. And then yeah, it's the symbol. My daughter bought me that for Christmas. I wear it all the time. So my kids and my sister-in-law give good gifts. So I got my army bomb from Jennifer. I've not used my army bomb. Like it just sits in a box. Just sits in my box like like a big paperweight. Cause I'm not really into that. Like we go to a lot of concerts, Jennifer. And Jennifer we both don't own any light sticks for any groups. Even though we've been to ATEEZ twice, we've been to Stray Kids and then HYBE and Card and Gravity and twice. I don't own any light sticks besides the one that Jennifer bequeathed me, gift me on Christmas. And that's it. And I don't even use it. Like I don't even pull it out the box. It's just like, oh. But yes, I did a whole video where I'm going to talk about that whole light stick kerfluffle online. And you haven't used yours either, Lisa? Oh, Gemini says I don't need the whole experience. I'm not, and then I get distracted because I'm like, I gotta shake the light stick. And I'm the type of person, I'm gonna tell you, I don't like things in my hand. Like I get annoyed with things in my hand sometimes, or I'll drop it. I'm very clumsy. Y'all, I'm very clumsy. Like I was not born with a coordination gene. Like Jennifer, if she's still here, she could tell you I am one of the most clumsiest people. I will fall down. I will fall upstairs. I don't fall downstairs. I fall upstairs. And I drop things frequently. So to me, with my army bomb, I'm always afraid like I'm gonna like shake it and it's gonna fall out of my hand, drop and break in 1,000 pieces, because that's normally what happens. She said she's not lying. I told you, Jennifer, no. I am very clumsy. I didn't slip on floors. There are things that have happened to me that I fell off toilets. Like I went to sit down in the toilet. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I've fallen off a toilet sober many a time. Why? I don't know. I'm clumsy. So I will drop things. I will lose things. So I'm always afraid that I'm going to have my army bomb and I end up dropping it. And then when I drop things, or when I'm clumsy, y'all, it is spectacularly clumsy. Like it's not just like, oh, I dropped this. No, you don't understand. When I drop shit, it will fall like in slow motion. It'll be like, and it'll roll. If I had an army bomb, I would drop it. It wouldn't just hit the floor of my lap. It would probably land on Jennifer's foot, roll down the stairs, 5 stairs down probably in the middle of a dance break. People would look and be like, "Oh God!" And then once it gets to the go all the way down these damn stairs, it will bounce down the stairs. It will roll down them damn stairs like a MF and Slinky. It'd be like Slinky, Slinky. It's fun for a boy and a girl. Yes, it will. My army bomb would go down the stairs like a fucking Slinky. Okay, and then it would end up all the way down, and then it would disintegrate into 1,500 pieces, and it would probably explode. Like y'all would be like, I'm like, well, and Jennifer would look at me like this. Yep, knew it. And Jennifer would look at me and be like, she'd be like, go get your army bomb. And I'd be like, nah, it disintegrated and it exploded. And I would be so embarrassed, and everybody would look at me, and I'll be like, because that's how shit happens to me. Like the orange is rolling down the girl. My army bomb, girl. Thank you. I got these new glasses, by the way, y'all. They're purple. Yes, a swing, this thing. Everybody loves a slinky. I'm telling you, because that's what happens to me. Like, I don't just fall. I spectacularly fall. My phone, I have like an all over case, like a front and a back and everything, because I can't just drop my phone like normal people. No. I will get up out of the car, have my phone in my hand, and it will flip, and it will like flip, and it'll pause like the Matrix. And then my phone will go flat down. Like my phone, I've broken so many phones because for some reason they just land face down on concrete. And then next thing you know, I pick it up and it's like spider webs. I was like, why can't my phone just fall on the side, fall on the back? The kids make fun of me all the time. They're like, no, mama, if you gonna drop your phone, it's gonna be way up here and it's gonna fall straight down on concrete. I'm like, so I don't do well with things in my hand. So I learned to be like, so I'm not really a light stick person, but I have a whole video going on a rant about the light stick because people was mad about the price, and I didn't understand anybody should be mad at the price because a light stick, universally, they're all like around $80 or so, right, Jennifer? I don't know. Jennifer bought this one. I think she bought it for 65 because it's I don't know what generation I have, which version that I have to look it up. I don't know. Hello, Ava. It's about right to keep it in the box. It needs a cover. It needs to be said. Hello from Russia. Hello, Russia, the land of my ancestors. Dos Fadinya. You fell last week and landed in some bushes? Girl, I'm glad you landed in some bushes. I will fall. I've hit concrete. I've had 2 knee surgeries because I fell twice. Because I'm dumb like that. It's $65 for the new one. Oh, girl, that's nothing. Yeah, keep an eye on most of my, for those of you who are new here and don't know, my videos usually get released at 5 a.m. Central Standard Time. Always. Like, I'm on clockwork. I do videos ahead of time. Like on Sundays, I will probably do 6 different videos. I know we're getting off of BTS talk, but let me tell y'all something. I have videos about Cacao. I did a deep dive on Cacao. I'm doing a Blackpink album video. I lost my mind on a Blackpink announcement. I'm not gonna lie. I had to calm myself down over that Blackpink announcement. But yeah, every morning I do a video Monday through Friday. I do a live stream Saturday nights, and then Sunday I'm off. Sunday I do I have a bunch of shorts, but I need one day. But Sunday I'm doing videos all day. Like I literally record back to back to back to back to back. But I release videos every day. And then sometimes I have to shuffle my videos because I look at the news every day. And so if there's something that pop up in the news, then I have to stop 10 o'clock at night, sometimes later, and do videos late at night because Korea is like 14 hours ahead of me. So yeah, I'm always doing, it's like a job at this point. Who's in trouble? What about his taxes? Yes. There is another actor, me and Jennifer was talking about that day, who's in trouble about his tax. But I'm not familiar with that actor. How was ATEEZ? ATEEZ, we saw ATEEZ twice. Jennifer can tell you ATEEZ is her group. ATEEZ is phenomenal. Speaking of ATEEZ, I'm going to review their mini album, Golden Hour 4. And then I'm going to do like a short review about their, because I think Golden Hour is like 4 or 5 songs. It's a mini album. But ATEEZ is phenomenal. ATEEZ is a concert I talked about last week. That ATEEZ is literally 3 hours of your whole life. Like when you go see an ATEEZ concert, you better commit. Like you better not use the bathroom. You better have a colostomy bag. You better wear a diaper or something. You know, because you kind of scared. I was scared to go to the. Every time I go see ATEEZ, I'm scared to go to the bathroom because I feel like I'm gonna miss something. And ATEEZ is literally. I told you they have like a beginning. They had an opener. Zikers was their opener. They're right on time. ATEEZ will give it all, and then they have an encore. And then, like I said, with ATEEZ, you like, oh, encore. You thinking like one or two songs because that's what normal. No, ATEEZ is like we went back and changed clothes so we can do another 5-hour encore. You know, the encore. Me and Jennifer went, and I'm like, okay, encore. Wanted to know. ATEEZ is like, it's not one or two songs encore. First of all, we change clothes when they come out here and then they talk, and then they're like, oh, they talk to their fans for a little bit, and they were like, okay, encore. And I'm thinking, okay, one or two songs. No, ATEEZ is like, no, bitch, you're gonna get these 4-5 songs in this encore. The encore lasted for like another like 30, 45 minutes. I'm like, ATEEZ was literally almost a 3-hour concert. Like, I mean, we were there. I felt like, I was like, okay, can we leave now? Like, no, here's another song. I was like, no, here's a whole medley. I'm like, shouldn't we have done this at the beginning? No, okay. You're going to get your money's worth with ATEEZ. You're going to get all this money. Like, I felt satisfied. I'm like, I told Jennifer, we're getting home at 1 o'clock in the morning, but I really got my money's worth. I feel good. I feel like I got my money's worth, So ATEEZ is phenomenal. They are very professional. They dance. They have dancers. They have a live band. Like, ATEEZ put it all out there. Just like Stray Kids. Yeah, ATEEZ took us hostage. I was like, I don't think we should. Because the moment I'm like, okay, this song. Oh, okay, here's another song. I'm like, oh, what? Oh, okay, well, I guess I was finna go. But, you just think it's over like, yay! All right, come on. Oh, here comes it. I'm like, okay. Like, they're gorillas. I'm like, oh, okay, gorillas. Then in the middle of the show, it turned into a rave, and then Hong Joon came out there and it was like rave time, and he came out there and do his little DJ thing, and I was like, okay, now it's a rave, it's a rave, bitch, it's a rave. I'm like, ATEEZ. I went home, I was like, okay. I felt old and exhausted. I felt old. I felt exhausted. Me and Jennifer was like, that's one hell of a concert, but it was a very good experience. And I have to say that ATEEZ fans, ATEEZ are grown and sexy. Like, they are not a bunch of little kids. They are grown and sexy women. These are adults at this concert. They are adults. I ain't see no I barely see any little kids. I ain't seen no teenagers. No, most of ATEEZ fans are grown. And they're very diverse. I know in Texas, I was surprised by how many Latino and how many Black fans that ATEEZ have. They have a lot of Black fans. I mean, these women, they come in little assless chaps or whatever. I'm looking around. I'm like, I don't know if this is a Freaknik or a K-pop concert. I'm looking around. I'm like, I feel like I'm overdressed. Like, I'm like, okay. Like, I didn't know the dress code was like that. Them 18s, baby, they come with little halter tops on and little bras, and they got little cowboy hats on and little chaps on with little shorts and hooker boots. And I was like, one lady, she had the splits all the way up to her hoo-ha. I saw her hoo-ha. I was like, did I just see hoo-ha at a K-pop concert? First time I ever saw hoo-ha at a K-pop concert. This lady had a split all the way up her. The split was all the way up to like her hips. And I was like, okay, like we dress, oh, wow, okay, wow. Like, I was looking around going, baby, I don't know, is it a strip club? Like, I was like, they grown up in here. They are grown up in here. Yes, they were. They were, she said, you killing me. What it was, girl, I was looking around, I'm like, I felt old and demure and conservative, which for me is a lot. That ain't me at all. I'm like, hey, I roll with it. But I was like, so we just got our ass hanging out. Okay, we just next time. Okay, we got our ass hanging out. Just as your ass want to hang out. Cheeks, just cheeks everywhere. Just cheeks here, cheeks there. It was boobs and cheeks. Like, that's all I saw. I just was looking around going, okay, ladies, wow, okay. They grown and sexy. They have a very sexy. They're the sexiest fandom in K-pop. I've never seen a fandom look that sexy. They was making it bouncy. They were very, very sexy. They are very. I call them all the time. Y'all the sexiest fandom in K-pop. Y'all are grown. And if you go online and look up pictures of 18s, you'll see what I mean. You'll be like, oh my God. Because they'll post pictures online, girl. They be standing with their cowboy hats on and they fringe and they little bras and they sparkly bras and little halter tops and little mini skirts. And I'm like, ooh, okay. Like that. I guess ATEEZ bring that kind of grown and sexy vibe. They have that, yeah, boobs and cheeks everywhere. Boobs and cheeks. Just boobs and cheeks. So, and then ATEEZ had many more male fans than I anticipated. Like there was guys there, not a whole bunch, but more than I think. I didn't know ATEEZ. I don't know the ATEEZ Opas. I guess but there were some dudes that had t-shirts on. They were like ATEEZ boys. There were some dudes there with their girlfriends and wives, and they was enjoying it. They had their t-shirts on. So ATEEZ, they bring a very eclectic crowd, and yeah, the cosplay is the fun. I guess it was, girl. I wasn't mad at them though. I was enjoying it. I was like, okay, I was like, this is my kind of K-pop folks. Y'all grown. Okay. They grown. And then when you get and talk to 18s, they're real cool. Like most of them are older fans. And they don't like go and do these crazy shit like some other fans do. They kind of chill. They like TXT fans. They kind of, Moas are kind of chill. 18s are very chill. Like they don't really be getting into no fan wars with nobody. 18s don't be hurting nobody. They mind their own business and stick to their own group. I don't think they really care if they boys started dating. I think there were some rumors that several of them are dating. Girl, they was just like, okay, Yeah, they planned their outfits for months. Yeah, you can tell that they really was in it. My double cheese was funny. There were some dudes too that was dressed up, and I was like, all right, fellas, like, do your thing. But yes, I was very shocked. ATEEZ is probably one of the best concerts I think I've been besides Stray Kids. That would be my top two so far. Stray Kids, as much as I like going to see Jin, and Jin was great. Jin is like in the top 10. But Stray Kids put on Stray Kids, it was phenomenal. Like I don't even like Stray Kids music, but that concert was on point. At least ATEEZ, I love ATEEZ music. And I like their new album too. So I'm gonna talk about this week. But we went to Twice. Me and Jennifer went to Twice, and I posted a vlog about it. And two of the Twice members, if y'all didn't see the video, were out. Well, they were out. They were there, but they were sitting in chairs. One of them had messed up her ankle, and the other one was sick. She was sick. But she got up through the middle of the concert toward the end and still got up there and performed today. I don't know how she did it. Twice I love their stage setup. I love their screens. They had a bunch of dancers. They really worked the stage. I think that's the first concert we've been to where they have this dynamic stage thing, like different, like the middle, and then they have one here, and then one on the right and one on the left. I don't know what it's called. Someone told me what the name of it was. Like an L-shaped stage or something like that. I thought it was awesome. Twice were very professional. They really, like I said, I'm not trying to dog Blackpink, but I watched Blackpink's concert 4 times in 4 different cities, their deadline tour. And I watched from the beginning, the middle, and then toward the end. And to see Twice get up there and perform and then compare it to Blackpink performing, there is not any question in my mind that I understand now what's going on. There is no way that Twice, these young ladies, got up there and danced and did their solos and did their thing. And then when I watch Blackpink, I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. Like, I'm just going to be honest with y'all. Like, there is no comparison to what Twice got up there and they danced and they changed costumes and they worked the stage and they sang. And you can tell they was really singing, like singing, like not a lot of lip syncing, not a lot of backtracking. So Twice are very polished, very professional. They've been around for quite a while from what I know, and they were very professional. And you could just see the difference. Like, just, I don't have any, I'm sorry, Blinks. I love y'all. I'll be afraid the Blinks gonna come for me, but Blinks have been nice to me. Twice is an older group, yes, they are. I don't know what excuse Blackpink has. Blinks don't care. They like, take our money. They are. Twice, yes. Twice, you can tell that they are professional, that they are experienced, that they just gave it all. Like I said, one of them had a messed up ankle and she was still in her chair doing her thing, and the other one was sick and she was up there coughing, like you could hear her coughing. She was drinking a lot of water and coughing. And at one time, I think she had to go backstage, but then she came back out and finished the rest of the show. Like she was out there dancing. I was like, damn, girl, like, you okay? Shit. I didn't know she gonna get a fever and pass out. I was like, oh. But she got out there toward the middle and toward the end and did her thing. And that's commendable. That's professionalism. Oh, they just celebrated 10 years. Yeah. That takes a lot of professionalism to get out there sick and get out there and hit it. You know. Yes, Target will be selling the new Army Light stickers on their website now. Oh, okay. So Katina said, attention, everybody. Target is the retailer that will be selling it. You surprised Twice is not more famous than Blackpink. I'm based on musicality and professionalism alone, yes. But the way Twice has been marketed, it's been very marketed towards South Korea. Yeah, ATEEZ and Twice, yes. They want their fans to know they work hard for them tickets. And the thing about it is the Twice tickets weren't even, I know how much them Blackpink tickets were. I mean, even though they didn't come to Dallas, but them Blackpink tickets, they were pretty expensive. So compared to Twice was affordable. Like they were affordable tickets, and we had good seats. And it was, and the fan, again, to see the level of professionalism that these young ladies got out there and performed. And what I know about Twice is that one of them, I like her album. She came out with a solo album. Her name is Chaeyoung. She's my favorite. Chaeyoung is my favorite. I think she's gorgeous. She has a really gorgeous look. She came out with a solo album, and I heard her solo songs because I watched the charts. Y'all know I watch Kville. If you're not watching Kville, please go watch Kville. But I watched the charts, and I heard, and like 2 or 3 of her songs were high up on the chart, and I loved it. I loved it. So that's how I know a little bit about Twice, but I don't know any Twice songs. Blackpink fans don't demand more because this is Blackpink 10th year and they're giving them so little. I got a whole video coming out about Blackpink this week. I'll order mine from Weverse. I will be ordering mine from Weverse if I do the light stick. But like I said, I don't think I'm going to be purchasing a new light stick because my light stick has not been used. It's sitting in the box for it. It's staring at me. It's in the box like, hell, get me out of here. And I'm like, so I don't know. So we'll see. But hello, Hazel. But yes, I am surprised that Blackpink fans, like I said, I got a whole video because, like I said, I had to get my mind right these past couple of days. So, but Twice, yes, I recommend Twice. Now, I'm not into girl group music. Girl groups don't do nothing for me. I have a whole video coming out next week, I think, where I'm talking about why I don't like girl groups. My stance still stands. I do not like most girl groups. I like XG. I like Young Posse. I like Blackpink. I'm a casual Blink. Blinks have been really nice to me on my channel, even though but I don't be dragging Blackpink like that. I don't be dragging them like that. My complaints mostly is with YG because YG is doing the fans wrong and doing Blackpink wrong. And free Blackpink. I'm like, free them. Because it's obviously to me after watching their tour that they don't want to be doing this shit no more. Like it's obvious to me and a bunch of us that Blackpink don't want to do this. Blackpink just like, I heard that their contract expires at the end of this year. And I think they should just be free to do their own thing. Later, I'm posting things and later on you will see that Jennie and Lisa got shit going on. Lisa got a whole Netflix show. She's the lead in a whole Netflix movie. It's going to be a Netflix movie. She going to be the lead. Jennie got whole dates coming up the end of this year. Towards summer, between summer and the end of this year. Jennie got a bunch of solo performances coming up in festivals. Lisa is going to be the lead in a Netflix movie. What are we doing here? Rosé out here is working on her next album. I don't know what Jisoo's doing. That's what they're doing. Blink says, yes, Queen, give us nothing. Why is the light stick still in the box? It's a paperweight. So yes, it's obvious to me that looking at their deadline tour, that Blackpink did not want to be there. But since we're talking about Blackpink, let me just say, He don't feel bad, Pink. They happen to spit. That's right. Jennifer is mad at Blackpink. Like, this is a sore spot with her. Jennifer is like, to hell with them. Jennifer said to hell with Blackpink. She said they using their fans. Yeah, Shutdown, yeah. Yeah, from the imagery from Shutdown music video makes me believe that that was supposed to be the lady's song going into their indefinite hiatus, but then things changed. Blackpink renewed their contracts a few years ago. Yes, nobody forced them. That's true. But they signed it because they wanted them checks. They wanted that YG money. They wanted that money. And they didn't know if their solo careers was going to take off like it did. Oh, it was supposed to be their last song going into their hiatus. Okay. But, and again, if you guys have not seen the video, since we're on Blackpink, we're doing officially the Blackpink discussion. Watch the video that I did. It's gotten quite a bit of traction about Becca Boom, who wrote a lot of their songs, like Boom Baya and Shutdown and Hit You With That doo. Like, she wrote a whole bunch of their songs. And she came out on her social media and did a whole ass like 10-15 minute video talking about how she was treated. Basically, she didn't name YG by name or Blackpink by name, but she worked for YG for 11 years. And she was talking about how she was treated and how she was pretty much manipulated and taken advantage of. They told her that she had to have an abortion, that they promised her a contract. And then once they finally, after 5 years, was going to give her a contract, they told her that they couldn't give her a contract because she was pregnant. And they told her that she need to get rid of the baby or she can't have no contract. Yes, that's what she's claiming, Marie. That they told her they cannot sign her to a contract because she got pregnant. Which sounds about right. Which sounds about right. Yeah, that's true. Why G ain't forcing them? They just, it's just a cash grab. But yes, Becca Boom, yes. She was claiming that they asked her that they were gonna sign her to a contract finally after 5 years and writing songs that but she was pregnant. And she told them she was pregnant. And they were like, well, you can't have a contract and have a baby. which again sounds about right. Which sounds about right. She won't be the only person that an agency that asked her to have an abortion. And I was like, and then my whole thing about it was I was saying in the comment section that I don't believe them anyway. Like, do y'all trust these fucking agencies? I don't trust these agencies. What if they told her, yeah, we're going to give you a contract, and what if she would have aborted her baby? And then they would have came back and said, oh, well, the contract fell through. Or just because she got a contract, there's no guarantees that whatever contract she had, I don't know what the contract was encompassing. She didn't say. But what if she had an abortion and then the contract fell through, or her career didn't take off the way she thought it was? Then she would have got an abortion for no reason. Hello, F mercy. So that's a mixed bag. So she would have got rid of her baby for no reason. Because you can't trust these people. Becca Boom was saying that she trusted the wrong people in the industry. And I'm like, she should have never trusted nobody in the damn industry. Because the industry is all about making money. And if she was dealing with A&R, which most likely she was dealing with Teddy and Daddy YG. Now look, I know y'all want to go in on that Daddy YG, but I'm going to let y'all go in on Daddy. Because Daddy YG deserves it though. But yeah, the agencies, they stay lying. So you gonna trust this agency? You gonna go off and get an abortion, and you gonna trust this agency gonna keep the end of the bargain for a contract? They could have been like, "Psych! Oh well, we were gonna do this contract, but then she would have got rid of her baby for no reason. Then end up career not having no career because there's no guarantees. There's no guarantees in anything in life. In life, there is no guarantees, especially in the music industry. They'll lie to you and tell you whatever. Yeah, everybody is the wrong person in the industry. They're there to exploit you. And that's what they did to Becca Boom. They used her to write hits for Blackpink. She probably didn't get paid much of anything because she was producing songs and making songs without the agency's help. She said the agency didn't even back her, didn't even help her while she was writing hooks and writing raps for Blackpink. And she probably didn't get paid probably about nothing. They probably threw like 5 or 6 other writers on the song, and they probably barely wrote a riff. Because that's what they do. That's why you see these songs that have like 12, 13, 14, 15 writers on it, because 9 times out of 10, that's just a cash grab. That's just a friend cash grab. You can barely write anything on a song, and everybody wants writing credits. That's the scam in the industry. Writing credits. So you have songs like we were talking about Opta by Rose. Opta, Opta, Opta. That song had 11 writers. 11. 11. I could have wrote that. My 12-year-old could have wrote that in her sleep. Meet me at the Opta, Opta, Opta. Kissy face, kissy face. Just add one and you get a credit. Yep, they just wanted to keep Becca Boom writing music. But yes, they will put anybody, you write, and Opta, and you got a writing credit. Oh yeah, that's right. Didn't you write? And this is a way for them to put their friends on. They have all these collaborators and these producers and these writers, and they're like, and then they just start divvying up because they all want a paycheck. Even if they barely wrote anything, they barely wrote the background vocals, they barely anything. Because that even the artists get writing credit. They were talking about Beyonce got writing credits on some of her songs. She didn't write nothing. They throw anybody on a writing credit. Just so the artists can get paid. A lot of time. Just so their friends can get paid. Why is 11 people wrote Opta? 11 people? Meet me at the Opta. I mean, really? 11 people. Okay. Yeah. Yes, it also took lyrics from other songs too. Yes. When they take lyrics from other songs, then they got to give the notorious writer Beyonce. Yeah. People have talked about that before. That a lot of artists get writing credits that they didn't write anything. They just do that because it's like a courtesy in the industry. But I don't know. But Becca Boom did write these songs. She was singer and song. And again, she went and worked at YG when she was 18 years old. And I said it in my video, if you've seen the video, that's too young to be signing contracts and doing anything for anybody in this business. And I don't know Becca Boom's background. I don't know where her family was at. I was like, where was her people? I don't know if she came from a broken home or she, was desperate to get in an industry. I was like, as a young person, you should never be desperate to get into the industry because these type of things, this is how people get taken advantage of because they get hungry. And I mean, hungry. I mean, hungry like driving ambition hungry, but then also hungry like hungry. Because people be out here starving. They be crashing on people's couches. They be living with their friends, living with their parents. Some of them barely eat. They living out of hotels. And they're trying hard to make it in the industry. And they will sign anything for anybody in order to get steady work and a steady paycheck, thinking that it's going to lead to other things. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But for Becca Boom, she worked for YG for 11 years. That's quite a while. It has 29 writers. Holy crap. That is a lot. They did that for Dr. Luke. Yeah. Exactly. Like, Dr. Luke and the Doja Cat song. Yes. But yeah, 29 writers for Ill It's Not Me song. Oh my God. That's ridiculous. I'm gonna need a breakdown. Like, who wrote what? Why? What? Yeah, I don't. That's ridiculous. I throw a side eye to all of that. These 29, 20, 30. There was some other song they was talking about, a pop song, a real famous song. They got nominated for a Grammy. I forgot which song it was, but they had like 22 writers. And I'm like, it interpolates from the, okay. So the reason why Illid had 29 writers because it took music or something from another group. From the Ting Tings. Okay. And they have to credit those writers. They'll get sued if they don't. So that's why it took 29 writers, because you got to take the writers from the original song and then the writers, because Opta is basically, oh, Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind, hey, Mickey. It's basically that song. So they probably took the people who wrote and mixed Hey, Mickey and added them to the writers as well. So that's why so yeah, whenever these artists take music from other um songs or other groups, then they got to add the writers in there. Okay, I didn't know. I haven't heard Eyelid's Not Me song. I have not. I'm gonna listen to it though when I get off this, but we'll see. But thanks for bringing it up. Thank you bringing it up, Precious. Precious is my friend. That's my friend. She be in the comment section. Oh, they also used a line from the Willow Smith song. Damn, for Opta, really? Oh well, damn, they had to credit everybody. But yeah, I have some really strong things. So if y'all didn't know, since we're talking about Blackpink, if y'all didn't know, so besides the Becca Boom video I did, that is very sad. And in the video I also talked about this happens in the industry all the time. I was telling y'all that abortions happen in the industry. Number one, it happens in the K industry and the American industry. But in the K industry, it's even more serious because yes, having a baby will ruin your whole career. And not just the idols, but then also the staff. People don't understand that like being a stylist and having a baby is a problem. Being a wardrobeist and having a baby is a problem. Being a female songwriter or a female executive and having a baby out of wedlock is a effing problem. So it's not just the idols that are pressured into doing things and not having babies and stuff like that. It's a problem, period. Having a baby is a problem in the K-pop industry. So nobody wants women to have a baby. If you are trying to rise up the ranks and you're just starting out, a baby is considered a liability. So I can understand why YG would tell her that, because a baby is considered a lot. Hello, Tracy from daycare. Happy Black History Month, Tracy from daycare. Tracy from daycare. I love it. Oh my God. Thank you very much. Happy Black History Month to you too, honey. So I can understand why the industry would be pushing for her to get rid of the baby, because having a baby, it's hard. And then the way they want to work you in the industry, and trust me, they want to work you in this industry. They want to work you. And it's hard to have a baby and be pregnant. And then the way that they want you to work, even as a songwriter, like not even as a songwriter, mixer, like you're going to be working 10, 12-hour days, sometimes 7 days a week. Sometimes you on call, like, yeah, they're not wrong. I mean, because they're like, well, why would you want to have a baby? Having a baby and being in the K-pop industry is not, I'm not saying it's not doable, but it's not ideal. South Korea does have a very low birth rate. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's because of because of the economics and also because of the work culture there. It's very work intensive. And it's kind of like, do you have the money for daycare? Do you, and then on top of that, when you're a woman and you get pregnant, they expect your career to be over with. It's like that. They don't expect you to keep up. Thank you, Susanna, for the thumbs up. Thank you, honey. But they expect you to keep, they like, well, how can you work now and you got a baby? They kind of like, well, once you have a baby, it's like your career is kind of like your career, no matter what it is, it's kind of over. So I can understand that. But to me, my point in my video, the Becca Boom video, I was saying, she should have protected herself. That was her job, to protect herself, not to be at the mercy of these people. You work 6 days for a year, and listen, they do not play when it comes to that work culture. See? She said she lived in Korea. They don't play, no. Like, you having a baby, they be like, how you gonna have a baby and be working 6, 7 days a week, 10, 12 hours a day? Like, that's just, somebody got it, like, you gonna be working late nights? Some shit. Depending on what job you working and what kind of field it is, you may be working 7 days a week. And so, yes, they consider having a child, like, that's like a liability. It's like, why would you have a child? You're kind of expected when you get older to have kids. Not, Becca Boom was like 23 years old and she got pregnant. So I kind of, it was wrong for them to ask her that, but she ain't the first or the last that, beyond YG, any agency, it's probably asked people to, like, do you really want to have a child, or offer them an abortion, or say, hey, we'll pay for the abortion. It's not that big a deal in South Korea. Like, having an abortion is something that's taboo and it's hush hush, but it happens. It's something that can ruin an idol's career if it gets out, but it happens. There's idols that have had women having girlfriends having abortion because the girlfriend don't want to have a baby, and he's like, well, both of our careers can't, we can't do that right now. So it has happened. But I think Becca Boom should protect herself. Once she was writing these hits and they started to go popular, then she should have stepped in and been like, I'm not writing anything else until I get a signed contract, I get some guarantees, something. Because I am not gonna sit here and have you guys work me and you dangle this promise in front of me and it never comes through. And that's when people get messed up because they let these agencies talk them into stuff. And so, and then some people criticize Becca Boom because they said her songs weren't good anyway, but they had to be good because they were hits. So on some level, they was good. Yeah, the agencies pay for the abortion. They'll help you out. Agencies have done it before. They've done it quite a few times. And it's not really talked about. I'm surprised. That's one thing in K-pop that's not really talked about. But it happens. It happens. They be telling people get rid of the baby. They be like, child, you in this group, you can't be having this baby. You wouldn't kick you out this damn group. They be like, your career is over. But accidents do happen. Like things happen. People get together and hook up and things happen. And then you in a group and you're like, oh girl, I done messed up. Like I think I'm pregnant. Then you gotta go, you have a choice. You can do it on your own or you go to the management and tell them and they can help you pay for it if you feel like you don't have enough money or you need to keep it secret or if it's a problem or issue that you don't want your family to know about it, then you go to the agency. If you don't want nobody to know about it, you don't want your parents, your group mates or anybody to know about it, you go to the agency and the agency will handle it and they will handle it. Go to your manager and he'll be like, this is the clinic. This is the time and place. We'll set up a discreet appointment. They know which clinics to go to. They know which clinics are discreet. And they will send female idols or whoever and we'll pay for it. Just get rid of it. I didn't mean to. I don't want to be a mother, the person I hooked up with. This is some guy or some boyfriend. Me and my boyfriend, we messed up and I wasn't on birth control and, it fell through. Hello, Rashmita, thank you. So it happens, just like anybody else in the business, in the industry, and a person has to make a choice whether, they want to lose their career. And a lot, 9 times out of 10, they don't want to lose their whole career, especially if they're real young and they know they're not going to marry, I'm not really in a relationship with this dude and we're not really together like that. And we don't plan to get married. We're not like in a love thing. They be like, okay, I'm gonna get rid of it. So this is kind of happens. But I think Becca Boom should have did better try to protect herself and split. And like I said, watch the video because it was I was shocked that nobody was talking about this story. I am still shocked that this story has gone away. I shouldn't be shocked because it's YG, but I was kind of shocked that this story kind of disappeared. Yeah, that's an NDA from hell. It is. But I was shocked that this story wasn't because I promise you, Army, that if this was BTS and one of BTS's writers, whether it be a male or a female, if they would have came out and said BTS didn't pay me and I wrote all these hooks and let P Dog or Supreme Boy or El Capitan or one of them. We talked about it talked about Reddit, but that's about it. You're right, Denise. That's about it. I said let P Dog or El Capitan or Supreme Boy or whoever would have came out and said BTS didn't pay me and BTS just had me writing hooks and they didn't give me a contract. If a writer would have came out on BTS, it would have been nonstop news. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It would have hit international news. It would have been in Billboard. It would have been in Forbes. It would have been everywhere. This story has been buried on purpose, in my opinion. On purpose. And it's sad. And I think another reason why it got buried, because it was a woman. And another reason why it got buried, because Blackpink fans were quick to try to discredit her. And they were quick to try to bury this story when it's not Blackpink's fault. They had nothing to do with this. It is not Blackpink's fault what happened to Becca Boom. It is all on YG. It is not me as a casual blink to discredit Becca Boom for what? It's nothing to do with Blackpink. They didn't have any control over who wrote their songs or whatever. But yeah, if it was BTS, it would be nonstop. And we all know this. We all know this is the shit that I be talking about that drives me absolutely positively insane. Is that if it was BTS, it'd be a whole different thing. We would never hear the end of it. They would drag BTS and HYBE and Bang PD for filth. We would never hear the end of it. They would drag them so hard. They would get drugged right before they tour, right before their album. It would be nonstop talk. BTS, oh my God, BTS had a writer and they didn't pay him and they didn't pay him or her. And oh my God, they told her to get an abortion. If HYBE told anybody to get an effing abortion, we all know what would happen. Child, if HYBE told somebody to get a fucking abortion, there would be investigations. The Seoul Central Police would be lined up trying to raid HYBE again. They'd be like, we got to raid HYBE because they coercing women into getting abortion. We would never hear the end of it. Becca been hated for a while now. I don't understand why is she hated, Denise? I think it's unfair to discredit for this. Because, yeah, her beliefs have nothing to do with her, the way she was treated. And again, she's not the only, like I said in my video, she's not the only person in the industry treated like this, especially women writers. So I don't know Becca Boom. I barely heard of her. I'm not on social media. So this is saying something about the industry as a whole and the way it treats women. In the industry here in America, but especially in South Korea, how women writers and women executives and people in A&R as women, there are those there are treated. And again, like somebody was saying online, I said in my video, that Black producers and writers who've been in K-pop have been saying this for years and been ignored. I did a whole video about Black producers in K-pop, and they have been ignored. And the issues that they have brought up about what has happened to them in the K-pop industry, and people just ignored them. And just like, okay, whatever. But these issues have been going on in K-pop for quite a long time with their writers and their producers and their mixers, and people using their work and their talents and not paying them a lot. You know. But yes, if this was HYBE, yes, they couldn't get a warrant fast enough. If this was HYBE, they'd be dragging Bang PD. They'd be like, oh my God. Because somehow it would be Bang PD's fault. It's Bang PD's fault. It's his fat ass fault. Like, it would be something about Bang PD, even though he would have nothing to do with nothing. But somehow HYBE is evil and HYBE is greedy. We would never hear the end of it. They would be like, oh my God, BTS had all these hits and blah, blah. And this writer said, we would never hear the end of it. So that's the stuff that gets me like in my, like being a K-pop fan since 2022, that's one thing. But when I became ARMY in 2024, these are the things that I started to see. These are the things that I have to explain to Jennifer sometimes. Because she'd be like, well, what happened? I'd be like, blah, blah, blah. Because BTS can't, or HYBE can't even sneeze wrong without getting accused of things that they don't even do. The moment somebody comes forward and says that they're a disgruntled employee, then all of a sudden automatically it's Bang PD's fault, is BTS fault. Automatically. It don't matter if Bang PD has nothing to do with the album, nothing to do with nothing. They still gonna blame him. Then they gonna blame HYBE. But then other agencies get to go do things. And YG is a big agency. Blackpink is a big group. So we're not talking about some Nugu group or some group that's part of like Starship or Cube or KQ. We're not talking about some mid-tier agency. YG is one of the big 3-4. So YG is up there. YG is up there with SM and JYP. So it's not like it's some small agency. As to why this story did not catch on, it blew my mind. Because even if they hated the person, let's just say the songwriter, they hated him, they still would have dogpiled HYBE. They would have got over that. They would have been like, well, we don't really like this person. This person's beliefs are the question. Boy, yeah, we over it. They would have got over that real quick. Because people were saying, like Denise was saying, well, people don't like Becca Boom. Baby, if it was HYBE, this person could have been a whole essayist. And the moment they said something bad about HYBE, they over it. They over it. They like, well, we know this person got a bad reputation, but they came out against HYBE, so they cool now. Like, that's how it go. Like I said, I would like to know what Becca Boom said or did, because again, what K-pop fans find questionable, I'm just like, because I remember reading online, people like, well, her lyrics are rap lyrics. I'm like, what did she talk about? She talked about some pussy and some dick or something, and everybody got mad about it, because that's the level of outrage in K-pop. She probably wrote some lyrics about some sex or something, and people were like, oh my God. Because K-pop outrage, I have to get some favorite reference, because K-pop outrage is not like normal Westerner outrage. For us, we just kind of like, you know. How do you know she got a $300,000 budget? What do you mean? What are you talking about? $300,000 budget? What are you talking about? Zara, I can't even read your comment. Who said she got a $300,000 budget? If she got a $300,000 budget for what? If she got a $300,000 budget, that's nothing for YG. That's base. Oh, okay, because she's a Trump supporter. Let's tend a bit culture vulture in some people's opinions. What are you talking about? What? Zaras? I don't even know what you're saying. Again, like I said, I don't know Becca Boom what she said, but again, it has nothing to do with Blackpink at all. This has to do with YG. and not YG, the industry. So I tell people in my video, the industry. It's the industry. It's not just her situation, like she's the only person that this happened to. No, there have been people complaining about the industry, not just YG, but SM and other agencies, that they've been treated about around the same. This happens to songwriters here in America. I told y'all about Kesha. I told y'all, what's her name? Her name is what? BB Rexa. That's that singer who's been on a lot of songs. She's a songwriter too. There's people, because like Kesha wrote for Kelly Clarkson. Kesha wrote for a lot of people and had a horrible experience being done in. I always bring out Kesha because she's one out of many songwriters that have been done in by the industry. That they wrote hooks and wrote famous songs and barely got any credit for it. So that happens in the industry as well. So it's not about Becca Boom. It's about the industry as a whole. They've been taking advantage of writers. And again, I know this for a fact because my family is in the industry. I have writers, songwriters in my family who've been done in by the industry. I ain't saying no name, Motown, but anyway. Since we dropping names, let me drop names. They did Kesha wrong. Yes, she was writing songs for a lot of artists. And they was like, okay. That's why a lot of, like I said in my video, a lot of the female songwriters become songwriters because they are told they can't make it in the industry. They are told they're not pretty enough. They are told they're not talented enough. They are told they're not marketable enough. But you can write for this group, or this singer got something coming up. Can you write a hook for them? So they do it. They like, okay, we'll do it. So they do it because they want a steady paycheck, or they trying to break into business and they feel like, okay, I really got to write these hooks, and they become good at writing. There's a K-pop writer. I forgot her name. I have to go back and watch my video. I have to watch my video. What are you talking about? 300,000? Again, I don't even understand. What do you talk? I can't even read what you're saying. First of all, who said she got $300,000 for a budget? I don't know where you're getting that from. Did you get it from Reddit or did she say it? Because again, unless you're looking at her agreement, I don't know where you're getting $300,000 from. Second of all, 300,000. Oh, did she say she got $300,000? Okay, I don't know. If she got $300,000, she got paid $300,000, or is that the budget for the album? First of all, because I don't understand your comment. I'm like, what are you talking about? So did she say she got 300,000 or $300,000 for the budget for the songs or for the album? Those are two different things. Because if she got $300,000 to make an album, that's literally nothing. That's usually how much an album costs. And then if she's not the only person making the album, it's a whole A&R department. So she has writers, they have writers, producers, mixers, other people who worked on the album besides Becca Boom. So $300,000 is the budget for the album or for a couple or for 3 or 4 songs. That's nothing. That's usually how I go in the industry. So I don't know if she said, I'm not on her social media. I don't know. I don't follow her on social media. So I don't know. All I'm going by is the story that she said initially in the beginning on social media. And again, right, you're gonna need to tighten up your writing and write in English, honey, because I can't even read that. And then again, 300,000, right? $300,000 isn't enough for songwriting or album rollout. Thank you. You're talking about marketing. You're talking about PR. You're talking about mixing. You're talking about writers, producers, studio. What $300,000 is nothing for an album rollout. You can't be an album rollout. That can't be. Yeah, that's the bare bones minimum. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. That's the bare bones minimum. It can cost up to $1 million to do an album. And it also depends on how many staff. With YG, their A&R department is pretty big. So again, it's not like the songwriter is making the album. She is a songwriter on songs. But again, to make an album, it takes A&R. There's PR teams, there's marketing. All of that is figured into a budget of making an album. All of that is figured into a rollout of an album. So everybody has to get paid. And then on top of that, you're talking about mixing tracks. You're talking about tracks that they have to buy. All of that. You're talking about equipment costs because they're going to figure that into the price as well. Some depends on where they're recording the studio. They're going to figure in studio time. All of these things are partialed out. Like $300,000, yes, is nothing. It is nothing. They're not going to pay a writer a flat fee of $300,000 to make an album. If that's the budget, and again, it's not her budget. It's A&R's budget. They give the budget to A&R. The songwriters do not have that much, do not have control on any kind of budget. That's A&R. A&R controls everything that goes on with the album and what's in place. The concept in K-pop, the album, the concept of the album, how many songs are going to be on the album, what kind of, all of that is set up by a group of people in A&R. The songwriter is one component of a whole group of people that make up the industry. So again, you talking to somebody who got family in the industry. This is how this works. I know how it works. They're not going to give a songwriter $300,000 to make 3 songs. That's just not going to happen. The budget is not the songwriter's choice to make. The songwriter is an employee of A&R. They all work together to create an album. That's how the industry works. The industry is not one person writing a song. Ain't no one person writing no song for nothing. There's no one producer, one song. No. Everything goes into everything. There's like I said, there's mixers, there's composers. Everything is in the industry. It's not 1 or 2 people. This is not the 1940s. I take it back. Even in the 1940s, there wasn't one person making the album. You have creative directors, you have producers. All these people got to get paid. If they had a $300,000 budget, that's cheap. That's a very low for a girl group, for a premier girl group with a big agency like YG. I wouldn't even work for them if they would have told me it was $300,000 budget. A $300,000 budget even in 2015, 2016. What are you talking about? What? I can't even read that. They'll buy self that she get budget 300,000 in FK20. That doesn't. I'm not understanding. I understand that the only part I understood is Teddy Park. Teddy is the producer of the album, but again, he is not the only person in the album. Right. I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, your comment doesn't make any sense. It's not even in English. Get a translator. Exactly. Teddy is the premier producer at YG, but he is not the only producer at YG. He is not the only one. And exactly, where did she say all this at? Because I can have people go to her social media right now and see whether she said that. Because again, from I see on her social media, where did she say this at on her social media allegedly? I'm assuming it's her social media. And again, $300,000 is nothing. That's absolutely positively nothing for a budget. Even in 2015, that's nothing. That's nothing. Yeah, where did she say all this? Because we can have people go look it up. I can have people go to her Instagram or X account. I don't know. But again, my question is, nobody should be defending YG for treating their artists. What are you talking about? Check what? What are you talking about? Check what? What are we supposed to be checking? Are you talking about her social media we're checking? What? Yeah, what is their point? Nobody should be defending YG for their bullshit because YG has done this before. Becca Boom isn't the only person accusing YG of stuff like this. She is not the only one. And YG is not the only agency that has been accused of similar things. So again, you better come up with a website or a social media. Where is she saying this? Because what you're saying, nobody on here understands. I'm talking about it. I did a whole video about this, and I'm talking about the article that came out in South Korea about this situation. That is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what she said on social media. I saw what she said on social media initially. This was like 4 or 5 days ago. So if she's come out and said something else since then I need something coherent. Then I need a website. Where did she say it at? And what exactly did she say? Yeah, I need receipts. Because K-pop fans, y'all come on here and make up shit, and then it'll be something that you read on Reddit somewhere. Did Becca Boom say that? And what exactly did she say? And what social media, because she has an Instagram where she initially said these comments. And again, it's her word versus YG, but YG hasn't said anything. YG has not come out and said anything. So again, I have to take her comments at face value and take it with a grain of salt. But so far that I know, YG has not released any statement saying, refuting what she said or saying this or saying that. And from the last time I knew, she didn't say YG by name or Blackpink. But people inferred, they put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, and they won't say anything. Again, yes, Prince went through this as well. There are plenty of artists in America that have went through similar things. Because again, the agency is there to make money. And so the people that are on social media, we can verify it. They can go look it up. I'm not on social media. But again, if you're talking about numbers, I'm like, if that's what she said, then where did she say it at? Is it her social media? Because then somebody can easily go pull it up and see what she said. Because I need some translation. They didn't even acknowledge her comment. So again, how am I supposed to take YG's side? I don't take a side in I don't know Becca Boom. I didn't take her side. My comment is always on what I know in the business. And from what I know in the business, what she was saying was not far-fetched. What she was saying is things that other producers in the business have said about agencies in K-pop and what goes on in the business right now. Right now, there is some struggling writer out here writing hooks and lyrics for somebody that ends up getting nominated for a Grammy. There's somebody's songs that catches fire, and they either barely get credit, or they're one person out of 15, and they barely get any money for it. And then the agency or the studio leaves them on a string and tells them, you write these next 3 songs and we'll give you X amount of money. That's how it works. So either they're working per song, per diem, or the agency is putting them on a certain amount of song contract. And depending on how these songs perform, then they get X amount of money. So that's usually how it works in Korea and in America. They're either getting paid per song, or they have a block of songs or an album that they have to write, or they get years. They're like, okay, we're going to sign you to this couple of years contract, and then you have to write these songs. That's just kind of how the business goes. But again, the fact that writers get paid their fair share? Writers get paid their fair share? They do not. They don't get paid their share. Yes, it happened to Yoongi before he joined Big Hit. Yes, Yoongi was a writer and a producer. Yes. 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 That he had to sell songs enough to get food. Right. You are so right, Denise. Yup. Yoongi said he had to do what he had to do. He had to sell beats. He had to sell songs. He had to compose and arrange and mix per song. And he just got paid for the work that he did, and he did not get any credit. And these songs blew up big, and he did not get any kind of residuals or royalties from the song, because that's what you want. So if Becca Boom wrote all these songs, she should at least, depending on who else wrote on these songs and what she did, she should at least got 15%. She should at least. But from what I read and what I heard, she didn't even get that. So Becca Boom, all the hits that she wrote for Blackpink, YG should have cut her a $300,000 check. Because I promise you, YG made a lot more than $300,000 off a Blackpink album. Boom Ba Ya, that song alone was worth $300,000. All the publicity, all the brand deals that they got, they should have paid her 15% of the revenue of what these songs had. And yes, poor Yoongi and other people who started out in the industry, they got taken advantage of, especially back then. Especially you talking about 2015, 2016, you're talking about third generation. Things have improved a bit, but back then they was taking advantage of people. And yes, poor Yoongi, he did. He said he sold hooks and mixes, and he didn't get paid what he deserved. He didn't get any royalties. And that's what people want, is royalties. If Becca Boom did not get any royalties off this song, because with royalties, she will continue to get money as time goes on. She deserved to have royalties on these songs. So yeah, she not a flat fee. She deserved to have royalties. And if she ain't got no royalties off of this song, then they screwed her over like they do everybody else. And like I said, not just YG. My conversation is always about, why does the industry as a whole, not YG. And when it comes to songwriters, I will never defend any artist. And I can say one thing about HYBE, from what I know about P-Dog and the comments that Min Hee-jin made herself, that Min Hee-jin made herself, because Min Hee-jin apparently wanted Bana to get paid like P-Dog did. And I'm like, no, no, you're not. So again, if Bana can go work for Min Hee-jin and do Layover and do New Jeans songs, and they got paid 20%, then Becca Boom should have got paid 20%. Y'all know, if y'all familiar with that New Jeans trial and all that, y'all damn well know that Bana was getting paid over what normal rate for songwriters get. They didn't even do all that. They didn't have a 5, 6, 7 year relationship. Adore hadn't even been around that long. Min Hee-jin put them on and was paying Bana royalties, even though they weren't even making no music. So you mean to tell me that Becca Boom can't get her money when Bana was sitting around not even producing music, and they was head of A&R, and they was still getting paid? Right. New Jeans didn't even go on world tour. Man, get the fuck out of here. Like, and Bana wasn't even producing no music? Even after New Jeans on hiatus, Bana still getting paid? And Becca Boom shouldn't have got her money? Get the fuck out of here. I mean, come on now. So Bana's still getting paid. What? That was the most craziest thing I ever heard. That Bana was still getting paid, y'all. Why New Jeans on hiatus? Because that was part of their contract. Because they had retainer money. They was on retainer. They was on retainer. Retainer. Shit. They wasn't even doing that. They were like, oh, they do good work. They worked for like a year, like 2 years. And they was on retainer. They was getting a steady paycheck every month. They was getting a dividend check every fucking month from Adore for doing nothing. Still getting paid. Yep. Yes, Marie Miller. Bana was on retainer. They was getting a check every month. Matter of fact, they probably still getting a check right now. Right. 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 Bonner printing money. Right. Shit. Bonner was like partying. They was sipping margaritas. They was like shit. They like either way we getting paid. Bonner was still getting paid, even when New Jeans wasn't making no music because of the contract they had with Min Hee-jin. Because they was A&R. I'm just like, okay, yup. So again, I don't know what that person Zara was talking about because I'm like, if Bonner can't get paid and they didn't do as many, they didn't work as long and did as many hits as Becca Boom did. She worked there for 11 years. She should have got her 11 years worth. She should have made some good money. In 11 years, Becca Boom should have made more than $300,000 working there. P-Dog got a good contract, baby. I mean, even though it's P-Dog, y'all know. P-Dog is P-Dog, y'all. I mean, I'm not saying Becca Boom is P-Dog or Supreme Boy. Because Supreme Boy and P-Dog is written for a variety of groups. But so did Becca Boom, from what I know. But they've cranked out hits and hits and hits and hits for 15 years. They've been in the game. But to work at some place for 11 years and you are not getting bonuses, you are not getting royalties, you are not getting 15 to 20% after that first, second, third hit, by that third hit, they should have came to her and been like, here's a contract. They should have offered her a lucrative writing contract where she gets royalties, where she get her certain percentage, and where she was on retainer. Like literally, she wrote hits, and then for like 2 years, they didn't even talk to her. They didn't even call her back. P-Dog should get a statue. Yeah, they didn't even call Becca Boom back. She flew back home because they was like, okay, well, we good, and flew back. What? The moment she started writing hits, they should have put her on a contract. They should have paid for her lodging because again, on the cool, there are some writers that get per diem for where they live. I'm like, please don't tell me about the business unless you know about the business. There are writers and producers who are top tier who get per diem for where they live. They get a certain amount of money per month for rental fees, for expenses. They get an expense account. I'm like, don't tell me what writers would. If Becca Boom wasn't getting no motherfucking expense account, that's enough. Denise, that's what I said in my video. I said what was curious for me. I was like, what kind of contract? Was it an artist contract? Or were we talking about a writer's contract? I was confused as that as well, because why would YG sign a white girl to an artist contract? I don't know. Because I was like, that doesn't sound right. I'm like, that's where I was kind of like, I don't know. I don't know about that. And again, I'm not saying I believe everything Becca Boom said, but my point is she should have got paid. She should have got some good money, She got $300 for a song. What? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're talking about. She got $300 for what song? What are you talking about? And again, you're not answering the question. There's Samo. You're not answering the question. Who said she got $300,000 for a song? That doesn't even sound right. For one song? Like, what are you talking about? Where is it said that she got $300 for a song? Did she say this? If she said this, where did she say this at? Is this her social media? Which social media? She has several social medias. If you're not going to answer the question, I'm just going to block you because you're not giving us any information. Where are you getting $300,000 from? I can even look it up and to see, but where are you getting this information from? Who is saying that she got $300 for a song? For what song? Who? Becca Boom wrote for many artists besides just, what do you mean go check where? Where am I supposed to check at? Check where? YG? Again, I'm not on Becca Boom's social media, so I don't know what you're talking about. Go check where? Who said, is she saying this? Or is YG saying, again, it can't be YG because YG hasn't said a statement. So go check where? Who is saying this? Again, I'm not going to go to Reddit or something that somebody wrote in the Korean cafes to verify. I need to know who said this. Who said she got paid $300,000 for what song? For one song? What, that doesn't make any sense. She wrote several songs for Blackpink. So did she get $300,000 for each song? That doesn't make any sense. There's no way no writer is going to get $300. She tell by she sell. Where? What are you talking? I don't even, that's not even English. Did she say it on her social media? Which social media? She has several social media. Zulu said no, she didn't. Y'all can go check. Go check. I got other people to check. She said she didn't. So again, Zelus said she didn't. So I want to know where did, matter of fact, I'm gonna look it up. I got my computer. We're gonna look it up. Because again, if somebody said it on Reddit, they must be trolling. Because no, there's nothing. Hold on. I'm finna look it up. Because $300,000, I can't even see her even saying that. She didn't say this herself. I can pull it up on my, I got my handy live on her social. Okay, somebody go to Becca Boom's social media and see if she said that. Hello, AK. Y'all go look it up. Y'all quicker than me. She said she got paid $300 for a song. Y'all go look it up. On that. Because it takes a while for my computer to connect to Wi-Fi. Right, post the link. That's what I'm saying. Post the link. Now, what you talking about? Post the link. What post? I'm not gonna scroll through her social media posts because she's posted other things. So what post? If y'all can find it, let me know. Because I can't see why would she say she got paid even if she got paid $300,000 for a song. Again, what does that have to do with her not getting a contract? She should have got a contract. And again, I can't see them paying $300,000 for one song. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. YG is not even that stupid. Why would they pay somebody $300,000 for one song? I can understand somebody paying somebody $300,000 for 4 or 5 hit songs. Then I totally agree with that. She should have got paid that much. But then also, she should have got a contract. She should have got royalties. Paying someone a lump sum is not royalties. If she did 4 or 5 hits of Blackpink, I promise you, Blackpink made more money off of one song than anything else. Yeah, she said YG did not give her a contract. She should have gotten a contract. I'm saying that she should have. But I didn't hear anything. I watched the video that she did. She didn't say anything about, yeah, post the link. I watched the whole video where she was talking about it. I didn't hear her say anything about $300,000 for one song. That don't make no sense to me. Y'all go back and watch the video. Tell me. Yeah, YG didn't give her a contract. I'm saying that they should have. That they stiffed her. She should get royalties for the songs that she wrote. Every songwriter should have royalties. They should get royalties for whatever that they wrote. Yeah, if you're not lying, post a link. Right. And where did she say that? It's just that simple. Because again, I watched the video before I did my video. And again, the point is, you don't give somebody a lump sum. You sign them to a contract. A contract is much more lucrative than someone giving you a lump sum. I can't see where YG would give her $300,000 for making one song. $300,000. I don't think even P Dog made that much money. Like that. No, he makes a royalty. And then of course there's other perks involved in that. But even HYBE is not going to pay somebody $300,000 for one song when she's not the only writer on the song. So she would have to get paid $300,000, and then everybody else in A&R who worked on the song, including Teddy, would have to get paid $300,000. That don't even make any sense in the business. That don't make no sense at all. That math don't even math. $300,000 for one song? $30,000 I could get. Yeah, somebody to give somebody a lump sum of money, a writer up front, before they even wrote the song. They don't even know if the song is even going to be a hit or not. Yeah, I'm like, where are the receipts? Where? I'm like, it doesn't, that doesn't, she may have said 30,000. Now that I could understand. If she got paid $30,000 per song, I get it. But then again, like for me in the industry, $300,000 is nothing. Like I said, the whole point makes no sense because even in the industry, $300,000. She wrote 4 or 5 hits, and she wrote for other groups, and let's just say she got paid $300,000 a year per year. Okay, that's still that's for a premier songwriter. That sounds about right. But my point is, she should have got a contract. She should have had royalties. There's no way they should have just kept her hanging on a string and promising her a contract and didn't give her. Theirs is lying. Thank you. All of this is not, it don't make no sense. I watched the video that she posted because it was embedded in the article. She did not, I'm like, I would have heard that. And again, the point is, she should have got a contract. They shouldn't have told her that she had to have an abortion to get a contract, if that's what's saying. But my point is, like I said, regardless of what Becca Boom, my point is, this happens in the industry. She is not the only person that have said the same types of things in the industry. Right? Nobody would put any work in without a contract, period. They shouldn't. They shouldn't, because you're not protecting yourself as a writer or an artist, especially in South Korea, where South Korea, everything is on a contract, unless you're writing per song. Now, if she's writing per song, that's a different story. Then they would come back and be like, hey, write this song, do this, do this, do this. But she should have secured, I said in my video, she should have secured herself and got an entertainment lawyer. But I understand she was young, because there's no way in hell I would have been writing songs for YG without a contract. Without a contract. Hello. Good morning. 4:50 a.m. Good morning. But yeah, I'm saying that Becca Boom should not have been writing for them. Once she wrote a couple of songs and they waited and these songs would have been a hit, then she should have came back and said, I want a contract. And this is what I want my royalties to be. Because again, somebody giving somebody a lump sum of money, I have never heard $300,000 in a lump sum on no writers. That's unheard of. Even top tier writers don't get that much. And like I said, I know people in the industry who write, but who wrote hits, and they get royalties. And they should have signed her to a contract once she was writing songs for them. And then like in her video, what she stated is that once the contract was over, not once the contract was over, but once she wrote these songs, then she went back home, and then they didn't talk to her anymore. Right? I would have had lawyers all over that agreement. I would have sued YG because even in South Korea, I would have sued them to the nth degree. They should have got sued. Like I said, when it comes to writers in the industry, they don't get no defense from me. Because again, my point is, it's always the industry. Always the overarch. It's not about Becca Boom. It's the fact that she is not the only person that has alleged very similar stories. There are other writers and other people in the industry that have alluded to the same things. Right? Did you find it yet? Because I want to know, where is it at? Where did she say that at? Did anybody find it? Like I said, I watched the video. And I didn't hear that. And again, nobody should be writing in this industry without a contract. But people do it. I know she quiet now. I'm just like, you don't come on my channel making up shit. You know. Are you working on your auto freebies? Are you going to be giving out freebies? Denise, you going to be giving out freebies? And speaking of Blackpink, let me get into the Blackpink discussion. I'm going to do a video. When Blackpink, 2-3 months ago, there were songs that leaked that people said were Blackpink. Now, I didn't believe it, or I thought maybe it was just demos. Like sometimes people leak demos, like artist demos. So sometimes people leak demos or the agency will leak demos. So I'm thinking these are demos. Even Rose had issues getting credit for what she wrote. Right. And I promise you, she didn't get no $300,000 for writing Opta. So you mean to tell me Opta, one of the biggest songs of the year that had 11 writing credits. You mean to tell me that each one of these people got $300,000? Does that sound right to you? In 2015, $300,000 to write one song. So, I mean, it don't even make no sense. Oh, you making keychains, bracelets? See, that's what I'm talking about. I could, maybe I should be out, but then no, I'm not that nice. So I'm just like, you know what? I just don't know. But anyway, so back to what I was saying. I like when I go to K-pop concerts and people give out free shit. I like that. I love it. I've gotten so many bracelets and keychains where people are just handing things out. And someone was like, well, you should hand shit out and then like put your YouTube channel on it. And I was like, you know what? That's a great idea. Marie Miller looking don't see anything. So in other words, this somebody just making up something. I said, everybody, that's 50 people on this. Y'all can each go to Instagram and look up Becca Boom Instagram. Go look it up and watch the video. I'm like, it's just that simple. You can put a link to the video. It's not that hard. But I love keychains and that. But somebody gave me that idea. That's a good way to advertise my channel. I was like, you know, that's a good idea. Very good idea. But anyway, what I say about Blackpink is like 2 months ago, there was leaks about the song. There was leaks. Okay. So these leaks, I thought they were fake. I thought these were demos. I thought these were fake videos, blah, blah, blah. I thought these were fake. So this week, Blackpink released, they released their track list. So one of the songs is Jump. Jump came out last year. And then there's 4 other songs. There are 4 other songs. And I was like, okay. So she said it starts on 22:15. So y'all go watch the video on 22:15 again. I don't even know what her Instagram is. And she said she got paid $300,000 per song. Like that's what I'm saying. Where's the link at? Wait. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to look this up. Did I put it in right? This is what I read. $300,000 is higher than the typical producer advances or royalties, which typically ranges from a few $100s to around $100,000 per every label. Public records do not disclose specific financial details. Blah, blah, blah. I'm looking. I am still looking. I don't see anything where she said that she made $300,000. I don't see that. Hold on. Let's look up salaries she did an IG live. Hold on. Producers in the industry are paid anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 per song. Producers also typically receive royalties between 2 and 4% per track. For independent artists and producers, they may charge $200 to $2,000 per song, sometimes without royalties. So again, the idea that she made $300,000 per song, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing where she said that. I am not seeing where she said she made. There is no evidence that she made $300,000 per song. There's no way. Becca Boom has worked with Blackpink, ITZY, Twice, and Jeon Somi. Becca Boom says she racked up 300,000 plays for her band on Spotify. But yeah, she's written from other people. But no, I am not, I'm reading this everywhere. I don't see anything where it says that she made 300, where she said that she made $300,000 per song. That doesn't make out to anything. Any interview, I'm looking at her past interview. She sold her publishing catalog. Wait a minute. Becca Boom sold her publishing catalog for $300,000. That's the only thing I see, is that yes, she sold her publishing. A Korean company called Beyond Music has bought the publishing rights to 33 songs written by Becca Boom, including major Blackpink hits like Kill This Love, Did Ice Cream, Boom Baya, and Pretty Savage. So yes, Becca Boom sold her songs. She has 300,000 songs, and she sold her catalog to Beyond Music, a South Korean company. Yeah, selling your publishing rights is not getting a lump sum payment from YG. That is the only thing that I see. I don't see anything on here saying that she said that she got paid $300,000 per song. Like I said, maybe Zares, whoever, just didn't understand because English is not their first language, or maybe the translator was wrong. But yes, Becca Boom got 300,000 plays on Spotify, and she sold her catalog to Beyond Music last year. She sold her catalog. So she was not signed. We don't know what her contract was, or maybe what it could have been. We don't know. But a independent songwriter is paid anywhere from $200 to $2,000. Then there's royalties from 2 to 4%. Some people can get up 15% altogether with royalties. Yes, I agree. Her catalog was worth more than $300,000. Yes. But she may have been desperate for money, or maybe they're giving her something from the back end too, Angels. But I agree that is worth Boom Baya. Okay. Did it Blackpink? Let's see how much this song is worth. Did it is a defining track. It came out in 2022. It has had 2.1 billion views on YouTube, and it made Blackpink the first K-pop group to surpass 1 billion views. This song has hit #1 on the global charts, significant success. So I'm sure this one song has probably made more than $300,000. Period. I was trying to see how much the song is worth, song revenue, because these are all things you can look up. I mean, it's not a secret. Like, you can see how much each one of these songs are making. It went gold on RIAA. Okay, so it has received a silver certification with the BPI, 200,000 tracks. It has sold over 7,000 digital streams. That is 2022. It sold more than that. 2.2, like I said, 2.2 billion views. It tracked equivalent sales, 500,000 sales in 2019 alone. So yeah, this song has made quite a bit. If you parcel it out, considering the streams and everything, which they don't get paid a lot of money for streams, but if you're talking about views on YouTube, that's not a lot. But it was the highest charted song. This is the highest charted song by Blackpink. So that's a lot. Physical copies. The song debut #7, 24,385 physical copies in Japan. Yeah, you're talking about this song made a lot of money. Yeah, this is like their premiere. They performed it live. I mean, if you take how many times they performed it live, and if you parcel it out, I'm not good at math. I'm not good at math. But it's a lot. That's a lot of money. Each one of these Blackpink songs have made them a lot of money. But yes, that it made them a lot of money. Yeah, she didn't involve lawyers. She didn't involve lawyers. Who got a terrible deal? Becca Boom got a terrible deal. She got a terrible deal. YG know what they're doing. Don't ever think an agency don't know what they're doing. They know how much their songs can be worth if they make a hit. YG has been in the industry a long time. Can't nobody tell me that YG gonna let some songwriter take advantage of YG? Get the hell out of here. Get the fuck out of here. YG is not run by dummies. Daddy YG has been in the industry. The A&R of YG has been in the industry over 20 years. They know how much to charge, how much to give their songwriters, and how much it is. They did not pay Becca Boom $300,000 per song. You're a liar. Because there's nowhere I'm looking. Nothing says that. You're a liar. Or you misunderstood because you don't understand English. She sold 33 songs. That's it. She got 300,000 views on Spotify. There's nothing saying, anything says that she got paid $300,000 per song. They don't even Teddy don't even get that much. You mean to tell me they're going to give a 23-year-old 300,000? Okay. Like, you know. YG knew exactly what they were doing. Yes, they underpaid Becca Boom. So what are you talking about? They took advantage of her. Yes, like they do everybody else in the industry. Yes, they saw her, she right, as a dumb foreigner. They noticed she was young. She was desperate to be in the industry. And they took advantage of her. And they probably paid her about, probably not even $2,000 for these songs. And they didn't give her no, apparently she didn't get no royalties. Apparently she had rights over the song. But then with the rights, she couldn't do anything about it. It's not like she can recreate and reproduce these songs. She's not getting royalties for the songs. That's not in her agreement with YG, apparently. So she had rights so she could sell them. But that's all she could do to try to recoup some money. They took advantage of her. They really did. They took advantage of her. So yes, there's nothing saying that she got paid only $300,000. I'm like, shit, even P-Dog and Supreme Boy don't get that kind of cash and not even for BTS. And they bringing in good money. But yes, Becca Boom should have got a contract, and she shouldn't have been selling her songs to this Korean company. But I mean, that's within her right. She got to recuperate her money somehow. And I'm sure she's salty because Blackpink finna come out with another album. She's probably not involved in this album. And she probably decided to do this video on Instagram because Blackpink is fixing to come out with an album. So she's probably salty. And she should be salty. I don't understand. Yes. Yeah. Yes, the original song, yes. Yeah, like Becca Boom got a terrible deal. That's what I was saying. I don't know what you're talking about. What am I talking about? Some leaks? Okay, back to what I was saying. I don't know what Zares, just ignore this person because now they're like, oh, it's a terrible deal. What are you talking about? Like YG knew what they was doing. They gave Becca Boom the deal. They're gonna lowball their writers as much as they can so they can maximize their profits. Yeah, she should be salty. That's what I said in my video. That honey, she should be mad. She should be mad at herself because Becca Boom did not protect herself. She did not get an entertainment nor I'm like, that's enough because now this Zares person didn't change their home too. Now they're like man, woman, whoever, you don't know what you're talking about. You up here making up stuff and I'm looking stuff up. It's a lie. Becca Boom never said that she made $300,000 per song. There is nothing on here saying that she made $300,000. There's no way YG would pay her $300,000 per song. Now, if Becca Boom thought she should have got paid $300,000 per song, that's her opinion. She's entitled to her opinion of what she thinks she's worth. She's not worth $300,000 per song. She's not. But she shouldn't have got like $2,000 per song. But she sold the rights to 33 songs. She's written for many other K-pop groups. So, she was young, yes, and she didn't know. She was young. So I'm not going to fault her too much, but like I said, my video was about the industry as a whole, and what happened to Becca Boom, it happens in the industry to singer-songwriters, especially women. For some reason, it happens to a lot of women in the industry. And women songwriters, there are not a lot of them that are taken very seriously. There's premier ones that write for everybody, like I forgot the person that writes for Taylor Swift and Tate McRae, and there's a couple of songwriters and Sabrina Carpenter. There's one particular songwriting team that writes a lot of hits. And there's Billie Eilish, of course, she's a songwriter. But just in the industry, a lot of the songwriters are men. Like it's just, you know, and desperate things make people do desperate times make people do desperate things. But as for Blackpink, yes, 2 months ago, there was they released some leaks, and I thought they were fake. Well, Blackpink released their track list, and it go get your lawyer is the number one rule. Yeah, Amy Allen. That's who it is. That is Amy Allen. Yes. Yes, Amy Allen is the premier songwriter in the industry. She writes for a lot of artists. And that's why y'all be listening to these songs and they sound alike, because they're literally the lead writers for a lot of these songs be the same writing teams or the same people over and over again. So yes, Amy Allen is the one I'm thinking of, you know. Yes, Cosmic Girl who wrote for, yes. I did a whole video about writers and producers in K-pop. It's one of my older, I'll find it and I'll repost it because it's one of my older videos. But it was a good video too. I did a whole like 20-minute video talking about the producers behind like people that I had never heard of, or some people that that tried to be in the industry and then didn't make it. And they're very talented. These people are singers. These people are singer-songwriters. They played instruments. These are very talented, especially the women. Very talented. But they were told for one reason or another that they weren't marketable, or that their singing wasn't the type of singing that people would like, and their style, they were too old, or you know what, they're too young or too old. They don't have the right look. Like women, female artists go through it. And like I said, that was my whole point of my video, is that to be a female songwriter and an artist, it is so hard to try to make it, because you are told so many different things because you don't look the right part, or you don't play the right kinds of games. You know what I'm saying? Like if you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. You don't sleep with the right people. You don't hang out with the right guys. Like it's a lot of that still in the industry, even after all these years. That still with R. Kelly and Harvey Weinstein, it's still a lot of that. Like you know, they look at you like you're a piece of meat in the business a lot for the women, you know, like EJ. Yes, they told EJ, even though EJ has a beautiful voice from Kpop Demon Hunters, she was told she didn't have the right look. She was too old. She, you know, all this stuff. Speaking of EJ, she announced that she's about to get married. So congratulations to EJ. But yeah, like Diddy, like you have to know the right people. And sometimes people don't like, well, I don't know the right people. And you got to be in the right rooms. And you have to have the right background. That's another thing in South Korea, is like they really want you to have the right background, the right rooms. And there are so many trainees that don't make it, who are very talented, who don't make it because the competition, or they compare this person to other people in the group and they look at them like, well, you the weak link, you the weakest link by. And so a lot of times, a lot of people just give up. They like, well, I tried to be in a group where I was a trainee and I didn't make it. So they just give up, you know, and like, yeah. And EJ was a good example of that, as somebody who, I believe she was a trainee and all this stuff and tried to make it over and over again. And like, people don't believe in you. They like, well, you know, you're not skinny enough, and you know, you don't have the right attitude, you don't have the right look, or you know, or they afraid you gonna outshine some other members. But yeah, that was the whole point of my video, is like that these things have happened in the industry, even here, unfortunately. Like a lot of it has happened here. Like there's whole writers guilds and groups and stuff like that, because they try to offer protections to writers and producers, because they have been used and they get lowballed. $200 or $2,000 for a song, and when then that song blow up, and then somebody else gets the royalties, somebody else is getting 4%. Well, if a song sells millions, and you don't get no royalties, when I learned that, my mind was blown. I'm like, y'all getting 4%, and you gave me a check, a $1,000 check, and then this song become the biggest song in the world. And this song is on commercials and TV shows. And you don't get none of that money because they gave you a lump sum for help writing it. you don't get a royalty deal. So this song keeps getting played infinitely. You hear it on TV shows and radios. You go in the grocery store and you're hearing a song that you helped write, and knowing damn well they give you like $1,500, and you're like, "That's my song. Oh, I write that. Oh, okay, but you ain't getting a royalty, so you therefore." Saying Jin and RM made fun of looking skinny and connected it to, well, I read that. They went back to a Weverse live that they did together. Yes, they went back to a Weverse live. Yes. They were online saying something about Jin and RM, and they were with their BT21 characters. And I think Jin said one of that, RJ was skinny because he's been in the war or whatever. This is an old Weverse. This is not the first time they've taken old Weverses from BTS or old music videos. I told y'all about the music video. What was the old one? The one that they did from the first album that BTS came out with, and they were saying that the lyrics were misogynistic. And I'm just like, this is a song that came out in like 2015. Like they went back to a song in 2015 and dissected some lyrics, and people didn't even translate the lyrics right. Like, I'm just like, that's not what he said. I'm like, that's not even the meaning of the word. Like, people didn't even understand English enough to understand what the meaning of. Yes, people were bringing up war hormones. And I'm like, what? I said, we're bringing back song. Okay. That was over 10 years. What? I was confused. I was like, y'all bringing back that up again? Wow. I'm like, so yes, they brought up an old Weverse video. I thought RM and Jin did a new video. I'm looking like, where is it? Then somebody was like, oh no, this is a video from like 3-4 years ago. I'm like, wait, what? Y'all are bringing up an old video of 3-4 years ago that they did, talking about some BT21, and they were like, well, they're being insensitive. There was no war 4 years. Like, what? Okay, there was no war then. Like, what do y'all? I was like, I'm just like, and yeah, they apologized for it in 2016. I'm just like, so this is what we do. We bringing up old songs from over. Child. Anyway, like I was saying, let me stay on topic. I was so just unnerved. But anyway, so Blackpink songs leaked. You can go, and I posted some things in my post, these videos, but you can go look up these songs. I thought these songs were real. Song lists come out, these songs are real. I'm gonna do a whole video. If these are the songs that Blackpink is coming out with, I hand in my Blink card. Here you go. Here. Here. I was like, because I was sure that these songs weren't real. If you look up Champion, it's on YouTube. You can go look on YouTube right now. If you look up Me and My, it's on YouTube. All of these songs are leaked. I got questions. First of all, how did these songs leak? Who leaked these songs? Because people were trying to say that YG leaked the songs, right? And I was like, well, why would they leak the album? So I've heard all of the Blackpink album except for the title track, which is called Go. I've heard Fuckboy, which is the song on there. I've heard Fuckboy. I've heard Me and My. I heard Champion. I've heard Jump. I've heard all the songs on this mini album. Angel's Milk says she didn't bother to listen. Y'all, look. Where my B? You know, sometimes I gotta hold my BTS. Jesus, I just gotta hold my beat. When I read that track list, I just grabbed my BTS pillow and just rocked back and forth. That's all I could do. I had to calm my spirit. Jesus, like that's all I could do. That's all I could do. She said the YG leak pre-debut videos. Just kidding. That's all I could do. It's just, I had to get my comfort pillow. I had to get my mental health pillow. This is my mental health friend. Because I was like, save me, Bangtan, save me. Save me, Bangtan. Save me, BTS, please. Please save me. Because I was like, Oh, that singer on Milli Vanilli was told she didn't have the right look and put some skinny chicken. Yeah, they did that back in the day. They swapped out. They talking about CNC. I watched the whole video about CNC Music Factory. Y'all remember CNC Music Factory? We're gonna make you sweat, sweat. Yeah, that wasn't the lady was in the video was not the one that was singing. They used to do that a lot back in the 80s and 90s. They swap people out. They swap people out all the time. There was some other chick that sung the song. Yeah, they used to do that because they felt like the original singer didn't have the right look. But they loved their voice though. But they didn't like their look. Yeah. Things that make you go, huh? Yeah. Yeah, they used to swap. They used to swap the singer back. I watch a lot of music history videos. Yeah, Technotronic, yes. Pump up the jam, pump it up. Yep. I think it's pump up the jam. It happened to a lot of people, especially back in the 90s. That was a whole thing. They would just swap people out. But anyway, I heard this Blackpink, and no, the songs are real. Like this song. Yeah, it wasn't Martha Wash. Yes, it was Martha Wash they swapped out for that skinny girl. Yup. They sure did. It sure was. Maybe they should have called Becca Boom for that new album. Maybe they should have called Ghostbusters. They should have called some. I went off. I was like, I had to read the article. So I'm going to do a whole video, but I could not believe that if y'all get a chance, go and listen to these songs. The Me and My Girls song had me go off the... Yeah, I'm in my club with my girls. Yeah, these bitches don't know me. I'm like, it's 2026. I'm looking around like it's 2026. It's 2026. And Me and My Girls is talking about me and my girls in the club, calling some chicks and bitches. I'll take your man. I said, ladies, it is 2026. You can hear him on YouTube, Marie Miller. If you search Me and My by Blackpink, you will pull it up. Then there's a song called Champion. I thought this song was supposed to be for the Olympics or the World Cup. You can pull that song up, Champion. Again, I thought these songs were fake. Hopefully, when the songs do come on the album, maybe they've remixed them. Maybe was that Lisa's verse? Yeah, it was Lisa's verse. It was Lisa's verse. I just yes, at least 27 of these songs. Yeah, they always get. Lisa's my girl. Lisa's my bias. I couldn't believe. And then the Champion song is like, we're champions, you know. It's kind of like a smoother beat. And then Jump, they just put Jump on there, and I'm like, that don't even count because that came out last year, and Jump wasn't really all that. Jump, it was just okay, but it wasn't like, you know, Jump sound like a Blackpink B-side from 2018. I'm sorry. But if you go listen to these songs sound dated. Jump sounds dated. If y'all didn't hear, Jump came out last year. Baby, Jump came in and went. Jump charted because Blinks will buy anything, apparently. But Jump came in and went. Jump didn't even get nominated for a lot of Korean awards. Jenny got most of those. Baby, Jump, Jump came in and went. Within 2 months, people was over Jump. People was like, dun, 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 dun. People was over it. All they sing is about how rich and pretty, and yes. It probably do sound like a Blackpink B-side from 2018. It do. They need to call Becca Boom. They need to get her back on that. Because that Jump is on the album. That don't even count. But I guess. Me and my girls at the club. I'm serious. You listen to this song and you're like, is this 2019? Like, is this what? It's no even comparison to their solo stuff. Like, you can't, how do you go from having solo albums to this shit? To this shit that sound like it was made 7 years ago. We're champions. YG. Again, I'm not mad at Blackpink. I am not hating on them. I'm not upset with them. YG. I said, I was dumbfounded. I said, so these songs are real? I said, oh, I thought somebody made this shit up with AI, to be honest with you. I thought they made it. I thought they made it with AI. I thought Champions and Me and My were AI songs. I was like, this ain't real. I said, somebody made this shit up with some AI. Like, I don't even, and then somebody came out a month and a half ago and said that YG, they got copyright strikes. And I said, I said, I said, you got a copyright strike. They were like, yeah, they got copyright strikes. So that's when I kind of thought, well, maybe these are just demo songs that were released by YG. These ain't real songs. No, these are real songs. They have time to record the new stuff. Don't these girls know how to write their own songs? I don't know who wrote these songs. I think it's fair to be upset with you think and the company because they are accepting slop and then they do. I'm telling you, you have to hear these songs. Like y'all have to go on YouTube after this. Like I'm serious, and just to listen and your jaw will drop. You be like, these songs are mediocre. These are, and I did a whole video about what I wanted to hear from Blackpink's mini album, and I had criticisms, and I said I had fears, and now my worst fears have come true. And I said in my video 2 weeks ago, I said if Blackpink come out with an album and they continue this pretty girl bad bitch shit, I'm done. So I'm done with Blackpink. Now I will support them solo, but I'm done. Like this. I'm not saying that the album is not going to chart. I'm not saying it's not going to sell because Blinks apparently will eat up anything. Like they'll drink dog water from Blackpink. Apparently, they don't really care. I get it. Not me. I care. Not me. This is not what I wanted to hear. I do not want to hear songs that sound like it was made 5-6 years ago. I do not want to hear almost grown ass women talking about we in the club and bitch, I'll take your man. We doing these bitches, and I'm like, and then they got a song called "Fuckboy" on it, right? It's supposed to be a B-side. I've heard snippets of this song too. Don't ask me how I heard this song, but I thought it was a joke. I thought that was AI too. I was like, that's not a real Blackpink song. That's not real. I was like, a song called what? "Fuckboy." I was like, you just a fuck. Oh my god. I'm like, is this a Cat's Eye song? Is this Baby Monster? No, this Blackpink. Oh, bro, this ain't no Blackpink. This like Baby Monster or some shit. Ladies, y'all almost 30 years old. Y'all almost 30. Rose isn't allowed to be creative in Blackpink as she wants to be. Yes, Rose is talented. She's a talented girl. Oh, you stopped after How You Like That? See, I held on. See, I'm a new Blink. I didn't get into K-pop in 2022, and then like around 2023, I started like listening to old K-pop, like second generation, third generation, Blackpink and stuff like that. And then I was like, this Blackpink thing, I was like, yeah, it's okay. And then I finally like sat down and listened to all of their songs, and I was like, I like this, and I was eager for them to come back. And then now these songs, no, I just it didn't sound like a Cat's Eye song. It sounds like a Cat's Eye song. Are they all over 30, girl? Okay, that's even more shameful. I mean, what? And like I said, I don't know who to get mad at. Like I don't know, should I be mad at them? Should I be mad at YG or both? Because this is low. These songs don't even sound like they even produced with quality. And again, these are leaks, so I'm just going to leave that alone because we don't know how they're going to sound when the album has everything mixed out. So it may sound better, but the lyrics, I can't get over the lyrics. I can't get over I'm in the club with my girls. I know. No. These sound like songs, again, for Baby Monster, for Meow, for Cat's Eye, for the Kiras or the Kikis, Heart to Hearts. Like these sounds like songs for younger people, like in their early 20s, late teens. It sounds like that. It doesn't sound like songs for women like who are 30. You gave up around because it wasn't like Blackpink anymore. You see, I'm a casual Blink, Yeah, grown women shouldn't be singing. This is, I mean, this y'all, this is so bad, it's embarrassing. Like, I was just sitting here like, if they come, and then people were like in the comment section on these videos, and they're like, oh my God, girl, slay, queen, slay. Oh my God, slay, queen, slay. You know, I'm just like, what are we slaying? Like, I don't want to hear 30-year-old women sing songs about being a champion. And I'm like, okay, we got it. We got it the first couple of albums. We got it. And up in the club, no, no. Oh, you're just a fuckboy. No. First of all, don't even nobody really use the term fuckboy anymore anyway. So it's an outdated term. Again, I'm like, these songs sound like they were written in the themes and the slang that they use in these songs. And I know English is not, the writers and producers may not be their first language, but the slang that they use in these songs sound like slang from 5 or 6 years ago. So I don't want to sound like that person, that paranoid person, that conspiracy theory person. But I'm sorry, I read those lyrics and I'm like, don't nobody really talk like that no more. Don't nobody really say that no more. And I'm like, this sounds like, I'm like, where have I heard this before? Oh yeah, that's right, I heard this in 2019. It is sound like Chat GPT music. It sounds like music somebody made a long time ago. Just by the slang that they used, you know, with no filter. Thank you. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, it's what they gave them to sing. Yeah, their own music is so completely different from this shit that it's embarrassing. When I hear Lisa and Jenny's solo stuff and Rose and Jisoo, this is not it. This is such a step back. It ain't even a step backward. It's a leap. It's a huge jump off a cliff backwards. Like, this is like, I'm like, this sounds like Blackpink, their first album. I'm like, what? Like, I would be embarrassed to be singing this shit. Like, I would be like, I'm like, are we really doing this? Like, oh man, I ain't singing this shit. Like, oh man, bro. Like, I would be embarrassed to even sing this. I would go into the studio and be like, and what's with, and then the beats, it sounds dated. When you listen to it, you will understand what I'm telling you. You, especially Me and My, go look up Me and My by Blackpink, and you will hear the song and you be like, this an old song. You know. But yes, I guess it's a scarcity model. Blinks will eat it up because, girl, they was in the comment section like, slay, queen, slay. This song is going to be a hit. Oh, my God. And I'm like, I'm telling you, these songs going to be forgotten like Jump was. Jump came out and Jump was forgotten. I came on here talking about Jump, and and my subscribers and viewers was like, what are you talking about? I said, y'all ain't heard Jump by Blackpink? Y'all motherfuckers was like, what? Y'all were like, Jump. Blackpink got a new song out? I'm like, bro, I be laughing so hard, y'all be killing me. Y'all be like, Jump. Yeah, I think I may have heard that. I'm like, I said, damn, Jump had just came out and y'all was confused. Y'all was like, Jump. All right. They're like, let me go listen. And then y'all came back and y'all were like, what was that? I was like, Jump. It must be a bunch of kids. I don't know. They're farting away. Y'all was so on Jump. Y'all was so confused. Y'all were like, I haven't heard that. I'm like, because Jump literally jumped in and then jumped out. Like, nobody was checking for this song. This song did not win any awards in Korea or America or nothing. I even forgot about Jump. I said, oh yeah, that's right, Jump. Because Jump was just a blip and everybody, and then like literally 2 months later, nobody was talking about it anymore. So like, yeah, Jump was like, girl, yeah, it was a skip. So it was like, Jump came and jumped away. So I'm afraid that these songs, to me, Blinks will eat it up. It will chart. I'm not saying the songs won't be popular and people won't buy the albums, but I just feel like these songs are not gonna be memorable. I'm afraid that these songs are just gonna be here and gone. Like, I really do. And like I said, regardless, I feel bad for Blackpink because I feel like they're gonna go out maybe in a whimper instead of a bang. You know, Me and My why. I don't know why. Marie, I don't know why. I don't know why. It did, yes, it did chart, but Jump slowly fell off. And nobody was talking about it. Like I said, I didn't hear it being nominated for no awards. And you would have think that Blackpink, with them, that's their first song in years. You would have think people would have been all excited. This song would have been played everywhere. It was not. Even though they went on tour, it was not. Like it came and then it slid off like within a couple of months. Nobody was talking about this song. Nobody said nothing about this song. I was like, oh yeah, like it didn't YG with their lackluster promotion. They didn't promote the song at all. You know, I was like, what? You know, yeah, it got award. Okay, so you said it got award for Bong Sangs, but no Day Sangs in Korea. I just thought the song was just nobody was really talking about it. Like nobody was really like, oh, this song is great, and let's do a reaction. I didn't see many reactions about the song. I barely saw anybody say anything about this song. Everybody was just kind of like, yeah, all right. Like I'm thinking Blackpink, like, oh, this song is gonna blow up, and then it didn't. It didn't really blow up the way. I don't know why they trying to. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it does. It does well in Korea. Yeah, but not as well as Jenny. Jenny's solo did really well. Did really well. Is that the album is named after the tour? Yes. They just finished Deadline. Like they couldn't even come up with nothing clever. They just like, this is called Deadline. Just Deadline. Yeah, then I'm like, I don't know what Andorra is. I'm talking about K-pop, Martin. So unless you want to talk about some Korean men, we out. We out. But I just, yeah, I mean, YG to me, I blame YG more than anything. They have dropped the ball continuously with Blackpink. They had one of the biggest groups in K-pop history. And once again, YG has fucked it up. Well, again, they did it to 21. They did it to Big Bang. Like, I'm just like, okay, what are you doing? Why are you not? What? I was just like, I guess the scarcity. I mean, I have never been this disappointed in a track list in my entire life. Yes, I know Baby Monster. Yes, Baby Monster's too. I don't like girl groups. Blackpink is one of the few female groups that I actually liked. But this shit, I can't listen to the same themes that I listened to that I heard on their first album. I'm over that, you know. But no, Baby Monster is it's too young for me. I just, yeah, like what they did to 21 was just a crime of humanity. Like it was atrocious what they did to 21. And I just, and then they coming out with a new group. Y'all hear I posted things that they coming out with a new group, y'all. So they coming out with another 4-piece girl group, another one that Daddy YG is supposed to be the head of, and then it's kind of been on hiatus, and then I don't know what's going on with this new girl group. I hope to God like they do something different than they, even with Baby Monster. I feel like they dropped the ball with Baby Monster as well. I feel like they fumbled the bag with Baby Monster. Even though Baby Monster they came to Grand Prairie, they came to Texas, and they've been on tour and stuff. I just feel like they've mismanaged Baby Monster as well. Baby Monster's had hits, but they really haven't broken a lot into the Western market. And YG with Blackpink, they had lightning in a bottle. Like they really had something good, and they just jerked them around. And it's not like Blackpink aren't talented, but to hear their solo and to hear this shit, I was like, oh, I can't even defend this no more. I can't defend this anymore. You know, except for Blackpink and BTS. I like ATEEZ. I like boy groups. ATEEZ. I love ATEEZ. ATEEZ is my other group. I like TXT. I love TXT. I love XG. I like Young Posse. I like their flavor, but I'm their songs are. But for the most part, I like BTS and ATEEZ are my two favorites. They're my two favorites. I will do a review of ATEEZ, and I like TXT. I'm not a Stray Kids fan, even though I go to their concerts. Yeah, I went to Stray Kids concert, but Stray Kids is not my kind of music. I mean, I'm a rap line girl, so when it comes to BTS, I'm like rap. Okay, let's go. That's what attracted me to BTS. They was rapping. I was like, oh, we rapping. I didn't even know they were rapping. Stray Kids is just too much for me. I love their concert though. The concert was great. ATEEZ new album is so great, y'all. Y'all just ATEEZ album. I can't wait till I review this album. Like I'm looking forward to it. Cause I listened to like the previews of snips of it. I was like, this is quintessential ATEEZ. ATEEZ the last 3 albums of ATEEZ is fire. That's why I went to their concert twice. ATEEZ got songs I can sing to, I can dance to. ATEEZ got a whole vibe to it that I really like. I like Adrenaline. I was dancing to Adrenaline last night, y'all. Y'all should have saw me. I was getting it. I was like in my PJs. I was like, Adrenaline. Girl, I was windmilling. I was like, Adrenaline. Break it down, break it down, break it down. Like I was hurting myself. I had to stop because, I'm old and like my shoulder was hurting because I was swinging it too much. And so, when you start swinging it too much and you get too old, I felt I was going to dislocate my shoulder. So I was like, I'm too old to be shaking and swinging it around. But I love Adrenaline. I have to go and listen in Hypen's album too. That's my next thing too. So that's what I do. Have I tried older groups like Beast and now Highlight? No, I've never heard of that. I like Big Bang. I'm a Big Bang stan. Yeah, we can't be moving like that, girl. I'm gonna put my arm out of socket. Yeah, I need some icy hot. I'm like, kids, wait a minute. I'm laid up in the bed. I need some aspirin. Like that was too much. But I listened to the snip. I listened to Adrenaline. I watched the videos. I've been watching their NBC performances because I like to watch ATEEZ performance because they're very polished. And I'm excited at ATEEZ and I'm excited TXT coming back in April. But Blackpink, yes, I am not looking forward to their comeback now because of this. Because I've heard all of these songs except for one. And now I feel like, okay, so again, I was in shock. Like my jaw dropped when I realized these leaked songs I'm like, this can't be right. Like I thought I was blinking. I was looking at my screen going, that can't be right. I was like, these leaked songs are the real songs. And I was like, oh, we in trouble. I said, Blink. So I'm going to do my video and tell them Blinks we in trouble. We just in trouble. And I don't know what to say or what to do about Blackpink. Like I'm as far as I'm concerned, for me, I'm done with Blackpink. Like I'm done with it. I've defended them. I've tried to give them benefit of the doubt. I tried to offer sane critique. Again, I've done videos about Blackpink. I've talked about their tour. I've watched their tour 4 times. Okay. And I tried not to drag them. I was like, Jenny girl, I tried, but now with this album, and I thought really they were going to bring with it. And I even put a post. I was excited because I was like, who's going to win the war? Is it going to be Blackpink or BTS? Y'all saw my post and y'all were voting. It was a poll. Y'all were voting. Is Blackpink going to dominate? Is BTS going to dominate? All of y'all was like, BTS is going to dominate. Now there is no competition. There is none. There is none for me. BTS is going to kill it. They're going to kill it. They're going to be like, finish him. It's going to be like Mortal Kombat. And they just going to hit him. They're going to hit him with their finisher. Like, they just going to finish Blackpink. Like, I think that BTS is going to do something that no K-pop group has ever done. Now, I don't know what that is yet. But are the leaked songs from reliable sources? Yes, Shelling P, they are. They are. These songs leaked 2 months ago. And again, I didn't think these Blackpink leaked songs were reliable. I said, this is AI, some AI shit. Then I realized, oh, they right. And then, like I said, there's another song called Fuckboy, which I've heard, and I won't say how I've heard this song, but somebody, it was leaked to them. They sent it to somebody else, and that person let me hear it. And I was like, that can't be real. And we both didn't think it was real. Now I told the person the other day, I said, dude, I think that Fuckboy song is real. And they were like, really? I'm like, yeah, I think it's real. Because somebody leaked it to him, and he was like, listen, this is supposed to be Blackpink. And I was like, it don't even really sound like. Now I'm like, oh God, if that's the B-side, oh God, we in trouble. I was like, shit. Because that song is trash. Like, I was like, this is a trash song. I'm like, and again, like when you go back and read the lyrics, because they have the lyrics printed online. And I read the lyrics the other day because I was like, okay. And I read the lyrics and I'm like, and again, for me, reading the lyrics sounded old. I'm telling y'all go read them lyrics if y'all curious. Go read me and my lyrics from Blackpink. Go Google search it. You will read the lyrics and be like, oh, this sounds old. Like the terms that they use sounds old. And I'm like, oh, YG, did y'all really go in the vault and bring some shit out the vault? Oh, hello, Laura Floyd. I love you too, Laura. I was like, they didn't bring some shit out the vault. I was like, y'all, I'm done. Has never won awards in South Korea. Not sure why. I don't know why I didn't know that, Denise, but thanks for telling me. Oh Lord. So BTS is going to reign supreme yet again. And again, I think BTS is going to change the industry. And I am keeping my fingers crossed that they do change the industry. But anyway, our next topic, let's talk about Min Hee-jin. So Min Hee-jin came out with a new website. Now I know some of y'all were not going to give Min Hee-jin your clicks and views. Y'all told me in the comment section on my video, y'all said, no, I am not going to click on this lady's website or social media. I'm not giving that bitch clicks and views. Some of y'all was real salty about it. I was like, all right, calm down. I'm like, some of y'all were adamant that y'all were not going to go to OOAK Records and get this bitch your clicks. Somebody said, quote unquote, I am not giving this evil witch my clicks and views. I said, okay. So things have come out since then. So Min Hee-jin rolled out OOAKs online. If you're curious, you can go to OOAKrecords.com. Go look it up. Do y'all care? So she has like a little graphics on there. Yes, Min Hee-jin. So Min Hee-jin has finally started up her album. And she's looking for, wait a minute, let me say, she is looking for male talent. So if you know somebody born between 2008 and 2013, around that time, then she's taking all nationalities, all countries. They can go audition for OOAK Records. So she's looking to start her own boy group. She is looking to start, from what I heard, the next New Jeans or the next BTS. Now, already that had some of y'all riled up. Someone was like, what? I know. She didn't say she looking for the next BTS. I said, ooh. Some of y'all was riled up. Some of y'all was like, next BTS. Y'all was like, bish, please, okay? Y'all was upset, okay? So Min Hee-jin, her website has been hit with plagiarism after plagiarism. I said, damn, Min Hee-jin, you can't even start a website without copying. So she's been hit with plagiarism claims. So on her website, if you don't know, I would suggest y'all just go, just a little peek. She has where there's like a brick and mortar record stores, and there, it's like, and it shows, oh, okay. So she's been releasing photographs and videos on her thing, and she's been releasing stuff on her Instagram. So first of all, before it even opened up, before she even released the website and did her announcement, she posted this picture, and I posted it in my post, and it's like on the thumbnail of my video, where it's supposed to be her I don't know, logo or whatever that's supposed to be sold on a satin shirt. And then somebody said that she was copying either a jacket from a designer from 2016 or even J-Hope. People said it looked like one of J-Hope's human-made jackets. So J-Hope has he has a deal with a clothing label called Human Made. And they have a bunch of like t-shirts and jackets and stuff. One of the jackets does bear a resemblance. It's kind of like satiny, and it's embroidered with some flowers, but I don't know. But then somebody posted another picture of another jacket from a different designer in 2016 that did look very much like the logo. Like it looks like it was the inspiration, because Min Hee-jin is all about inspiration. So it looked like it inspired her design. Now here's another thing that somebody said. Somebody didn't understand at all. Again, this is a record company. Why she had her logo embroidered on a pair of blue silk pajamas? Please, somebody in the comments can y'all explain to me? Like, maybe I haven't been around K-pop a long time. Maybe that means something. But I'm like, she's not starting a garment or a fashion design. It's a record label. So why would you have your logo etched with some design, with some flowers on some satin PJ? So yeah, is that gonna be her merchandise? I guess. I don't know, but y'all go take a look at it. I was like, so is she selling satin blue pajamas? Is it gonna be a Yoongi with the pink pajamas incident again? That's all I need to know. Is the boy group gonna be running around in satin PJs? Because I'm gonna be like this. I'll be like, Lord have mercy, here we go. Like, is it gonna be something inappropriate? It's like, oh, the Min Hee-jin HYBE case ruling is this Wednesday? Thank you, fifth gate. Whew, this is gonna be another busy week for me. Oh my goodness. But I didn't understand why she had that as a logo. Like if it was me, you know what I would have had? I would have had a vinyl. And then I would have had OOAK records on a vinyl. Then I would have had a 8-track tape. And then I would have had OOAK on an 8-track. Then I would have had a cassette. Then I would have had a CD. And then I would have had a mock digital platform. So I would have had OOAK records. I would have had it been like music going throughout the ages, from vinyl all the way to digital, and each one with her logo on it. That's what I would have had. But you know, again, ain't nobody paying me. But I'm just saying that was what I would have thought it would have been clever. If she's trying to, she has pictures and videos of like mock brick and mortar record shops in like different locations. There, it's fake. It's basically AI. And so stop she watching and taking notes. She Min Hee-jin right now like, bitch, what? Rewind. Min Hee-jin like, wait, what? Okay, brick and mortar. So she has like these AI pictures that she posted. They look like AI. A brick and mortar with OOK. So I'm like, why would you not take it from the music industry from analog all the way to digital? Like that would have made a lot more sense than some silk pajamas with a logo on it. Don't y'all think? I want my check. Min Hee-jin, cut the check, Min Hee-jin. Oh, it's Wednesday U.S. time, Thursday Korea time. Okay, fifth gate. Thank you. I'm be on it. I'm come back. I'm gonna stay up all night because you know it's that 14-hour time difference, and so that means I'm gonna be up to like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning doing videos. Going, okay, this what happened. I'm waiting for that court date. That court date came quick too, y'all. So of course it's gonna be inappropriate. She likes him young. So yes, people were criticizing her the pajamas. Then the people said that the record shop that she had that looked like a brick record shop with windows and everything, it looked like BTS Magic Shop. I said, y'all kidding. And then I looked and then people posted pictures side by side. The Min Hee-jin record shop and the BTS promotional photos, Magic Shop. I said, ooh. I said, ooh. I said, ooh. I didn't know what to say. I said, well, Army, y'all be on it. Y'all were on it, baby. Y'all was like, nah, that looks like Magic Shop. I said, it do. I said, oh, Min Hee-jin. Oh, girl. So, yes, people been dragging her. They dragged the AI. They was like, is this AI? I was like, girl, I looked at that. I was like, I know AI. I do AI. I was like, that's AI, girl. That is AI. I was like, that's AI. Then she wrote like a whole like 2-paragraph explanation. She was like, well, you know, creative process, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like, I'm like, girl, did you have to write 3 whole damn paragraphs explaining? Just be like, yeah, it's AI. Okay. Like, Army does not play. I was like, damn, Min Hee-jin, and you ain't got no original ideas? Like, damn. I was like, so they've been dragging Min Hee-jin her website. They've been on her ass about this website, about how she's borrowed certain looks and themes and stuff. And again, I can think of original ideas in 2 seconds. And Min Hee-jin's supposed to be this creative director genius. Where, if she's such a creative and concept genius, you would have think with the OOAK record, she would have came up with something better than what she did on her website. Now, I said it was kind of cute, it was kind of clever, but I think she could have did a lot more on the creative. Like we live in a digital age where you have AI, you have tools, things that she could have did on her own. I just think it was a lackluster, it was a good idea, but I just think the execution was not very well. That's what I'm saying. Her mouth is moving. So again, I'm not trying to drag Min Hee-jin, but I watched the website and I'm like, she could have did so much more with this. She could have really rolled it out and made it something really creative and fun and special. And it just looked, maybe it's just me. It looked old. I mean, you can be nostalgic, but you don't have to look old and crusty. It looked old. It looked kind of crusty. It just for somebody who's supposed to be so smart creatively, I was expecting her to come with her A game, but obviously she did not. It was just wham. It just fell flat for me. So I'm not saying it's horrible, but just saying for me, for somebody who is a creative, who loves PR, it just fell flat. There was so much I thought of that she could have did that could enhance it. So one of the clips of the videos is like there's this like in the back there's a snow field FIELD that has like a billboard that says "Oh, okay Records" and the guy's face is there and it's like wanted. I guess is where her advertising that she's going to be doing more auditions and stuff like that. And then some people said that the face may have been a trainee. I was like, no, that face is AI. That face is an AI face. So y'all can drag her, go ahead. Y'all, I try to be objectionable. Y'all like, nah, hell, we're dragging her. So go ahead and drag her. I agree with Min Hee-jin ain't. So some people are trying to say that the AI face that she used on that mock billboard is a real. I was like, no, that's an AI. That's not a real person. That's some people are trying to say that's a glimpse of a trainee. I said, no. I said, I don't think Min Hee-jin has trainees yet. I think she's still doing auditions and figuring out who she wants as a trainee. I think she has like at least 3 or 4 more auditions. You wanted people to know iHeartRadio Awards is doing voting, and Hobie is up for a couple awards, and Jimin and JK for Are You Sure? So if you want to vote, you can now. Thank you, Katina, for telling us to vote for iHeartRadio. Oh, you didn't like the wanted poster, Shelly P? I didn't like it either. It looked like I said, it just I had so many ideas for that poster. Like it could have been like an old school wanted poster, like one of those like old posters from like America's Most Wanted, like a fugitive kind of poster, like not a Wild West fugitive, but kind of like a modern fugitive type font and poster. And she could have kept the picture. She could have did more with the writing on the poster. It could have said something really funny, or something sexy or something, not something sexy like that, but something like alluring, like like wanted, kind of like the person is a fugitive. Like I would have took that angle. The way it was done, it just seemed very like I'm just saying, look, that's how I do it. It feels like a missing child's poster. Yes, it did feel like thank you, Shishi. I'm like, this looks kind of weird. No, I wanted like a fugitive kind of poster, not like a missing kid off of milk. It looked like a milk carton poster. It was like one of those posters from like missing and exploited children. It did look like that. Speaking of Blackpink, hold on to your BTS pillow. Jump is up for best video. No, what? iHeartRadio. We were just talking about Jump. Let me hold on to my Jesus. Like I had to, Jump is up for best video. Hell no. iHeartRadio. Y'all done messed up. We was just talking about that. But yes, I do believe that Min Hee-jin could have did something better with that. But yes, people are accusing her of plagiarism and fakery and fuckery left and right. So I thought that was hilarious. But again, when the Min Hee-jin case is up on Wednesday, Thursday, baby, I will be on it. I will be up late doing videos. I will be up all tomorrow doing videos. Again, I plan to do a video about cacao. So I've worked hard on this video. I've written this video. I've researched this video. I will be doing a video about cacao. We will start all the way from the beginning all the way to the end. It'll be like probably a 20-25 minute video. I won't get too in depth, but it'll give you an overview of cacao and their scandals and their divisions and stuff like that. Because I didn't know this stuff about cacao either. Please stream Yoongi's song Higum on Spotify. We're trying to have him get the first rap song in Korea. Okay, Goldwyn James, we will keep holding on to the tour. Katina, I had to clear my mind after that Blackpink news. The things that'll come out this week, it had me just. Oh, you can't wait for her to reheat. Right? She gonna be Teddy Riley talking about New Jack Swing. Please, though, I'm not sending. Look, I got a 15, almost 16-year-old. I am not sending my child to Min Hee-jin. I'm like, no, Min Hee-jin, you can't have my baby. You cannot. Do y'all know who Somber is? The singer Somber. How about we support RM? I'm all for support. Y'all know who the tour is up for an award. No, not Teddy Riley. Y'all went back. Did y'all know Teddy Riley used to work for SM? Did y'all know Teddy Riley used to work for SM? I found that out when I was doing my producer video. I didn't know that back in the day Teddy Riley had produced some songs for SM. He worked for SM for a little bit. He collaborated with them. I didn't know that. Yes, he did. Yeah. Teddy Riley did. Yeah. Back in the day, yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna repost. I'm gonna put links to that video in my post where y'all can see all the producers that have worked on K-pop. Not all of them, but the prominent ones. Y'all never support him. No, Angel's big. Is RM your bias? I always support RM, but I'm not a voter. Like I like some of y'all really be voting for these. I don't even know. I don't even have Spotify. Or like some of y'all be really in these streets be voting hard for this person. I agree. I think RM needs more support. Y'all support RM. I like Nuts. I like that album. That was kind of my kind of hip hop, you know. I like RM that he was trying to do something different with his last album. What about so I said he reminds me of my son. He looks like my son. I didn't know what he looked like. Like I knew his music. Now I looked at him and I'm like, is that my child? I was had a heart attack. I'm like, you know, when you see somebody look like somebody else, you're like, whoa, shit. I watched this video and I'm like, child, I had to do a triple take. I was like, I watched like him doing interviews and I watched him doing videos and I was floored. I was like, it's my child. You're not old, Jennifer, you're not old, I'm old. So yeah, yeah. Oh, it was jarring. It was like, child, I was up here like, I was confused. I was like, who kid is this? I don't even know what ethnicity he is. Cause I was like, I'm so confused. Like I went online and started reading stuff. I started looking, I was trying to look up his parents. Cause I was like, who is your people? Like, how do you look? How do y'all look like the same person? But we're two different races. Like he's not black. I don't understand. I was like, what is it? You know, like I was so confused. Teddy Riley did. He got Brown Eyed Girls. Yeah, and Raina is another one. Oh, he's third. Oh God. Oh no. Oh, I didn't know he was that old. I think he looked a lot younger. But he would still be. He could be my son though. 31. Yeah, that could be my child. Yeah, 31 could be my child. I had to have him like. Yeah, 31 could be my kid. If you're 30 or 31, you're young enough to be my child. Teddy Riley is a legend in the industry. He is. He is a big time legend. He's written so many hits and produced so many things. I was, like I said, when I was doing my research for my video last year, I was shocked. I didn't know that he had produced K-pop and worked with SM for years. Hello, V Marie is here. Everybody, yeah, V Marie said everybody gives a thumbs up. But I was shocked. But anyway, V Marie is here. We already talked about Min Hee-jin and her whole website plagiarizing all everybody. Y'all, I can't. Y'all, whenever I do a video about Min Hee-jin, y'all be in the comments so hard. Going, I just be giggling. I just be reading the comments in bed, just scrolling, cause y'all be like, Min Hee-jin, she didn't did it again. Min Hee-jin didn't stole. She's plagiarized. I was like, Lord. I said, y'all be doing Min Hee-jin so dirty. I just be kind of feeling bad for her. I said, I just be giggling. I just be like, and then I had one person try to come in there and defend Min Hee-jin. And I'm like, don't come in here and if you're gonna defend Min Hee-jin, that's fine. I don't have any issue with that. But oh, y'all are Jennifer said, oh, you're 14 years apart. Oh, well, oh, Jennifer, you're young. Talk about she cray all day. Yeah, y'all be going so hard on Min Hee-jin. I just be giggling. Like my stomach be hurting because y'all be like between Blackpink and Min Hee-jin, I don't know which one of y'all be going in. But yeah, somebody did come to my comment section and they were like, well, Min Hee-jin should be okay because she's really talented and creative. And I was like, huh? I was like, talented where? Talented who? I was like, Min Hee-jin talented? And stealing and doing Google searches. I was like, and then I had to tell the person, I was like, you do know Min Hee-jin is not a producer. She's not a writer. She doesn't do the music. And I thought that was the whole point. You can have the best concept in the world, But if your idols aren't talented, they can't dance, they can't sing, you can have the best concept and the best look and the best wardrobe and the best hair. That's what Min Hee-jin does. She creates a fantasy. She's supposed to be a creative, right? Yeah, she's talented at SEO. But my question is, okay, but she not making the music. The way people be big up in Min Hee-jin, they act like she making the music. I was like, she's not musically inclined. She doesn't write or produce the music. She's a creative director. She's a visual artist, allegedly. So she comes up with concepts and visuals and promotions. So to say Min Hee-jin it made new jeans, I said, but she didn't make the music. Like she didn't write the music. She didn't sing the music. She didn't produce the music. She ain't singing no hooks. She didn't do the downbeat or the upbeat. I'm like, she didn't do the choreography. So I was like, how can Min Hee-jin make a group successful when she's not involved in any of the music production? Your song does have to catch on with the audience. Your song does have to be good enough the way people like it. So again, she can bring in producers. She'll probably bring in Bana or hell, whoever to do these songs. That's fine. But people are acting like a K-pop group is made or unmade on a concept. It's not. There have been plenty of groups out there that had really great concepts, really good visuals, good look, good music video, all of that. But they did not make it because their music wasn't good. They couldn't sing, they couldn't dance, they weren't consistent in their talent, they couldn't perform live. All of that is on the artist. You can have the best concept in the world, but if the girls can't perform, they have no stage charisma, they don't know how to dance, they don't know how to work the stage together, then audiences are going to clock that and be like, they're going to come across as being unpolished. And so you have to have choreographers and coaches and people there to guide your group, and the songs have to be good. I'm like, at the end of the day, K-pop is music. So at the end of the day, isn't the music the point? Like, not the con. People act like Min Hee-jin out here writing hooks and shit. Like they act like Min Hee-jin is the next Amy Allen or Teddy Riley. I'm like, she not writing no hooks. She ain't putting no beats in the mixer. She ain't using AI to songwrite. She does concepts. I'm like, and I know that's important in K-pop, but I'm like, damn, it's not making or breaking a group. Like, oh, you better have a good concept. I'm like, yes, and all of our concepts were borrowed. Our concepts were borrowed. And then she stole the stuff. She didn't even create her own concept. So she adapted and mismatched things together. So again, I don't understand how Min Hee-jin, people automatically think she's going to be successful. I'm like, she would need lots of money because it costs a lot of money to get a K-pop group. She needs promotions. The music has to be good. The production value has to be good. She needs all of these things. So to act like Min Hee-jin automatically is going to get success because she worked for SM what had the funds and the financing and the backing and the clout in the industry, and Min Hee-jin worked on aespa and EXO and various other groups. She was behind the scenes, but it's not like she worked on these groups it's not like she discovered these groups. It's not like she's the talent end of it, like she's out here gathering up trainees. Min Hee-jin didn't do none of that. I'm like, y'all didn't overblow Min Hee-jin and make her out to be like she's some sort of like genius. She's not. There are plenty of creative directors in K-pop that would run circles around Min Hee-jin. There are creative directors all in HYBE. There's plenty of them. There's several of them. There's creative directors in YG. Okay, there's creative directors in SM and JYP that do good work. They have a good team of people and do good work. But to act like Min Hee-jin is just like this genius person and she just gonna make or break a group. I mean, I'm like, man, okay. She had them dressed like little. Did she have NCT Dream dressing like little boys? Did she? Did she have a hand in that? Where they were dressing like little boys. Min Hee-jin like her talent, dressed like little boys and little girls. Apparently, that's her thing. I don't know whether to be disturbed. I'm kind of weirded out about that. You know. So yeah, HYBE was like, "Come on, we need you to pay this money back, girl. You better get out there. You better get the next BTS because that's what you're gonna need to pay us back." But I mean, but to act like Min Hee-jin, like she makes or break a group, I'm like, she's one component of many, you know? Yeah, she's not the end all be all of the K-pop industry. The fact that people were in my comment section talking about she's a creative genius, I'm like, okay. I don't see it. Again, I told people before, Min Hee-jin worked at SM Entertainment and nobody knew who the fuck she was. She was an executive. She was a creative director. Nobody knew nobody heard of Min Hee-jin. Nobody knew who the fuck she was. She worked for SM for over 10, 12, 13, 14 years. Nobody could point Min Hee-jin out of a lineup. Nobody knew who this woman was. She worked behind the scenes just like many other executives, many other creative directors. Nobody knew who she was until the whole Adore HYBE thing. The only reason people know who she was is because of the lawsuit. Other than that, if she would have stayed quiet working with New Jeans, nobody really would have paid too much of attention to her. She would have won some awards. People would have been like, oh, okay. And they would have moved on. Just like any other executive that works for HYBE or Adore or YG or you don't know who these executives. These executives, they not like out there like that. You know, I mean, we know who the CEO of the company is. You know, I know Daddy YG and nephew. Daddy YG, nephew, Opa JYP, call me JYP, and Bang PD. I mean, yes, but the other executives, I couldn't tell you the other executives at YG or HYBE. I mean, you know, we know some of the music producers and the writers, but other than that, Min Hee-jin was just another executive. So I want her to go back to being obscure and just be in the background doing what she do in the background, you know? And like, because nobody knew who she was. Until if it wasn't for all this shit with New Jeans, nobody wouldn't even know who she was. A creative genius who got herself fired, yes. Ruined her group's career and tried to bring down the company she worked for. Yeah, that's basically it. Because the weird stuff that was going on with Cookie, is that how you knew? I know you like my cookie. I know you like a cookie. I like that song. I know you like my cookie. Yeah, it was. Isn't it a cookie song? Isn't that how that go? Oh, no, that's the Skittles song. I'm getting it 50-50. Have y'all heard that song about 50-50 Skittles? That's what I'm getting. But anyway, that's about Min Hee-jin. My last story of the day is the issue with CBX. So CBX is the other issue. So CBX was three guys who are a member of EXO. So there's three of them. Okay, the most famous person of CBX, they sued SM. They lost back in October. The most famous one is Becca Boom. Is that Tear lip gloss? No, it is not. It's called Boba Milk Tea Lip Gloss, peach flavored. Yes, this is boba tea. See, it looks like a little boba tea. See, you got the little bubbles in it. It's not Tear. The only thing Tear I have is the facial wash, which I love. I love the facial wash. But so CBX and the most famous one is Becca Boom. They're members of EXO. They sued SM because they said they were owed royalties. They said they were stiffed out of their money. And so y'all remember that. I've talked about this case. I've posted things on my posts. I've talked about it in live streams. And so I talked about it over and over again because I was shocked that this story didn't make a big deal because it was overshadowed by the shit with Adore. So, Cookie was from the date. Yeah, I've seen the video and heard the Cookie song. Really weird. But CBX, they lost their lawsuit. Okay. So there's three of them. They decided to sign up with a new agency. The same agency that Taemin. Like I know some of y'all like Shiny Taemin. I like Taemin. So I like Taemin. So some of us like Taemin. And then there's also a group called the Boys that are part of this same agency. So I'm going to do a whole deep dive about this agency. However, what has happened is that they were supposed to do like a concert, an event. It was a bunch of artists. It was Taemin, it was CBX, it was the Boys, it was a bunch of other people. Well, it got canceled. So some of y'all, I posted it and I did I posted a little bit of snip of the article. And then some of y'all were in the comments talking about it. Was this have to do with the financial issues? And this, yes, it got canceled because the agency that they signed up with is having financial issues, big time. So what has happened lately is that Baekhyun and another artist, I forgot the other artist, they are in danger of losing their homes. Like me and Jennifer talked about this today. So they're in danger of losing their homes. Apparently Baekhyun has a villa in South Korea that he's rented. He's rented out for quite a while. They owe Baekhyun owes creditors. He owes taxes. He owes back rent because this agency has not been paying them. There are employees have come anonymously and said that they have lost their insurance, that some of these employees have families, they have kids. Some of these employees can't pay for their rent, they can't pay their cars, they can't pay their electricity because they have not gotten a paycheck in like 3 weeks. So these are just the regular employees. So some of these employees, they don't know what's going on. They are desperate. They are, of course, in distress. Um, Lisa Parker, I don't know. Oh, you got to see Taemin in Vegas? Oh my God, I want to see him. Yes, time to ask HYBE for a job. It is heartbreaking. So it is heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking that they have not. This agency has signed them and they have not gotten paid. So again, they're canceling promotions. All of these artists, Taemin was supposed to come out with a new album, and CBX are supposed to come out with an album along with a K-pop group called The Boys and some other people. From what I heard, the agency could not pay to have the albums produced. So I guess they're just going to release digital signals. They're not even going to release physical albums because they did not have enough money to get it produced. The agency promised these different shows and festivals, and they could not follow through because they didn't have enough money to pay the promoters or pay the venue or pay all the incidentals. Because, there's security, there's travel expenses, all these things. Apparently the promoter couldn't do it. The CEO he owns 3 different companies in South Korea. And all 3 of them are suffering. And they have many employees. And so now, like I said, the thing about it is with Baekhyun is that he is going to lose his home. I don't know what Baekhyun has did with his money. I don't know much about him. I'm not in his pockets. I don't know. But I would have think that he had investments. I know that he owns real estate property. People are saying that he was going to have to try to sell some real estate property that he had to try to keep his villa that he has in South Korea, but they didn't know because they're like literally a couple of months away from being tossed out because he has not. Yeah, okay, Chin, yes, and that was the other 2 members. So the Chinese guy who is the member, I don't know how to pronounce Chinese names. Chen and Shua Min, I think. Shua Min, the one with the X, Shui Min, is thinking about going back to China because at least he could make a living there. That's what people are saying. At least that one has expressed desires to go back to China because at least he can make a living there. And so, because they are not getting paid. So for an idol that have bills and other obligations, so now they owe their creditors. So they are pretty much not getting a paycheck. And so it is really sad. Like, I don't know if the chairman of these companies, they overshot everything. And then people are wondering what kind of contract they're assigned to. I don't know what kind of contract they're assigned to. Pronounce Schumann. Okay, Schumann. Okay, there we go. I'm not good with Chinese names. Good with Korean ones, but not Chinese ones. Okay, Schumann said that he wants to go back to China. I started doing strange things. I interviewed with an employer who couldn't pick up in the middle of the night. Government, I jumped before Bush. Girl, nah. Started doing strange things. He said do something strange with a piece of change. So this chairman apparently is, I don't know what's, they said the employees don't even know what's going on. So either he has mismanaged the money or he overshot and promised all of these things and then found out that he didn't have the money for it. He couldn't pay for it. There's been some evidence that this particular chairman has been borrowing money from banks and he's defaulted on loans and he's not able to pay, like I don't know what's going on. So again, there's people are about to lose their apartments, about to lose their homes because they cannot pay. Again, the people are like, well, shouldn't Baekhyun have money? I'm like, but I don't know. Like there are a lot of idols you would think that would have lots of money, but it depends on what businesses they invested in, how much they've squandered the money. You never know. Like Baekhyun's been in the industry for a long time with EXO, but you don't know what he's been doing with his money though. Like, it's a real sad mess because not only the idols are not getting paid, but then you have the other people. You have stylists and security, people who've done work in previous projects and they have not gotten paid. So they've done work in a previous festival and previous tourings and stuff, and they said they have not gotten paid. So people have not gotten paid in like 2-3 months, and so the people are about to lose their homes. They borrowing money from family and friends. They're using their maxing out their credit cards to try to keep their bills on. While this company is telling them, "Yeah, we're gonna pay you. Yeah, we're gonna pay you. Yeah, you're gonna pay you." And then next week is always next week, next week, next week. They have not gotten a paycheck in months. The first water bomb outside of Asia this September is being held in Las Vegas. No artist list yet, but they're promoting it. Possibly Taemin may be a part of it. That I hope so. Seems like they should be able to get out of their contract because he's not paying them. That's the same thing I said. I said, well, shouldn't they be able to get out of their contract since it's all of this is suspicious. But here's the thing. Here's the rub, y'all, because I'm gonna bring it up in my video. People are saying there's on the streets, y'all didn't hear it from me. What I hear on the streets is that SM has sabotaged them. Baby! I was like, what? Somebody was like, Kiki, come here. I said, I'm listening. They was like, well, you know why this is happening to this chairman? I said, why? I said, I thought these people thought these companies, the companies that this chairman ran, that they were under control, that this dude had, he been in the industry for quite a while. So it's not like this is some new agency that he just sprang out of nowhere. This dude has been in and around the K-pop industry for over 20 years. What I heard on the streets, you didn't hear it from me, is that SM has sabotaged them. That's what I heard, baby. Allegedly. SM sabotaged their asses. That's what I hear. I hear SM, I don't know what, I'm going to get into it, but I'm going to tell y'all what I hear, that SM didn't work their magic, baby. I was like, yeah, yes. That's what I hear. That they had things set up with promoters and then promoters started to cancel mysteriously. Because CBX, AK, he signed CBX not that long ago. They had a lawsuit with SM Entertainment, which is their agency. So they lost their lawsuit. And then SM is like, bye-bye, we don't want you. So they signed up with this new agency. And so they've been booking festivals and things. I heard that SM, because this agency took on CBX, what is being said in these streets is that SM has been sabotaging. Yup. Because it's just messed up that they were doing good and they've represented Taemin for a couple of years. And they have the boys and they have some other artists too. Baby, they said CBX, they signed them, I think like 4 or 5, 6 months ago or whatever. And the moment their lawsuit was over, they were like, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And the moment they start booking these festivals for CBX, this shit started to fall through. Promoters start telling them, no, and they started raising their prices. Saying, oh, well, it was this price. Well, no, it's this price now to be at this venue. And then the promoter started to get real janky and started trying to charge them fees and mess them around. Baby, I'm hearing SM is sabotaging their asses. That's what I keep hearing, that SM has something to do with their money being tied up in these festivals, and that something happened. Like either they started hiking up the prices, they started to renege on the deals. Something I hear the reason why they started losing money. And they said SM, yeah, SM's like mafia. Yeah, they like mafia. Maybe so they've been trying to, but yeah. Yeah. So I heard that this company, they've had issues of money, but for some reason when they signed CBX, they started having all of these issues. Like all these creditors are like, you owe us money, and then they were trying to pay, and then they thought they had more time, and then they didn't. And all these people started calling in like, you owe us this and you owe us that. And they like, wait a minute. And baby, they just got caught up. They said they got caught up. And they said the SM had something to do with it. SM is sabotaging their asses. I said, oh, yeah, Isuman trying to make a comeback, baby. You know, Isuman then got Boa, baby. I put that on there. Speaking of SM, they said the reason why Boa left SM Boa is like, she is like the Mariah Carey of K-pop. She's been around ever since she was a little girl, 13 years old. So she's been in the industry for a long, long time. She's written, she's produced. She's like I said, like the Mariah Carey, the Madonna of K-pop. She left SM. She had been with SM over 20 something years, left that agency. And they said the reason why she left is because Isuman is finna come back. And they said that she gonna go work for Isuman. That's what I heard. You didn't hear from me, but they said Boa is gonna go work for Isuman. That she can write, Boa can produce. And they said they working on him because Isuman wants a boy group. And that's what they're working on. That's what they said. They said that's why she left. They said she bided her time till Isuman was ready. And then he was like, come on, Boa. And she like, I'm out. There's another producer. I forgot his name. He left SM a couple of years ago. He works for Isuman now. He works with him, producing his music, because Isuman got this Chinese girl group. But they said Isuman finna come back because he had a no-compete contract for 4 years, and they said it's about to end this year. And he getting his old producers back because they are not happy at SM. And so all these old producers that were in charge of the SM sound, they going back to Isuman. And they ready for him. They ready for him. Maybe they should. That's what some people are saying. That if their contract falls through with this company, they were saying that CBX, they will have a home with Isuman. They would have a home. Because again, EXO, the CBX problem started because they don't get along with Nephew. That they do not get along with the way Nephew started to do things, and they were having problems. And so yes, CBX, that could be an avenue for them. They could go back with Grandpa Isuman. Yeah, whoever's behind this, yes, they sucker the company in. Yes. Yep, and pull the plug on, baby. They did that. They said they did that company dirty. They said, yeah. And like I said, it's yeah, SM was mad. SM was like, okay, these artists tried to sue us. They lost. And then now you gonna take them in? Oh, hell no. And then think you finna go do concerts and tours with 3 of our most popular members in EXO? Oh, you think you finna, y'all finna go on tour? Oh, y'all finna do, oh no, yeah. Y'all ain't finna go out here and make no money. Y'all lost a lawsuit. So this is the type of bullshit that goes on behind closed doors in K-pop. When artists try to go to another company, then the company's like, oh yeah, they can sign with whoever, but then they behind the closed door, they sabotaging their ass. You know, Nephew is sketchy. Yeah, Nephew is sketchy. What other groups I see transition over to USA? None. I don't see any, not anytime soon. Yeah, they said not on our watch. You ain't finna make money. Like no, we'll make sure you're gonna be out of business. So I don't know what they're gonna do. And the sad thing about it is that this is embarrassing. So it's bad enough you're not getting paid. But then the other part in Korea, what people are telling me is that all these artists are embarrassed. So it's a lot of shame. Like they gotta answer to their, like this was all in the news. This is, people are talking about it. Their family and friends know about it. So this is not only like they ain't getting paid, but this is also like personal embarrassment to them, especially CBX and what they've been through. They were fighting for their rights. They were told by their legal counsel that they had a big chance of winning their legal. SM was not paying them what they should have been paid. And let's just be honest, it's not a New Jeans situation. CBS got done wrong, and then they lost their court case, which I kind of figured that they were going to lose because they're in a contract, and it's hard to win in that situation. And then EXO comes back. SM is like, thanks but no thanks. We don't need y'all. We'll go on without you. We'll just exit you three bitches out of here. And so EXO came out with a new album and a new music video, and they just pretended the other three don't even exist. And so the other three are trying to pick up their careers. They still have clout and popularity, and now this happens. So this has been a personal blow to them financially, but emotionally and mentally as well. Like they said that they are very embarrassed, especially Taemin. When Taemin, he's been a solo and had such a great career and all this other type of stuff, that this is embarrassing. Like this is like, in Korea, and then knowing the fact that it was reported that Baekhyun may lose his home, that was personally damaging and embarrassing to him. Because people are like, well, what are you going to do? Are you really going to lose your home? But he owes a bunch of taxes on it. They were saying that Baekhyun owes a bunch of taxes too. They owe back taxes that they have not paid, but they ain't got no money. They don't have, so people are like, well, shouldn't he have money? I'm like, he owes taxes too. So he owes back taxes on his properties and all this stuff. So this is just sad. It's sad and it's embarrassing. And like, it's sad. Not even Stray Kids. What about Stray Kids? Stray Kids, they got some money. They got some money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The boys, this is the second time that this has happened to them. So, my new glasses. Yes, I got my purple ones. Yeah. you know what do you think about them? They have such a hold on them. What do you think about them having? I love that I want idols to have personal lives. Y'all know how I feel strongly about that. I want idols to be free to do whatever Western artists do or don't do. I want them to be free to have their lives, whether they want to live it in public, private, semi-private. Idols deserve to have the same freedoms and the same equality that any human being has. And if they want to date, they can date. They shouldn't be forced to hide and, lose their whole career. They're caught holding hands with somebody. I think that the fandoms need to grow up because it didn't always used to be like this. Chin has a wife and at least two kids. Oh, does he? Oh, wow. Well, he would be really, really worried then. I didn't know that he had a wife and two kids. That's just sad. Like, to go through all of this and then have it in the media is just horrible. It's just horrific. And then, family and friends, I can understand the Koreans. Like, this is horrific. Like, it's horrible for people to know your financial issues and what's going on, and then knowing that you were such a member of a famous idol group, and then it's just horrific. Shit about BTS, technically speaking, BTS is not a K-pop group. They are a global group. I hope fans will stop holding them back. V Marie, I'm with you. You know how I feel about that. I feel like these fandoms. I've said it in videos that BTS need to break away from the K-pop fandom and move on. The same thing that they trying to do to Cat's Eye. Let me add about Cat's Eye. They are doing the same thing. They trying to put Cat's Eye in this K-pop pigeonhole, and I'm like, look. Cat's Eye they'll go on their social media and tell them to cut it out. Because Cat's Eye doing this, doing that. Cat's Eye is not a K-pop group. Have a good night. Good night. I'm excited to see Bad Bunny tomorrow. I am too. I think the fans, the K-pop fans, well, I agree, the Western industry is holding them back too, but I believe that K-pop fans don't help it with this craziness. That the crazy behavior runs the West away from K. I think that, like I said, I did a whole video about why K-pop hasn't caught on in mass in the West. And one of the reasons is because of the K-pop fans, because people don't understand it. Because y'all do know that, like, once the Grammys hit, that K-pop fans were going after Bruno Mars. Did y'all hear about that? That K-pop fans, that Bruno Mars had to come and clap back at K-pop fans because they were literally dragging him online and accusing Rose of being a sasaeng. They said that his behavior wasn't acceptable, her behavior wasn't acceptable. They were just hanging out. It wasn't nothing. He's a lot older than her. It's obviously that she admires him. And they were accusing Rose of, like, hideous shit. and accusing Bruno Mars of ignoring her. Like this, I said this is the reason why Western stars are like, oh my God. Like they were all over her. They was all over them. Yes. They were dragging Bruno Mars for filth. Because they did some photo things together and then they accused Bruno Mars of ignoring Rose. Like he was like, what are y'all talking about? Like it was just stupid. Like they were all over his social media and he was like, what are y'all talking about? Like, I don't know. It was just bizarre. I was like, yes, it was bizarre. So he clapped back at them and he was like, what are y'all going on about? Like, because they at the end of the show, they were taking pictures and they're like, okay, Rose, and Bruno, and they took pictures together. And he was just posing for the pictures and they accused him of ignoring her. And I'm like, I didn't understand it. Like people, like these Blackpink fans was like really upset with Bruno Mars. And I'm like, and he was like, what? Like, I didn't ignore her. I didn't understand that. I didn't get it. But that's one of the reasons. Like I said, I'm with it as both. The West does not want to have K-pop have a foothold in the West, period, because they can't control it. They don't control the distribution. They don't control the music. But the other problem is in Korea. I think what V Marie is saying, in Korea, us international fans, for the most part, we're cool. But when you look at the Korean fans, it's a whole different vibe out there than what it is for us international fans. It's the Korean fans. Yes, it's the Korean fans, AK. That they have a sense of entitlement. Don't even get me started on the light stick thing. That's one example of insanity. The light stick thing is my example. They claim he unfollowed her. Yes. And I'm like, why are y'all mad over this? I will never understand K-pop fans. I live 1,000 years and I'm like, who cares? I'm like, I mean, it was just like, it was just dumb. But I agree with both of y'all, V Marie and Angels. I agree with both of y'all. It's the West that gatekeeps K-pop because they don't want. But the other point is, it's the fans and not the international ones, the Korean ones. The Korean ones is the problem because they feel like the same shit they do with Cat's Eye, and Cat's Eye is not even K-pop. Cat's Eye is a global group, and they feel like yes, K-pop fans hate people that they have collaborations with. And I was like, if y'all don't cut that shit out, nobody's going to want to collaborate with them. Like the shit that happened to Bruno Mars was just dumb. It was just literally dumb shit. And I'm like, that's why other Western artists are like, well, we got to deal with their crazy ass fans. Nobody wants to deal with this shit. Nobody wants to deal with crazy ass fans in K-pop. If they sneeze wrong or they say something wrong or they hold, like when J-Hope collaborated with him, they accused her of not promoting the song enough. Man, who does this? I mean, artists collaborate in the West all the time. The fans don't be like going after somebody unless it's something really egregious. But the fact that the fans go to people on social media and accuse them of not promoting the song enough, or this person touched this person too much, they don't want to deal. They was like, what is this? And some people don't know anything about K-pop or K-pop fans. So they literally be perplexed, like, who are these people? Like, why am I getting people on my social media asking me questions about bullshit? Like, nobody wants to deal with that. They have to deal with their own PR and their own shit. K-pop fans do, like I said, the whole Rose Bruno Mars thing, I'm just sitting here like this. Like, are you kidding me? Like, this is why people don't want to collaborate with y'all. This is why Western artists are like, well, we'll do it, but they don't want to deal with the fan blowback because in the West, it's nonsensical. It is just nonsensical nonsense. It's like shit that no other, they like, what? Like, what are they talking about? So that what? What are you talking about? What? Child? So that's why people don't want to deal with it. You know, they fans, yes, I agree with you. Their fans are problematic. You know, they Yes, they've watched other artists be attacked by the fandom, and so that scares other artists off because they're like, I don't want to go through this. Like, I don't want to deal with that. But I don't think that's the only reason. I think the West, the inside the industry, also gatekeeps K-pop as well. I think it's both. But as an artist, I would be scared to collaborate with K-pop artists as well, because you're like, well, you know how they fans are, and like I said, some artists, they just don't understand that. They're like, why? They're perplexed by that. They're like, why would they fans? You know, the Korean fans, yes, are psychos, like especially them. But yes, the Western music industry does gatekeep all of K-pop because they can't control it and they can't monetize it the way they want to. Like, I give the example, like I don't know if I gave the example but in a video. The example is dealing with artists. Like, I give the example of Bad Bunny. So Bad Bunny belongs to a small independent record label, a Latin label. However, if I am a brand or another artist, I can get a hold of Bad Bunny and talk to his people, and I could collaborate with Bad Bunny. And then if Bad Bunny wants to have a deal outside of his record label, I don't know if that's in his contract, but a lot of artists can. The difference in K-pop is they cannot. That's the problem. People in the West, whether it be promoters or people like that, they'll put up with the agencies. But again, JK, like I said, he's the hottest thing ever. If I look at JK and see him on TV or see him on a video, I'm like, who is that? Oh, that's Jungkook from BTS. Jungkook. Oh, he got a really good look. Get his people on the phone. We'll call him. Oh, you can't. What do you mean I can't? You have to go through his agency. Agency? Yeah, you got to go through Big Hit. What? I have to go through the agency. In the West, you don't necessarily, Warner Brothers or Sony don't have that kind of contract with them. The artists can make their own decisions and make their own moves. The West don't want that. That's one of the things that the West don't like about K-pop. If they want JK to be on their TV show or their movie, they want to deal with JK. They don't want to deal with Big Hit or HYBE. That's the difference, a big difference between the West and the K-pop industry. Everything is through the agency. The West don't want that. They don't want that. And then sometimes the agencies will add caveats. Like, well, if JK does this, then we want an in with this particular group or this particular group that's in there. So if we let JK do this guest star on this show, then we want in a year time, we want Islet to be on this show, or we want this member of TXT to do something else different. It has to do with this vendor or brand or whatever. So that's another thing, how K-pop uses their idols to hook up other deals for their other groups and their other idols or other band members in the same band. The West don't like that. If they want to deal with JK, they want to deal with JK. They don't want to deal with JK, and then now they have to promise HYBE or Big Hit that they got to do something for Islet or TXT or another member of the or Jimin, and they don't want somebody controlling that. They just want that person. And if they just want Bad Bunny, they can just get Bad Bunny. They don't have to go through, Remus, and go through all of this rigmarole and this. They don't want to do all that. So the West don't like anything that they can't control or monetize. And so they want to monetize JK or Jimin. They want to be able to have a relationship with him. They don't want a relationship with Big Hit necessarily. They don't want all that. They just want a relationship with the artist and use the artist to do whatever to promote. They don't want HYBE and Big Hit to be involved in the management team. They're like, what? Why we got to involve all them? They don't want all that. And so I understand why they don't want all that. But again, like I said, I agree because the fans have an issue. The fans is one of the issues why it gives K-pop artists a bad reputation in the industry and outside the industry. And that's a big thing. And like I said it in my video, that's one of the reasons, because of the crazy fans. There were some comments that were made about BTS about Mexico. And then people made comments about BTS fans being children. Like there's some variety show in Mexico, and somebody was like, because they were talking about the president wanted more shows in Mexico. The variety show was like going in on BTS fans, like, Are they a bunch of little kids? Because that's what people think as K-pop fans, like they a bunch of little kids, which we all know that's not true, but that's how people see it, not just in Mexico, but worldwide. They're like, oh, it's a bunch of little kids, it's a bunch of teenagers, like because of the way the fans act, like they can't date and baby, the West want to take. They like we want to ad campaign with him and a girl. Like sex sells here. So then there's stipulations that they get put on. What JK can't do this and JK can't do that and he can't do this. And they like, what? Well, we can't. They're like, okay. So yeah, I can understand why the West is like, we gotta jump through hoops for K-pop. When other music industries that are international, they don't have to do all that. If they want Bad Bunny to be hugged up with a bitch on a Nike ad, they can do it. You know. But the Western music industry, yes, it will gatekeep to the day it dies. You know. That's just, you know, that's just how I mean the Western industry is going to gatekeep. Because again, I tell people we're the original. We're the origin, whether people like it or not, of the modern music industry. And people don't like it. I don't like it, but that's just how it is. We have the biggest market share is in the West. We make the most money. We can make or break someone's career. They want to go where the money is going. And Korea is not it. Korea is a little country. And Japan and the Asian market is small. The goal is to expand. Is to be international, but then you can go on tours, you can make a lot more money, you can get more money for branding deals, the more popular you are. But I'm just saying with the West, the way that they do things and the way that K-pop do things is like this. And sometimes the West will deal with it because it's BTS, so they will suck it up and they will deal with it. But at the end of the day, if the West had their way with, they like, this is stupid. They don't want an intermediary between what they want to do with between them making money. And that's what the agencies are. And so the West don't want K-pop there because they don't have control of it. They don't have control over the artists or the money or anything. So they like, we don't want you here because you know. Sexy hooked up with Scooter Braun. Yes. Yeah. That's why Bang PD, yeah, he needed somebody to negotiate with the West. Yes. Yeah. Even yeah, Scooter Braun, I won't even dignify that with an answer. I don't like Scooter Braun. He's up there with Dr. Luke to me. But you have to use the tools that you have though. And that's why they made HYBE America and they bought his Ithaca Holdings and they did all of that. Yes, because they needed a way into the industry. And they know that having HYBE in Korea, that's not gonna cut it. You need somebody American in the industry to get your foot in the door enough to where you can break through these barriers, because in the industry it's about relationships. And so Scooter Braun is known well in the industry, whether people like him or not. But believe it or not, people like him in the industry. Now I don't know why. I guess if you kiss enough butt, but people like him in the industry. He works well with producers and writers for the most part. It's just outside the industry people don't like him, but in the industry they like Scooter Braun. They like him. They like, oh, Scooter Braun. I'm just like, okay. I mean, he's brought a lot of people in the industry, so I think that's the reason why a lot of people like him. And he's powerful. But yeah, people like him. I mean, there are people who they like him. I don't get it, but you know. The music industry in the United States is the biggest market because we started all of this, whether people like it or not. And I'm telling you, I was like, this is just what it, whether they like it or not. It begins and ends with us. And no disrespect to Korean K-pop, but people like, oh, well, they have to do things. I don't agree with like the musical direction, like the way that they try to globalize music, because it can be like stupid, you know. But again, it is what it is. My problem with the K-pop industry, it's not Korean enough. Latin music and Korean music, it was like on the same trajectory for a while. The thing is with Latin music, they weren't compromising. Latin music is like, we're gonna stay Latin and that's just what we're gonna do. We got elements of other things here and there, of course, there's reggaeton, there's all kinds of Latin music. But they didn't steer away from being Latin. Like they still sing in Spanish, they don't give a fuck. K-pop started singing in English and started taking more and borrowing more music and started doing all these things. When again, my goal for BTS is for them to bring K-pop, drag it back, because I need more Korea in K-pop. I don't need more West. We have enough West. There's enough West here. Okay, we look. There's enough West. I got enough West up in here. We have enough West here. I need K-pop to go back to Korea. I need them to bring what is uniquely Korean and put that in their music. That's what I need Korea to do. And be like, we're unabashedly, unashamedly, unafraid to be Korean. And that's just what it is. And you guys are just gonna like it and deal with it. We're gonna sing in Korean and we're not gonna go, but K-pop just veers off into let's be more westernized, and it don't work. I need K-pop to be K-pop, not let's be Western music light. Because when they start doing that, that's when people start losing their interest, because they're like, oh, this is just a watered down version of Western music. Nobody wants that. I don't want that. I don't want watered down Western rap music. I don't want watered down R&B. If I want R&B, we have that here. When we want rap, I have that here. You can add the elements, but when you start copying stuff to where it's like too Western, it's too global, that's for a lot of people, that's their problem with K-pop now. It is too Western. Too many songs in English, is too much copying the West, is too much now. So I hopefully, again, I love to see BTS bring it back. And I think BTS is gonna bring it back. I think BTS naming their album Ararang, I think they're gonna bring it back. I really think BTS is gonna snatch K-pop and be like, we need to be more cultural. We need to be closer to our roots. We need to be more Korea. And I'm ready to see it. I'm like, yes, finally, somebody gets it. Korean got their whole, I need some trot singers. I'm like, damn it, why can't we infuse K-pop with a damn trot singer? I'm ready to hear that. I'm sitting around like, okay, we're gonna get the trot singer in here. Come on, bring her. Like we're gonna bring in the Korean instruments. Bring those too. Like Chinese rap music is rap music, but I hear the China in a lot of Chinese rap music. It's not a carbon copy of the West. Korea tries too much to be like the West. I like Chinese rap music. Chinese rap music sound like Chinese rap music. You can hear the Chinese influence in their hip hop music. A lot of times. It's a lot of Chinese. You can hear the flutes. You can hear the strings. You can hear all that in a lot of the Chinese rap music. Even the hardcore, like crunk, trap. They got a trap beat, damn it. But they got a damn Chinese flute in that motherfucker, though. They got a Chinese flute, and they got some Chinese strings in there. I'm like, oh, it's trap. Wait a minute, something else in this trap. Oh, I hear it. It's traditional Chinese as well. Korea totally absconded their traditional music and didn't try to infuse it with their K-pop. And I think that's where they went wrong for me. I want to hear more Korea. I want to hear more Korean themes and Korean culture in K-pop music. I don't want to hear all my bitches in the club, let's hang out. I'm just like, I know these bitches. We've been to the club before back in the day and we've hung out. So it's like, that's nice. I don't want to hear, these kind of themes that are in the West in Korean music when I'm like, that's not really Korean. It's not really accurate, but I'm not saying they're not in the club. I'm not saying the bitches ain't in the club, which they are, but they don't really talk like that in Korea. I'm like, yeah, they don't really talk like that in Korea. Wasn't Scooter just broke like 5 minutes ago? How is he so powerful? He's been in the industry a long time. He has produced a lot of hits. He has produced a lot of people and brought a lot of people in the industry. He is very powerful behind the scenes. You just learned about him yesterday? Yes, he's been in the industry for a long. He's very powerful. Some people don't like him because of political reasons, but in the industry, I don't hear, there's not a lot of people like really dragging him in the industry like that. Like people outside the industry don't like him because of various reasons, but he's been a producer. He's written and produced. Now I know the Swifties don't like him because he fought with Taylor Swift because she signed that contract where he had control of her music and she had to go back and re-record all her music and fight with him. Like she went through all of that. So some people know him from that. But what Scooter Braun did with Taylor Swift, I don't agree with it, but it's not anything unusual. It's you know, I didn't think he was going to give her tracks, her control of her music without a fight, because he would have lost money. But it wasn't anything too unusual. But yeah, Scooter Braun is just like Dr. Luke. He's another producer, writer, producer, talent. People like him in the industry. I don't particularly. He screwed over a lot of people too. Dr. Luke. That's a name. I think he's worse than Scooter Braun, but he kind of flies underneath the radar. But he's produced a lot of hits. Yeah, K-pop should be more Korean. I want it to be more Korean. I'm like, Koreans don't talk like that, not regular Koreans. I'm like, well, Koreans sound like that. But like I said, my thing, I think BTS is gonna bring this shit back. I think BTS is going to add and be like, look, I said it in my video. I said BTS is going to drop the hammer on them and be like, we're Korean. We're proud to be Korean. Yes, we like other shit, but I think that their album is going to be an overarching feel of Koreanness and letting the world know that they're Korean and not be ashamed. They shouldn't be ashamed to be Korean, you know. And so he shouldn't be, Scooter. Yes, Scooter screwed over Justin Bieber too as well. I don't. Scooter Braun, outside of the industry, he's feared, yeah, because he has a lot of power. I don't know about hated. I don't think Scooter Braun is really that hated enough in the industry. I think I like every time I mention Scooter Braun, people are like, "Oh, well, and apparently he's kind of rough around the edges, but he gets a lot of attention because of the Justin Bieber and the Taylor Swift. But Scooter Braun is one executive out of many. Like I said, their executives have a lot more power, but they just don't have such a high profile like he does because of Justin Bieber and because of the Taylor Swift thing and because of HYBE. But other than that, I was like, I don't understand people's fixation with Scooter Braun because he's one executive of many. Like he is one of many. There's a lot of executives besides Dr. Luke and Scooter Braun that have more power and more clout than he does. But they're just behind the scenes. Most of these people, you never hear their names get brought up unless they have some interaction with somebody that's the high profile artist, or a lawsuit. But other than that, I said the music industry is full of Scooter Brauns. He ain't the only one. It's full of Dr. Luke. A lot of them. Just like I said, the industry is full of Diddies. There's a bunch of Diddies out there. There's a bunch of Harvey Weinstein still out there. I said, whatever Scooter Braun did, people tell me, I'm just like, okay, so shit. I'm like, okay, well, well, I'm like, he won a many, because they all pretty much, the only thing about Scooter Braun is he's just a bit more high profile, which really, he's not really that high profile until the Taylor Swift thing. But he's been in the industry a long time, and people never really said too much about him, until Taylor Swift and the Justin Bieber thing, I guess. In that situation, but I'm not a Swiftie or a Bieber fan, so I was just like, okay. So again, I get kind of perplexed at people's problem with him because he's not the only one to have a holding of people's music, because he has Ariana Grande's music too. I said he's not the only one. A lot of them like that. There's a bunch of dudes. It's like a whole cabal of them that do the same shit. But he gets notoriety because the shit that's happened in the news that became, like that. Like I said, the way I knew about him was the high profile Taylor Swift thing. But I was like, well, he been in the industry a long time, so it's like I was like, well, she kind of signed the contract, so I was like, well, them's the breaks, kid. Like sometimes that's just the breaks, sometimes. But I liked how Taylor Swift got out of it, though. I respected her. I said, good one, girl. But yeah, people outside of the Western industry, yeah, they Yeah, he did. Yes. Scooter Braun is hated outside of the West. I see a lot of the Korean fans go in on him, and I'm just like, he's a businessman, just like everybody else in the industry. Um, right. Yeah. With Taylor, yes, he was the face of it. Yeah, he wasn't the only person that was behind the whole. He's not the only person that owned Ithaca Holdings. I didn't even understand what people like Scooter Braun. I was like, he's not the only owner. He's not the only person that screwed over Taylor. He was just somehow became the face of it. Which I still don't know. That was a while ago. BTS, yes, they're going back to their Korean roots with this album. And 14 songs. I cannot wait. And I want them. I'm like, please bring Korea back into K-pop and force the music to do something different. Because y'all know how much I don't like the music now. Now the music's just nonsensical. I'm just like, just what? Music is nonsensical now. Now I'm just like, oh, the other thing I'm gonna do a video about is Long Shot. Have y'all heard about Long Shot? I got so many videos to do, y'all. I have a whole list. Have y'all heard about Long Shot? Long Shot is the new J Park group, and they got into big trouble. Well, not big trouble, but they got into it. So if y'all heard about the Long Shot thing, so Long Shot is a new K-pop group that just debuted in January. And J Park, they belong to J Park label, and they kind of remind me of Cortis. I've talked about them before because their music sounds like Cortis. Like it's very like Cortis-esque. Oh yeah. Did you hear about it? How the fans was mad? They were performing on the Music Bank, and they have a video out called FaceTime. They have a song and a video out called FaceTime that I reposted because I love it. It is a very R&B, kind of old school, like 2000s, 90 R&B kind of groove to it. And it's just a simple, sweet song about and not Quarters, long shot. They real young, like they real young. Like I think they're like teenagers. So they have this video about trying to FaceTime a girl, just normal teenage shit. So in the video, so Jay Park is coming out with a girl group, and he has some trainees. So some of the trainees, like it's one part of the video. Like the video is like 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And then like 20, 30 seconds of the video, they have like this bowling alley scene, and they're going bowling with these girls. And they kind of have like a little dance thing where they dance with the girls. That's it. Just 20, 30 seconds. I saw the video, thought it was cute. I was like, okay, this is great. They perform it on stage. So they had them perform on stage, and they had them bring the girls out. Don't you know they had to re-record? They had to re-record them performing live because the moment they brought the girls out, like everybody stopped clapping, and some of them and some people started to boo when they so they had to re-record without the girls because people were upset that they had girls on stage, and people were blasting the video as well because they didn't like the girls dancing in the video. And I'm like, and it wasn't even that long in the video. The girls are literally in there for like 20, 30 seconds of the video. Yes, these people freaked out about it. Like these people literally, and Long Shot is a new group. I mean, they're kids, okay? They're little boys. They were horrified and embarrassed that they got up on stage and everything was going well. And then once they got to the part of the song with the girls, that they had to stop and re-record because they didn't want the girls there. Like I was like, what? And so they totally stopped clapping, and the crowd like went silent, and it embarrassed them so bad. And so they had to stop and they re-record. I was like, what the hell, dude? Oh, yeah, I know Taylor began as a country artist. I remember her from long time ago. I remember when she came out. I'm not a Taylor Swift fan. Her music I just don't get. Again, she's a girl singer, so I don't get the appeal of female singers for other females. Somebody's gonna have to explain that to me today. I don't understand. Those of you who like girl groups, I'm gonna do a whole video about why I don't like girl groups, and I'm gonna put the word out to everybody. Why do y'all like girl groups? I don't understand it. But anyway, back with what I was saying. Long Shot got embarrassed, and they had to re-record their live. It was just it was so embarrassing for them, and I felt so bad for them. Like they knew in the industry, and they trying to do it, and then they were like literally like booed off the stage and embarrassed. I don't get the appeal of Taylor Swift. I don't get the appeal of girl groups, period. I mean, like, no offense to the LGBTQIA community, because I would like girl groups if that was the appeal, but I do not understand the appeal of being a straight woman liking a girl group. I don't get it. I'm like, oh, this song is cool. Anyway, there is nothing for me to look at in a girl group. I'm like back in the day, I think about like TLC. Like, I like TLC, but I like their music. Like, I wasn't like, ooh, because I didn't like them like personally. Like, it wasn't nothing personal against them either. Like, I thought they had some good clothing, they had some good style, and their music videos were always good. But I like their music. Like, their music was good. I like Aaliyah back in the day because her music was good. I like the music, but I wasn't invested in it because it was personal for me. I don't like, no, I'm not into female singers. Like I said, I'm not. Escape, no. Escape, mm-mm. Mm-mm. But at least in the West, the difference between female and male singers is not so glaring in the West. But in Korea, it is. It's just like night or day. No, I'm not an R&B person. Like, let me just tell you, most of the female singers sing R&B music. I get so weak in the knees. Fuck me, no. Whitney, I respect Whitney. She's a phenomenal singer. Fuck no. Okay? And I will love you. I can't do hold on to your love. I can't, y'all. I don't have it in my spirit to listen to R&B shit. I don't. Climax, just rap girls. That's it. I like Missy back in the day. I can't even say, I like 2 Sierra songs. I can't do no love songs from nobody. I don't like no Luther Vandross. A chair is just fuck no, a chair is not a chair. I don't like R&B music for the most part. I respect Jodeci. I like 2 or 3 of their songs. That's fine. I'm not into Chris Brown. I am not into Usher. I respect them as artists. But just for me to sit up there and listen, nah. Give me some Wu-Tang. I'm happy. I like rap. Yes, I like rap girls. I like Missy. I like the few. There's not enough female artists in R&B. I mean, in rap music for me. I tell you, I like City Girls. I like Meg Thee Stallion. I like Cardi B. I like Missy back in the day. I like Little Kim back in the day. I was a huge Little Kim fan back in the day because I like hip hop. I'm not into love mushy song. I wasn't into R. Kelly. I I can't. I don't do love songs. I don't do slow songs. I sure in the hell don't do no slow songs. AK already know. Keisha's not about the love song. I'm like, can we move on from this? Like I like breakup songs. Love song. That shit. I sleep. Like, if I want to go to sleep, I listen to that. Uh, uh. I'm like, shit. Can I get some Wu Tang? Can I get some Flip Mode Squad? Like, that's my. I was listening to Flip Mode Squad the other day. I was like, Busta Rhymes. I was like, uh-oh, baby, if you give it to me, you know what I want. I know, I was like Pastor Cavassier. I'm telling you, I told Jennifer, I said, when the Timberland era hit, on God. When Timberland and Magoo came out, and we had a whole era of club bangers. That was me. Get up, we gonna show you how we party. I was like, that was peak Kiki. I was peak during that time. I was so peaked then. Every club I went to was Timberland and Magoo. Like, every club I went to had that kind of music, was a club banger. I could listen to Timberland, like, I wore that CD out. Timberland and Missy, my God. I could cry. For me, that is the golden age of music. I was like, this era was made for me. And then Justin Timberlake, and 50 Cent, talking about, I'm tired of this technology. Boy, 50 Cent talking about, have a baby by me, baby, be a millionaire. Have a baby by me, baby, be a millionaire. I was like, this is my era. That era, that time framed at 6 years. That was my whole lifestyle. Like I was in the club. I was like, hey, hey, I was in the club. I was dancing. Shit, I was like, uh-oh, uh-oh. I was like, that was my whole ass peak era. I mean, then up jumps the boogie. I'm telling you, I was like, can we bring back that? That's my kind of music. And then it went like it just veered off into like next thing you know, we have like just R&B shit. Like here come the Chris Brown, and I'm like, oh god, here we. I'm like back to this shit again. I was like, okay, I'm over it. Like that whole era was like I was listening to a whole bunch of like Timberland music, and I was like, this is such a good era. That was the peak era. That was music was really, really, really good. When Sierra was good and Missy was good, I could rap every damn Missy song. I could rap every masterpiece song. Make you say, nah, 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 nah. I could just weep. Where is Master P when I need you? I was like, ghetto dope, ghetto dope, make crack like that. I mean, I was like, where's my 666 Mafia? Where? This is the heyday of my youth. All the rest of it, all suddenly, like, all that stopped. And then all suddenly we got to like this R&B, like, I'm like, oh, here we go back to this R&B shit again. I'm like, ah. Then, you know, it started to be all this like melodic, like here come like Summer Lee and SZA and this shit. And then here come Kendrick Lamar that I don't like. And I'm like, Kendrick, I respect him, but it's not my kind of music. I'm just like, this is not my kind of music. Just can we go back to gangster rap? Can we go back to music where motherfuckers was shooting people? Like, can we go back to that? The Makisha, I want to go back to Two Live Crew. I want to go back to Poison Clan. I want to go back to Ghost City DJs. I want to go back to those days. Like, can we when music was hitting? Like now this shit is like, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, here we go. I mean, I like a good BTS Save Me, don't get me wrong, but I like a good beat. People are like, what kind of music you like? A music with a good beat. The lyrics can be straight up trash. You could be on the lyrics talking about la 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 la. I'm like, oh, the beat. I'll do Two Live Crew. I was like, I was like, Two Live Crew. All I can do is just live in a nostalgic set and just maybe one day music will go back there. But now it's all like Billie Eilish and Sabrina Carpenter. And I'm just like, all right. I'm like, this what we doing now? Oh, okay. You know, like even rap now, like even hip hop now is much more like Tyler the Creator. I'm like, I don't get it. I'm just like going, I don't really know. Like I'm watching Tyler the Creator going, I don't really understand. I don't really get it. Like I'm like, am I supposed to be getting this? I don't really get, I don't. And then I'm watching like Ice Spice or whatever, and I'm just like, I'm like, I don't, what is, I'm watching Pink Pantheress. I'm like, what is this? Like, I'm just sitting there going, I don't get it. I'm like, I don't get this music. Like, what can we bring City Girls back? I'm like, act up. You can get smacked up. My name's Young Miami. You can get smacked up. I don't care about no hoes, period. I'm like, can we go back to that? Like that. I'm like, come on, City Girls. I need y'all to return back to me. Cause I can't like I'll be like, I don't get this. I'm like, is this supposed to be rap? Like I just want hip hop music just to get me some hard hitting beats. And I'm tired of hip hop music sounding like R&B music. And I'm like, because there used to be a distinction, like R&B was R&B and rap was rap. Now it's like rap R&B shit, and I'm just like, you know, now it's like we got to have like a singer in every song. Like, you know, if they're not a singer, then we got to have somebody singing it hook. And I'm like, can I just have rap? I don't need SZA to be singing hooks on songs. I'm good. Like, SZA. All right, girl. You. Okay. You had a few good songs that I like, but I don't need you to be singing hooks on songs. Like it's just too much R&B fusion for me. I was like, I don't really like. I don't really. I don't know. Like for me, BTS was peak when they did Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Like when I saw Blood, Sweat, and Tears, that kind of made me a believer. Cause I was like, what song is this? And they was like, I was like, what song is this? And then Jimin was like, I was like, what? I saw Blood, Sweat, and Tears changed my life. I'm telling you, BTS was just okay until I got into Blood, Sweat, and Tears and Black Swan, and I was like, okay, this good. Black Swan is good, but Blood, Sweat, and Tears, it made me a BTS believer. I was like, okay, this I like Latin infused music too. Like I like Latin hip hop music. So to me, Black Swan and Blood, Sweat, and Tears sound like a Latin song, especially Blood, Sweat, and Tears. The dun, 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 dun. That's a Latin beat. I was like, baby, Jimin came out talking about, ha, I was like, I was like, what? I'm telling you, when J-Hope jumped in the air, I was like, okay, I was like, whoa, well. And then they did Black Swan, and I was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. This my kind of. I'm telling you, when J-Hope jumped in the air, it was it. I was like, all right, okay, BTS, I see what you're doing. Well, Blood, Sweat, and Tears is one of my favorite. It made me a believer. I was like, yeah, that music is okay. I don't like Dope. I don't like the War with the Horn, baby. When J-Hope jumped in the air, I was like, oh, okay, that's it. Well, and then after that, you know, like for as much as I love BTS, I still have not listened to all of their music. And then when they did Mic Drop, I was like, okay, Mic Drop is my song too. I was convinced. I was like, okay, great. I love Latin music. I'm a Latin music. I love the Latin beats. Airplane 2, that's another Latin beat. No, I don't like Danger. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I don't like Fire. I don't like Danger. Mm-mm. 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 I like that one song. Bapsay. I like that song. I love that song. Just I like watching them perform. I mean, for obvious reasons. They call me Bapsay because it sounds like a Jeezy song, and I like Jeezy. And I was like, this sounds like a Jeezy song. It's a Young Jeezy song. And then then the dancing, and then I was like watching the video. I was like, okay. And then Yoongi is like in the beginning, and I was like, okay. And then they was like, tin, tin, tin. I was like, oh shit. I was like, I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute. Rewind. I'm like, what we doing? I had to rewind the practice video about 4 times. And then they perform. There's like a compilation video on YouTube where they perform it in concert. I'm like, go back. What are we doing? I was like, what are we talking about? Baby. I love Yoongi's music. Yes. I love D-Day, the second one. I love Yoongi's second mixtape. But I'm just talking about BTS like as a collective. But I didn't discover Yoongi's music until after I listened to BTS stuff. But his second album, I've listened to all of Yoongi's stuff. But his second one is my favorite. That's my second. I like, but I like all of Yoongi's stuff. Like I wasn't around when he did a tour. I'm upset. I wasn't BTS Army. I wasn't into Kpop then when he went on tour. None of that. So I missed all of that. But I would have loved. I like all of Yoongi's stuff. Yoongi's stuff to me is my favorite. So he's my favorite. Now the rap line is my favorite. And I always have a fondness for Jungkook because it was his music that I noticed the first because I didn't know who it was. I thought it was some black dude singing it. I didn't know what was going on. So, but yes, Yoongi's music is his hip hop is more, especially the second mixtape. Like as much as I like The third one was good, but the second one was much more fast, upbeat kind of. I was a gangster rapper. I was a gangster. Supernatural. I was a gangster. I was a gangster. Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I was a gangster. She's a gangster. I was a gangster back in the day. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see if I can y'all see it. Y'all see my tattoo? It's my gang tattoo back in the day. So when I tell you I was in gangster rap, I'm like, baby, that's my tattoo. Back in the day, when I was a bad girl when I was younger. I was a bad girl. I tell my kids are like, I can't believe you, mother. But yeah, when I was younger, I was in a gang. I was about that life, about that thug life and all that. So that's y'all can understand why I'm a rap line girl, because I grew up with a lot of hip hop. But I grew up with R&B too. But I grew up with a lot of, I told y'all about my family. Like, it's the expectation you're gonna play an instrument in my family. Like, when before you can walk, somebody's setting an instrument in your damn hand and they're like, look, play it. I have minimal musical talent. I, I'm telling you, my family was so disappointed in me because they was like, here you go. And now, what are you gonna play? I was like, nothing. Shit. They were like, piano lessons. I'm like, I'm not really into that. I'm like, I like to draw. They're like, who likes to draw? My grandmother, you like to draw? Like, where? In my family, it's understood that you have to have some type of musical talent since your birth. And I was in choir when I was a kid from fifth grade all the way through high school. I was in choir. I learned how to read sheet music. I took piano lessons. I took vocal lessons because again, that was, you know, my grandmother realized I didn't like music and she was like, what do you mean you don't like music? What? What do you mean you don't like to play the piano? I'm like, I don't like to play the piano. No interest in music. I'm still not a musical person. I'm an artist. I'm like, I like to draw. I like grandma. I like to draw. I like to write. I'll draw something. Look, grandma, look. Hear me, little Kiki. Look, grandma, look. And my grandmother like, oh, baby, that's nice. Anyway, that's nice, honey. So violin lessons. I'm like, oh, I can't play an instrument. I don't have the fingers for it. I can't play an instrument. I'm too clumsy and goofy to play instruments. But when I was a kid, it was just like this the expectation. Like, you come from a musical family. Music. There you go. And I'm like, I don't like music. And I don't. I still don't. I'm not a big musical person like a lot of people in my like cousins and aunts and uncles. It's a lot of pressure coming from a musical family. But I got in trouble when I was younger. When I was like 16 years old, 17, I joined a gang and I'm surprised I'm alive. That's something y'all didn't know, but y'all thought y'all knew me. Y'all like, we know Kiki. I was like, shit. I got pictures. I got to dig out my albums. I have pictures proof of me when I was in a gang. Can you imagine me? I was such a like a little angry, like little tough ass girl, you know. Oh man, yo homie. That was me. I had an attitude. I grew up in the hood. Nobody would say shit to me. I would fight you. I'd punch you. I'd knock you. I'm like, I'll fuck you up. You fucking with me. I don't know who you talking to. You know, that hard edge, you know. But I grew out of it. Like I'm here. I ain't died. So I've been shot at a few times, but I ain't died. But I was like a little tough girl. I was a bad girl when I was younger. I was tough. Tough. I was like, yo, man. Yo. So that's what I say. I listen to a lot of gangster rappers because that's what I grew up listening to. And then my grandmother and my mom would listen to a lot of old school R&B and then my uncles would listen to a lot of rock music. So I got into punk music and death metal and all this other stuff. And so I do like hardcore like metal music. Like I like, like Rage Against the Machine and Disturbed and Metallica. And then I also like David Bowie. And I like old school. I like a lot of old 70s, like old school funk because I grew up with funk musicians. My great uncles played funk music. And so that's where I get my love of old school groups. Like 50s, 60s, even going back to the 40s. I like Dinah Washington and and Count Bass. I would listen to all this jazz music because my grandmother was into all that shit. John Cook loves rap, does he? He was the one who chose Lotto. When he fell in love with her sound and style. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, they told him to concentrate on being a vocalist. I love David Bowie too. Yeah, I've been shot at. Yeah, I've been shot at a few times. I didn't do it. Shit. They were shooting at somebody else. They weren't shooting at me. It was guilt by association. Marie Miller's like, God, I could write a, but yes, I got shot at, but it wasn't shooting at me. Okay. They were shooting at somebody else and I just happened to be there. And then yeah, so I didn't get hurt. I didn't get shot. Like nothing happened, but you just have to duck and cover. It's good, get down, girl, get down. My duck and cover game is strong. I could write a whole book. Like I get it from my dad. Let me put it that way. My dad was that person. My mom, I tell you about my mother. My mother and my aunts used to hang around musicians, and they were like those girls. And then like my aunts, I forgot the name that they had for them, but they came in different skin colors. Like, because my grandmother's light, bright, nearly white. So her kids are all different skin tones. So it's like there was my Aunt Joni, she was the lightest, and then my mom was in the middle, and then my other auntie was the darker one. She was like my other auntie was like my skin color. And so they would call them like the flavor girls because they would just like pick your flavor. Do you want like the light skin? Do you want the cafe au lait or you want the mocha? So they would call them like the flavor girls. And so they would hang out in like these clubs and just live this, party. They hung out with musicians. And when I tell y'all my family married into a musical family, I won't say which one. No, it's not the Jacksons, but another one. I'm sure if you go in the list of black musical families, I'm sure you can figure out which family that my family moved in from. I'm from Michigan, so I'm sure some of y'all can put two and two together. I'm from Michigan. And my family married into a musical family, and they were very much from Michigan. And so the Jacksons are from Illinois. But I guess they family adjacent, I guess. But y'all can put two and two together and figure out which family my family married into. But my mom and my aunts, they once my great aunt married into this family, it was like, and then they started doing music. And then they started to become famous. And they started to do, then my mom and her aunts are like, hot damn. We got access to this, we got access to that, we got access to this. So they were like, access, instant access. They like, of course they want to hang out with their cousins by marriage because they like, shit, y'all are famous, especially when they started to get really, really famous. And so they lived that whole lifestyle. They were living the life adjacently through them, which again, I'm sure y'all can put two together. Two together, which family I'm talking about. And it's very tragic. This family is very tragic. They had a very tragic. You never think I was with a gang? Yes, I need to write a book because I've seen a lot. I told you I was in a cult. I never forget when Marie Miller was like, "Wait, are you kidding?" And I was like, "No, Marie, I really was in a cult." And she was like, "What?" I really was in a cult. I was in a religious cult for almost 10 years. Just, I know this story gets crazy. I know y'all like, wait a minute, you were in a gang, you were in a cult. I told you I did a whole video about my life. Like I've experienced some Epstein shit. That too. I experienced that too. Some Epstein shit, like real talk. I like JK. I wish I want to see Jen come out and rap and Kim Tae-young. She said, wow, what? Yes, I was in a cult. I was in a controlling religious group for almost 10 years. Yeah. Write that book. Girl, I don't think y'all can handle that book. I should write a book about my family. But they don't want their secrets. I tell you one thing. I tell y'all the story. What was the I'm gonna tell y'all a story. Wait, say hi to L. What is it? Hold on. Let me see. My aunt dated a famous boxer. I can tell y'all a story. My aunt dated a famous boxer called Leon Spinks. So my aunt dated a famous boxer called Leon Spinks. He was not a very nice guy. And I tell this story because he had a wife, but he had a bunch of side chicks, and my aunt was one of them. Now, Leon Spinks, if you look him up, he has a notorious story about that. What happened was he got robbed and he was left naked at a hotel room, and then somebody robbed him. Now, that is a funny story for me, but yeah, you put two and he got robbed and he got left at a hotel room, and he never pressed charges. And they busted his teeth out. They stole like his money. They stole like his car. And I heard this story when I was a kid. And I thought I thought this was a story that my aunt had made up until I got older and realized this was a real story. And I'm like, wait a minute. I would look at my aunt like, how do you know the story? My aunt's like, yeah, they knocked out his teeth. Oh yeah, they knocked out his teeth. Yep, Leon Spinks. That's my aunt thing. And I said, y'all can kind of put two and two together because my aunt came home. I remember her just coming home because she just in her kerfluffle and was like, you know, she was laughing about this incident. And like I said, I thought she made it up until years later. I watched the video on YouTube about Leon Spinks, and I was like, I'm just sitting there going, I know what happened. I was like, wait, how do I know this happened? I was like, my aunt told me this story. Wait a minute. And then I realized I had details that the person, I was like, wait a minute, I know. And then this happened. And she was like, I was like, how do I know more details than what she does? I was like, wait, my aunt, she's passed on. So may she rest in peace. My aunt passed on, y'all. But she told me this story and I knew details that I'm like, and then I went and looked it up and read a newspaper article about it. And once again, I knew more details than what the newspaper article said. And I'm like, did my aunt? I was like, no, my aunt, yeah. But yeah, I thought that was an anecdote. I mean, it's not funny because this man abused her. This man mercilessly abused my aunt. She would come home. She would come visit us with black eyes, bloody noses, like, I mean, scratches, like choke marks on her neck. And she was viciously abused by this man. And then after he apparently got robbed or whatever, and he never pressed charges, they never saw each other again. He left her alone after that. So, but he was not a nice person. And then my aunt dated him off and on for a few years, like for a while. And she was young. Like my aunt was really young dating him. Like I didn't realize how old he was at the time, but I think my aunt was like maybe 19 when she was dating him. Maybe 19, 20. I think she did. I think she did. Yes, Scarlett. It was horrible. I mean, she was young. I just remember my aunt being so pretty. And so my aunt was so like pretty and just glam. I always thought my mom and my aunts were so glamorous. Like to me, they were like the black Charlie's Angels. If you remember the show Charlie's Angels, that's what they reminded me of. They were always fashionably dressed and these low cut jeans and these little midriff tops. And they all had these banging ass bodies and here I was, an awkward, chubby, introverted kid, and my mom was always very outgoing and glamorous and pretty. Like they were like glamazons to me. They're all tall like I am. But like my aunts and my mom, they were all like these glamorous black women, and they were all like, coiffed to hell all of the time. I grew up like in the late 70s, like the 70s and the 80s. And so when I was a little kid, I would just look up at them, and they would just wear these high heels, these real high heels. and these short skirts sometimes, and they just always would look so glamorous to me, and I just was like, man, I want to be that. Never been that glam. I never made that glamour. I've never been a glamazon like they were, but I would always see them and think they were like the Black Charlie's Angels to me. Like they were always together. And, my mom was always out not raising me, but out. Made my aunts and my mother, they're all gone. Rest in peace. I said they were out, not raised. My mom was out, like hanging in these glamorous places, not raising her child. And, just, hi, mom, bye, mom. It's like, hi, I might see her next week, but they were always out, like always in this scene of like, and I just thought they were just so glamorous. But I didn't realize later that like the things that they were doing is things that like the whole musical industry lifestyle, like they were really into this lifestyle. And back in the 80s, honey, it was a lifestyle. I mean, it was like, I was like, y'all think things happen crazy. Now, back in the 70s and 80s with the music scene, I mean, there were so many crazy things happening. They would have all these coke parties and these orgies. And I mean, I could go on like the things that I heard, I'm like, what? Like all kinds of things that were going on at all particular kinds of times and periods that it was wild back in the day. Nothing compares to back in the day, the stories I heard. I heard wild party stories and wild drunken drug filled nights and just crazy shit, just real, just craziness. A lot of drinking, a lot of drugging, a lot of partying. It just like that whole rock and roll lifestyle was just, it's a lot. And like I said, when you have a child in the middle of all of that, you just like, well, well, I can't really raise this kid right now. So, oh, some of y'all know, oh, my grandmother was my everything. But yeah. Yeah, lashes and the heels. Yeah, and I remember like they would all smell so good. They would just spray all this perfume on and they would smell so good. But yeah, come on, some of us know, some of y'all know. Whew, those are the times. But hello, Felix is under your bed. Hello. But it's just, and it's a time that, my grandmother was everything. My grandmother taught me everything. My grandmother raised me. My grandmother taught me everything. While my mother was out being a glamazon from a distance when she was Black Charlie's Angels, Black Farrah Fawcett. Like I just think my mother was a Black Farrah Fawcett because she would wear her hair swept back like Farrah Fawcett. And then sometimes I remember she got her hair braided and she had these beads and braids. And my mother at the time was just had this banging body. She'd wear these bikinis. And I just thought she was like the Black Farrah Fawcett, like for the longest time. But she was gone a lot. Like I just, she would just breeze in and breeze out, and then to the point where I barely would see her anymore. And so my grandmother was my de facto mother and was there during recitals, forcing me to play the piano and sing in choirs, ignoring my artwork effectively. But eventually she realized that like, oh, you really have talent. And I'm like, yeah, grandma, like I'm 15, you realize this. She's like, you really can write and draw. I was like, yeah, I can. I'm a writer and a drawer, and I'm an artist, and I know how to paint. And she's like, wow. Then I know she, and then, once I hit 16, then I went wild and everything just went crazy. And I was like, woo, I'm grown. Oh, she was like, oh God, you're turning into your mother. I was like, am I? And so I slowly but surely started turning my mother at 16, but without the glamour. I ain't, I clean up good when I want to, but I don't have the aura that, my mother had. My mother had this aura about her that was just glamorous. Just, my mother, one of these people walk in like, darling, like that. She would talk to you in a way it was like very capricious, It's like, well, I don't really want to go there. And I just, I just told him no. That's how my mother would talk. And so my mother always had a lot of confidence. And I don't have that. Like she was extroverted and outgoing and self-confident, and I didn't inherit none of that. I inherited all of my dad. My dad is introverted and mean and kind of snarky and kind of bitchy. Like that's my dad. That's me. Like my mom is all vivacious and outgoing. And I'm like, I'm not vivacious. There's nothing vivacious about me. I'm unvivacious. I'm the antithesis of vivaciousness. I'm like bash you over the head with it, like very blunt and like fuck that. You know. My mother be like, can you just not? Can you just be a little soft about it? I'm like, no. I miss my mother. I'm gonna tell you a story about my mother, and I'm gonna get off this live stream. Before, I miss I do. You miss my mom. Anytime we go to bed, hey Jennifer. Jennifer's like, you told me miss my mom. I'm gonna tell y'all a story a long time ago when BTS first came on TV. I didn't know. I barely knew who BTS is. BTS came on TV, and my mother watched I think their Billboard performance, and she was like, okay. And then Butter and Dynamite came out, and my mother saw what was it? I think it was Butter. Oh, when I look in the mirror, yeah, it was Butter. My mom saw the video Butter when I went and then she saw the video Butter and she was like, "Who is this?" She called me. My mom called me in there, and she was like, "Come." She's like, "Oh my God, come here!" And I'm like, "What?" And then she was like, "Look at this." I was like, "What is this?" I think this is K-pop, BTS. She's like, "This one, this one." I said, "Which one?" "This one." And what I saw was a guy wearing a white suit, and he had pink hair, and he had glasses on. And my mother said, "Oh my God, he is so handsome." She was talking about Park Jimin. She saw Jimin with the hair up, and he had the rainbow colored hair, and he had the white suit on. And that's all I remembered. That's all I remembered. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't get it. And I looked at my mother and I said, what? I said, what? So Jimin with the rainbow hair. I mean, my mom was like, who is this man that is my mother was like, I don't know who this man is, but she's like, I don't even know what I'm watching. She saw Park Jimin with the rainbow hair, and my mother was convinced that BTS was the best thing. She was like, oh my God, he is so handsome. He is so cute. She was, because, once you gym in, you don't gym out. My mother never gymmed out. Every time BTS would come on and they would perform at the Grammys, we'd watch it. She'd be like, where is Park Jimin? She said, where is my boy at? I said, Jimin, I said, I think it's that one. Like, I would be watching it like, I think it's that one, I think. Like, I didn't know any of them apart. My mom was like, where's Jimin? Yes, my mother lost her mind over Jimin. She was ready to risk it all for Jimin every time. And then I remember when Jimin came out with his solo, he did that song, Set You Free. I didn't even know what I was watching. I didn't even know what I was. My mother was like, come here. She said, he got his own song. I was like, who is this? And I said, oh my God. I said, is this the BTS guy again? She's like, look, he got his own song. And so she would watch that Jimin video over and over again on YouTube. Because I get YouTube through the TV because we have a Fire Stick. My mother would watch Jimin Set You Free. I was like, late at night, I'll be like, Set You Free. I'm like, okay, my mother loved her some Jimin. She thought that song was so good. She said that Jimin reminded her of Michael Jackson, of Prince, all rolled into one in a really good looking. She's like, oh my God, he's so cute. He's so cool. She would see Jimin dance and be like, oh my God, Park Jimin. Like, I was like, that's the only one of BTS she even knew of. The first person she recognized was Jimin. So yes, my dear mother, may she rest in peace, was a Jimin stan. Did she hear Serendipity? No, I wish I would have showed it to her. I didn't know. But my mom was a Jimin. She saw Jimin and didn't know how to react. Because she heard him sing and she heard him she heard him sing and it reminded her. And my mother, like Michael Jackson, she loved Michael Jackson and Prince. So to her, Jimin was like a throwback to Michael Jackson and Prince, the way he sang and the way he acted and the way he danced and the way he looked. My mother was convinced, like, this is the next Michael Jackson. She was convinced. Has she seen Felix? No. I didn't even know who Felix was. But yes, the only reason we knew who BTS was is because they were on the Billboard Music Awards, and then Dynamite and Butter came out, and of course, y'all know Dynamite and Butter was everywhere. The music video was on all the time. It was everywhere. They were winning awards. People would scream at awards, and we were like, why are these people screaming over these Korean guys? Like, we could not fathom. And Jennifer's like, it's BTS. Like, Jennifer knew who BTS was. She was a fan of BTS. And she was like, that's BTS. I was like, where are they from? And Jennifer's like, Korea. I said, a Korean boy band? I was like, people are screaming like this? Jennifer like, oh my God, yeah. I'm like, they have this many fans? I mean, me and my mother we were perplexed watching these award shows. I said, oh boy, here come BTS again. Everybody's gonna scream and cry. And my mother's like, oh my God, like these people really love BTS. I was like, I didn't understand it. So that was my inference with BTS, and my late mother, she was a Park Jimin was a Russia fan. I thought about that the other day. And then my other story is that when my mother passed away, and this is a true, honest to God, true story. I've never even told Jennifer this story. And the other story I have to tell you before I go, because I thought about my mother the other day. Um, when my mother first passed away, my mom passed away very abruptly, and I miss my mother. And I thought about this the other day, is that what I was having a really bad day. I remember I was having a bad day. And I remember I had to go shopping, and I had to, but it was, I don't know why I was having a bad day. I was having a bad day at work. And this is right after my mother had passed away. And I remember I had to go to the store, and I was just agitated like the whole day. I was agitated that whole day. So I had to go to the grocery store, and I had to go to another store. I forgot what the store was. These are stores that I go to all the time. So I remember I had some errands to run. I was agitated. I went into the store, and I remember, like, me and my mom used to go to the store, and I was so heartbroken. And I swear to God, when I went into the store, I was shopping at the store, and then I heard smooth like butter, criminal undercover while I was in the grocery store, and I froze. I had never heard them play BTS in that grocery store ever. I have never heard them play BTS in this grocery store. Never heard it since. Literally a week after my mother died, I am in the grocery store, and smooth, after having a horrible day, and I'm muttering to myself, I heard smooth like butter, criminal undercut, and I froze. And I said, what? And I said, is that butter? And I stopped. And I said, and then put a smile on my face. And I said, oh my God. I said, this reminds me of my mother. And I said, I was like, okay. So I was, again, after having a horrible day, I heard that. Then, literally 3 or 4 days later, I went to another store that I always go to. And I was walking through the store, and I think I was frustrated, and I was missing my mom, and I heard Dynamite. I was like, and once again, I stopped, and I'm like, I have never heard Dynamite and Butter, never heard that song in those stores ever again. Used to go to those stores. I think one of them was a Kroger, and the other one was like, I think a CVS. And I had never heard BTS in these stores ever since then. But on those 2 days, I heard Butter, and then I heard Dynamite, and I froze. And I was in the store almost in tears, because it's like my mother was saying to me, hey, it's good, because I remember after my mother died, I had a really rough time. And so to hear those songs in the store, I thought about this story, and I said, I got to tell people, to hear these songs in the store, like, shocked me, and took it, like, really hit me hard, because I'm like, Mom, are you there? Because it was like her saying, look, I know you're having a bad day, but hey, here's some BTS, bitch. Like, here we got you. And I heard those songs. And again, this was before I was Army. My mother died in 2023. Before I was Army. Before I even liked BTS or anything. Those songs played in stores, and I never heard them ever again. It's like, and now I have my own K-pop channel. But it was like my mother was telling me, after me having such a rough time, to hear those songs in the stores was like shocking, but it was comforting. And I was like, okay. It's like my mom saying, I'm right here. Yeah, like here's dynamite for you. And I hope my mother be there. My mother would be so tickled about me having a K-pop channel. I thought about that the other day. I was like, what would my mom think? She would be, my mother would be probably army. Like if I had a K-pop channel and if I knew the things that I knew back then, like if she was around now, me and my mother would be sitting around the TV probably with our army bombs going BTS, BTS. I could imagine. Because if I was really into it, and I know she was kind of into it back then, she would be like all in. She would be like, okay, we're gonna go to Korea. She would be all in. Because again, back in the day, I just blew it off. Like, mother, like, why are you watching? Like, I was like, man, you and Jennifer, y'all nuts. It blew it off. But I thought about that the other day. I thought about that when I was running my errands and I was having a bad day at work. I thought about that what happened to me hearing dynamite and butter in a store. It had me almost in tears because I was like, is that you? Like, are you telling me that you're here? Like, I'm here, like, your mom died in 2023 as well. Suddenly. Yeah, then 2 months after she passed, we went to the TXT concert. And so, yeah, my mother would go to the concert with me. Yeah, she would have went with me. She would have went with me and Jennifer. Yeah, 2 months after we passed, yes, we went to the TXT concert. And that kind of like started my journey into, K-pop realm. But yes, I thought that was a very odd thing that happened to me and I never forgot it. Like I thought about it the other day and I was like, remember when I was in the store and I heard Dynamite and Butter? I was like, yeah. And again, I've been to plenty of stores and plenty of things and that's never happened to me. It just around that time my mother died that they just happened to play, I guess happened to play it in the store and then I froze and I was like, oh man. I was like, all right. I was like, all right, cool. I was like, okay. My mom was like, hey, I'm here. Like, shit, listen to this dynamite real quick. Like, so it was kind of like a foreshadow of things to come. And it was kind of like, to me, like, I was like, okay. So every time I hear dynamite and butter, it does make me think, especially Jimin with the rainbow hair and the suit, I get a kick out of it because I just remember my mother being so excited. I've never seen her that excited. I mean, she was like, come here. And I'm like, what is it? What's wrong? I thought something was wrong. I was like, what? She's like, who is this man? I was like, I don't know. BT. I was like, I was like, oh, that's BTS. Who is this one? I was like, I don't know which one it is. Rainbow hair guy? I don't know. I didn't, but I just remember my mother being really, really excited about who this good looking, handsome. She's like, oh my God, he is so handsome. She was just in awe. She didn't think anybody could exist looking like Jimin. She thought Jimin was just ethereal and beautiful and just a really good looking guy. Like she's like, nobody looks like Jimin. Nobody looks like Jimin. She's telling me that nobody looks like Jimin. Jimin is so you. Nobody looks like him. Nobody. She's like, nobody looks like Jimin. I was like, okay, calm down. We get it. I was like, I guess. She was like, nobody looks like him. She's like, he's so unique. He's so cool. I was like, okay. Your mother told him to take my oldest sister to see BTS the same year she died. Oh, they had permission to dance concerts. Use the money she left to take 6 people to the concert. Oh my God. You over here doing the Lord's work, V Marie. You love you some Jimin. I respect Jimin. Jimin's very talented. But like when it comes to like handsomeness, like Jimin, I want to go hang out with and shop with. But it ain't like, little like I said, if I would have knew back then, after me watching Dynamite and Butter, I've seen the music videos over and over and over again. And I never thought anything about BTS. I was like, this is cute. This is cute. But those songs are a little bit too much pop for me. I didn't realize that BTS had a whole just transition in music and discography. I didn't know BTS had been around that long. I didn't know anything about BTS until just like within the past year that I finally, I'm late, but I'm here, y'all. I may be late, bitch, but I'm here. I'm late, but I'm here. Okay. But I never knew anything about BTS, about their history, anything, at all. Like little did I know, I think when I was watching Dynamite and Butter, I was just like, I never paid attention to anything to Yoongi. I was like, Yoongi didn't even catch my eye. I was just like, nothing. Nothing. My mom was a lot of fun too. My mom was a lot of fun. My mom, we were the same. We had the same interest in a lot of things. except just the K-pop thing. Like I just was like, I just didn't get it. I was like, why? BTS. I was like, oh, come on, you know. But we had a lot of interest in a lot of other things. So I thought about that the other day that I do miss my mother. My kids miss my mom. And then I thought about Mickey too and how much I miss how much I miss my cat. Just I mean like I miss Mickey, you know, like I miss Mickey. I miss my mom. I miss Jennifer's mom. Like I miss a lot of people this past week. I just realized I'm like I miss so many people. Like I just thought about all the people that have come and gone in it's 2026 and I'm just like yeah, my mother died. Yeah. So I just thought about it. And then you know, I think this has all been triggered because Mickey died 2 weeks ago. I think it's because, you know, I think that's kind of triggered that of because of Mickey. And I miss Mickey. And I thought and every Saturday I think about Mickey because I used to post a Mickey picture like early in the morning for Saturday and like happy weekend. And then I have other pictures, but I just stopped doing it because it just became so painful. Thank you. I hope so. I don't know. So I don't know. We'll see. Mickey, yeah, poor Mickey. I was like, poor Mickey. Every Saturday there'd be a little picture of Mickey for all my subscribers. I would put a little post of Mickey's picture. You know, you lost your cat 2 weeks ago. She was 15. Yeah, my cat was 12. I lost my cat 2 weeks ago. Oh yeah, I remember you. Yeah, I remember a long time ago watching a documentary about Sugar, and I didn't know who he was. I was flipping through the channels, and a recommend popped up, and it talked about Augusty Sugar Yoongi being a rapper, and this video is still online. Like it's still on YouTube. It's an old video from 6 years ago, 7 years ago. It was right around the pandemic. Oh yeah, right like 6 years ago. It was right. It was 2020. I saw this video. I didn't know who Sugar was. I remember me asking Jennifer, "Who is Sugar's Augustine?" I didn't know. I watched this whole documentary about it, and I respected him. So Sugar was the first one that I was like, I knew who he was. I really knew who Sugar was, and I was like, I watched his documentary. It told a little bit about his past, and the documentary is still on YouTube. I ran into it the other day and rewatched it. But I watched this documentary not knowing anything about Sugar and Union. After I watched it, I was like, okay, I had some respect for him. I was like, I realized that he was a real rapper. Because to me, all K-pop singers were not real rappers. I didn't think BTS had real musicians. But I can't, after watching that video, I came to respect Yoongi. And I said, out of all of BTS, I said, I really like him. But I didn't like him in that way. But I just thought I really respected him. And I said, oh, he's really talented. He writes music. He's a rapper. I just remember watching that documentary and just watched it and just moved on with my life. like, like how did this happen? I watched the documentary and I was like, you know what, that was really good. And just moved on with my life and thought about it a little bit here and there. When I see BTS, I was like, Sugar. I was like, okay, where's Sugar at? Because I know him. I watched that documentary. So all of these instances with BTS just kept popping up in my life. But I never like was like, ooh, you know, I'm gonna go and I hated K-pop music for the longest time. And so it all because of Jennifer. I tell y'all thank Jennifer. If it was not for Jennifer, I wouldn't have this channel. I wouldn't be here. I tell Jennifer this all the time. Now I know Jennifer hates it. Now I know she gets mad. I know I know Jennifer hates it. She be like, Lord have mercy. She's like, the day I introduced you to K-pop. But really, it's her and TXT's fault. Yes, they were so mean to Yoongi. V Marie, they were so evil to Yoongi. I saw that video and I was like, these motherfuckers. I was so mad. I was like, I don't even know who these people are, but they're rude. Like, I was mad the way that they talked to Yoongi and RM. I was like, I said, oh, they trying to clown them. Jennifer is such Jenny Red. I'm glad you like Jennifer because it's your name. But I was so taken back at how they were really like actively clowning Sugar and RM in that video. I was like, they just sat up here and just clowned them like they ain't nothing. And they just took it. I was like, oh, no. Nah. And I didn't like that. Every time I see that video, I'm like, oh, y'all get Out of here. But yes, I watched the video, but I didn't understand what I was watching, but I knew what was going on. I knew that they were throwing shade at them and they were insulting them. They were disrespecting them. Jennifer is such a great name. I know Jenny Red. I said, well, you kind of biased, huh? Because that's your name. But yes, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Jennifer and TXT. Those are two of the things that I think. If it wasn't for me seeing TXT and being thoroughly impressed, like I literally, I went home, like I went to this concert going, okay, we just K-pop, yeah, whatever. I was like, who are these? And Jennifer kept saying, they're BTS little brother. I said, BTS got little brothers singing and dancing too? I said, what kind of family dynamics is this? She's like, they're not their real little brothers. I said, okay, it's like figuratively speaking. She's like, yes. Okay. I was like, okay. Where are my glasses from? Zilul. Zilul. I ordered them online. And so Jennifer was like, just come to this concert. And I said, okay, you gonna pay for the ticket? She's like, yeah. I was like, okay. And again, I said the TXT concert and I'm just like, then they put a video up. So TXT started with a video and I'm like, and I'm a theatrical, I'm a theater kid too. I was a choir and a theater kid. So, and I like cosplay and costumes. So when they came up and they had like the little the VCR, which y'all K-pop fans call VCR, and it was them dressed as princes, and I'm like, oh, they dressed as princes, cosplay. So they had a VCR and they had like a little storyline, like 2-3 minutes in the storyline. I was like, what? They in the dark land and they princes, and I'm in. You give me a good story. I'm a visual person and I like good stories. I like anime and stuff like that. I was like, well, this is kind of interesting. I just, And so then they came out in costume and they hit the song. And I was like, oh, and TXT music is kind of like an R&B kind of hip, baby. When they did, one of my favorite K-pop songs of all time is by TXT. Can't you see me? Dun, 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 can't believe me. I don't understand. Folks don't understand me anymore. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, that's still it was my ringtone for about 5 months. Like I'm not the devil in the window. Out, baby. By the time the end of the concert came, I was standing up. I was like, okay. Oh, hey, get it. I was convinced. I was like, I gotta go home and watch every TXT video. And I went home and I watched every damn video. I downloaded fucking every song was my ringtone. I was like, Moa. I loved all of TXT's music. And I told Jennifer, and Jennifer's like, well, how did you enjoy your first K-pop? I told Jennifer, I said, it was great. I loved it. And Jennifer's like, really? And she's like, do you want to go again? I said, sure. And so ever since then, every concert Jennifer brings up, I'm like, okay, let's go. Because she didn't really think I was going, but we went to another concert and another and another and another and another. And so we started to go to K-pop concerts, and then I started to go back through the generations of research. But yes, if it wasn't for TXT convincing me, because again, I didn't know that this was what K-pop was. But TXT music was good. Like I like they have a unique style of music. But Can't You See Me came when Cat and Dog and Can't You See Me came on, which I still love those songs. I don't know who did them songs, but Cat and Dog and Can't You See Me? Oh my God, Can't You See Me is if y'all have not heard this song, that is such a good song. But it's like I was like, it had everything in it. I was like, oh my God. So I was convinced, and they had like a little storyline. I was like, this is what this is. I was like, this is kind of like musical dinner theater. That's what I thought. And Jennifer's like, okay, we're going to. So the more K-pop concerts we went to, the more I was into K-pop. And then the Min Hee-jin thing happened, and I didn't know who HYBE was or Bang PD, or I knew who BTS, and I was like, well, how does it have to do with BTS? And so I went on a research. And if it wasn't for Min Hee-jin, I would never became ARMY. I never would have paid any attention to BTS if it wasn't for Min Hee-jin and the Adore thing. I would have never BTS would have never been on my radar. But Min Hee-jin thing hit. People talking about HYBE and Adore and Big Hit and BTS. I was like, who is Bang PD? I was like, who is Min Hee-jin? What is happening here? And so I was like, well, let me go look and see how these things connect to BTS. And I was like, well, since I'm since I'm talking about BTS, well, let me go look up ARMY. Well, let me go look up BTS. And I started watching a series called The Road to Bangtan. I tell you guys, the Road to Bangtan, is it the Rise of Bangtan or the Road to Bangtan? Anyway, there's a documentary that's like 20 something parts online. It's 30 minutes and it's fan made. And it's the Rise of Bangtan or the Road to Bangtan. I don't know, whichever one. Which one is it? I don't know which one it is. The Rise of Bangtan. That's it. It's the Rise of Bangtan. And so the Rise of Bangtan, I watched it. Somebody recommended it to me, and I said I'm going to watch it. And I watched it, and I told you I had a whole Sunday, and I was like, I'm gonna watch this because somebody told me to watch. I'd watch other little like documentaries on YouTube and little short things here and there on YouTube. People are like, no, don't watch those. Watch The Rise of Bangtan. So I sat there. I may go watch it again tonight because sometimes I do. I just feel like I want to watch it. I get it in my spirit that I want to watch it. I watched it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sit down here and watch it. I didn't think it was gonna be that good. The first episode, I was like, okay. Second episode, I'm like, okay, this is interesting. Third episode, I'm like, oh. Fourth episode, I'm like, I was riveted. I watched the whole, all 20 something episodes. By the time the sixth episode came, I'm like, I'm Army! Bitch, I'm like, I'm Army! It was over with. Episode six, I'm like, I think I'm becoming a BTS fan. Matter of fact, I think I told Jennifer the next day. I said, Jennifer, I got something bad to tell you. She's like, what? I was like, girl, I watched this whole series about BTS. And she's like, uh-huh. And I was like, girl, I think I'm Army. Like, I think something's happened to me. The Rise of Bangtan. By episode six, I was invested in the story. And I went back and started listening to all the BTS music. So again, I tell people I fell in love with BTS from their story, from who they were as people and their rise and their hard struggles. And I sat there and watched them as young men. And I watched Jungkook in particular because I have a teenager. And back then my son was like, this was a couple of years ago. My son's 16. So my son was 13 then. And I could imagine like my son being around the age of Jungkook and sending him off. And I thought that was, and then I saw Jin talk about his parents. Like Jin was like, they did something. Jim would always say, I love my parents, and or I miss my parents. He'd be like, I miss my parents. And that endeared me with Jen. And so each one of these people did something or said something that endeared me to them. I see Sugar and his struggles and his shyness and his introversion that reminded me of me. And I saw RM with his poise and how mature he seemed to only be like 19 years old. And he seemed a lot wiser and older than he was. And then I see J-Hope, and J-Hope was always laughing, but then he was always like the taskmaster. And I saw Jungkook, wide-eyed, Bambi-eyed Jungkook, and my heart went out with him because I'm like, I cannot imagine sending my son out because I'm like, my son is literally a little bit younger than Jungkook was when he first started. And so each one, and I saw Taeyoung, and he was awkward and kind of weird, and he was like the theater kid and kind of awkward. So each one of these people, I was like, and I saw Jimin, and Jimin was so cute with them. So each one of these people, it's like I fell in love with. I was like, okay, I like this one because of this. I like this one because, and just to see them interact on camera and them in their small little cramped dorm and them just like their doubts and their fears and them talking about like they didn't know and they don't know how it's going to go. And they're like, well, we don't know, how far we're going to go. And then there's their doubts and their fears and them talking about, well, we're never going to win a Grammy, like, and then Sugar's like, that's never gonna happen, blah blah blah. So me watching all of this, by the sixth or seventh episode, I was like, okay, I'm all in. Like, you ain't got to show me no more. I'm invested in these seven people. I'm invested, and I was like, you can't tell me I'm not invested. Bye, V Marie. Have a good day. Bong PD, sexy brain. Bong PD is so. Bong PD was cute when he was younger, though. I ain't gonna lie. He was kind of working with something back in the day. So when I tell people, when people talk about BTS's music, I was like, well, I ain't really heard all their music. And people are like, what? Because again, my introduction to BTS was here's this lawsuit with the door and HYBE. And I'm like, what's going on? And then here are all these documentaries that I watched. And so I started watching, and somebody told me about Run BTS. I started watching Run BTS before I ever listened to their music, and I was laughing. And still to this day, I will go and watch Run BTS episodes. So again, that's how I fell in love with BTS. It was not the music, it was not them on stage. I like them when they had no makeup and they were sitting huddled in that dorm room at a table interviewing and talking. I remember their first festa, and they sat around a table and they were just talking and like how they wanted things. And they were a bunch of young guys. And I remember the Christmas song that RM did, talking about he didn't have a girlfriend for Christmas and then how lonely he was. And I was like, damn, RM, you were reckless back then. And so RM, I remember the Christmas song. And then I remember them talking to Bong PD, and they got up there and Sugar was saying that he was promised that he wouldn't have to dance, but now he has to dance, and I giggled and laughed. So I went through all of these things feeling like BTS was like family, and they entertained me and they made me laugh, and I realized that they were just young guys. And I think it's because I have a son that was 13 at the time, and a lot of the things that they weighed and they acted endeared me with, like, reminds me of my own child, especially Jungkook. It made me think, oh, like, what would I do if I sent my baby off? Like, how would I feel? Like, and just to see them progress from little, like young teens to older grown men was so, it's such a good story and a good, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, this can't be the same BTS, like BTS, like these dudes. And so I had to keep watching the whole damn thing because I couldn't reconcile in my mind. How did they get from a bunch of awkward, weird kids to poised and polished and on Grammy? I couldn't understand that. So once I watched the story, then I was like, I'm all in. Like, this is I understand them. Like, to see them and see my feelings change towards them as they got older. Like I said, at first I started out with, especially with me and Jungkook, it's a very protective thing. Jungkook is still like my baby. Like, to me, because I saw him when he was little, I saw so much of my son, and I'm thinking, how would it feel as a parent to send your child off like that? I couldn't even imagine my son being 14, 15 years old and being sent off to another city to pursue his dream or whatever. I was horrified by that. I was like, oh my God. So I was really invested in Jungkook in the beginning, but I was just thinking, like, how would I feel as his parents? Like, I always think that way. How would they feel as their parents? But they were such just young boys, like living like wide-eyed and just trying to figure themselves out and grow, and so that's what I fell in love with. That's the reason why I'm Army. Like, it's not the music. I didn't get into the music until later. I didn't, I wasn't into them and how they look, and that they was, I didn't notice that Yoongi was sexy until I saw him in the pink pajamas and then changed. And then that too changed my life. When I saw Yoongi in that pink outfit, it changed my life. It really brought Yoongi to a new perspective. When I saw that, I was like, wait a minute, he what now? I changed my life. You ignored Jungkook and he turned 23. I still don't find Jungkook, like, he's a good looking guy, but to me, I still see him like that's my, and I saw him graduate from high school and they were there and I was like, oh, like, I was so like just wanted to hug Jungkook because, and then like the way BTS was done wrong, like I was mad how they were treated so horribly in the beginning by the industry. Those pink girls, pink PJs changed my life. Like, I was that chick, I was like, oh, you. But then, like, once I watched Run BTS, is where I became. See, if it wasn't for Run BTS, Yoongi wouldn't have been my bias. When I watch Run BTS and I see Yoongi, I would get a giggle because Yoongi just be like, Yoongi is so me. Yoongi, my attitude is like, I just ain't got it to do today. I said, I would see Yoongi and laugh. And I'll be like, look at Yoongi. Every time you watch Run BTS and just focus on Sugar, like, you will die. Like, he just, the looks he give, it just be like, like, the looks he be giving sometimes be like I gotta do this bullshit. And then I watched In the Soup, like the first one, and then Yoongi was out there cooking and he was like going to the store, and I was like, I was like, hey now, okay. Cause you know, a bitch like a man to do some shit. Like I like a man to do some things. He was taking care of the members, he was setting the fire, he was shopping. I was like, all right. Oops, sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all. My phone was like, bzz. But yes, I saw Yoongi and was like, all right, that's it. He was too cute. He was very, very, very cute, taking care of all of the members. And I found that endearing. So slowly but surely with Yoongi did I realized this is my bias. Like this is my kind of guy. Like I like a quiet, introverted, kind of shy kind of guy. Like I like that's the kind of dude I like. I like a shy, quiet. I like calm. You know, they get drunk a little bit and then they get a little wild. You get drunk and then he get the kikiing and a caulk on when you get drunk. He get the kikiing and a caulk on. And Yugi his whole personality changed when he get to drinking. And so I was like, Yugi drunk. I can always tell when Yugi drunk. Cause his whole personality just be like, he just become more looser and fun. And then sometimes Yoongi is very funny, you know. Yeah, and Yoongi he just be funny. And so I was like, this person's my bias. I was like, this is my bias. I was like, this is it. I said I like him, and then I started noticing that Yoongi is good looking. That I was like, he really is cute though. And then when he did that Valentino shoot, I said, oh, because somebody, again, my viewers was like, have you seen Yoongi in the Valentino shoot? And I was like, no, I have not. They're like, go look. They're like, have you seen Yoongi in the Marie Claire? And I said, what y'all talking about? They was like, oh, Kiki, don't you. I was like, okay. I was looking up Valentino. I said, oh. I said, I said, no mas. I time out. Then the Marie Claire, and y'all know I still ain't made it to the Marie Claire video. It's been 2 years. It's been over a year now, and I have not made it to the Marie Claire video. I'm 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. I had to watch it in increments. I had to shut the video off. I'm like, okay, my brain and my mind can handle that. Like I'll be in, like going into sasang behavior. So the Valentino, I looked up all of Yoongi's Valentino like commercials and shit. I was like, I was like, okay, okay. I was like, okay. So RM is your final bias. Oh my Lord. And so I was after the Valentina Marie Claire, I said Yoongi, Bay. After that, I was like, Yoongi can do no bad. Good night, girl. Good night, Jennifer. I'm fixing to go to bed. But anyway, Jennifer says it's 1:16 a.m. And so that means it's time for me to go to bed as well. It is late. I need to eat something maybe. I probably won't eat this late. I'll probably just go to bed. But I thank everybody for being here. I'm not going to be up all night. This live stream has went way over. Way. Like I thought it was going to be 2 hours and 40 minutes. But good night, Marie Miller. Good night, Angels, Milky Way. Good night, everybody. Everybody who came here, who came and went, and the people they're going to watch it in the rewatch, because some people come back here and they watch all 5 hours in the rewatch. Goodbye, Makaya Milani. Goodbye, Goldwyn James. And everybody in Supernatural 82. Bang, bang. Y'all, good night. Have some sleep. Sweet Yoongi. Sweet BTS dreams. I'm finna go watch me some Run BTS before I go to bed. Yes. Good night. Run bulletproof. Run and I gotta go. Run bulletproof.